Hello all, and welcome to the 7th Knightsarena Carnage Cup. Tenrek and Mellowcret here to take you through the weekend of action that will befall us. A lot to discuss, a lot of new changes to the game, but before we'll be able to discuss all that, a whole lot of amazing Apex to be played. Mellowcret, we got 40 of the best teams from North America and Europe waiting to take each other on over these next 2 days. How you feeling, man?
Feeling great, and I couldn't have put it better myself. There are an amazing set of teams across 2 groups. A whopping 40 teams are going to be competing for 20 spots on Sunday. So we got, like I said, a whole bunch of great Apex to be played. I expect a lot from these teams, and I really can't wait to get into these games because of those recent changes that you sort of alluded to. So I think there's no better place to be right now for competitive Apex. So for everyone watching, I hope you're going to enjoy this as much as we do.
So true. As Mannheim is really coming up, I mean, it is right on our tails. We really have to get an understanding of what this new meta is going to be like. And with $10,000 on the line, with 5 teams trying to grab a piece of that pie, it's going to be an exciting one with good stakes. And speaking of $10,000, speaking of that prize pool, big thanks to our sponsor, Blacklight, for helping us out with that and also hooking us up with these chairs that we're sitting in that I'm sure we'll get to showcase a little more as this stream goes on. We've already gotten some good timing with them, but we'll get some good camera time with them today. As will this first group that we get to discuss. A pretty simple format going into this weekend. I think that we can all agree on that. Starting with our first group of 20 teams, we'll have 2 different groups of play today, each going 6 games, 3 on World's Edge, 3 on Storm Point. Top 10 teams from each group make it on to tomorrow. Simple as that, Mello.
Yeah, there's not too much fluff here. We've got some of the best teams playing for just a couple of spots here, 10 of those exactly, and that's going to be a hard mark to hit with the firepower that you're going to have on your screens over the next few games. You can see here on this empty leaderboard for the time being some powerhouse teams like NRG, LG, of course, 2R1C coming on over from the EU. So there's a lot of I think potential for some banger games, and that's all I'm looking forward to. And the fight is going to be real, like you said. Prize money on the line for tomorrow. Making it there is the kind of the first step, and a lot of very formidable opponents to fight your way through to get there.
I think something important to mention is also the crossover we get to see in this tournament. You don't get to see too many different regions and formats and groups brought in here, but we have a couple of our challenger circuit teams. You may have noticed if you're pretty loyal to that scene, we've got a couple of those gamers in there. Some of the rising stars like Most Hated and Oversleepers, who made it to PL this past year. And then we also have some members of our FENB scene in both of these groups. You'll notice that DZ burning a hole in your retinas on the 14th spot. That's our DZ Eve squad coming in today, as well as a couple of our other of our Lady Circuit champions. We'll see some more of those in Group B as well. And then, of course, some NA and EUCC teams coming out of the woodwork as well. Just really every discipline gonna show their hand today, and I think that'll lead to a lot of different conflicting play styles and maybe some huge tempo shifts these games.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And the fact that we have this sort of mix right off the back of a brand new patch, I think is just going to add to that pandemonium, right, to that potential variety that we're going to be witnessing here in the next few games. And this is I think one of the greatest parts of the Carnage Cup is it's just such a mixed bag. We're going to see some top LAN talent, mind you, LAN winning talent. There's a team that we certainly maybe glossed over a little bit because I think everyone knows sort of what the story is with teams like Team Falcons.
Yeah.
So, you know, a little team that's been doing all right in recent tournaments. But no, seriously, really impressive. But I think you're right. Very varied stack of teams that could lead to some very exciting, hopefully unexpected turn of events here as we proceed through the game, starting off on Storm Point.
Yeah, hopefully unexpected is right, because I know there's been a lot of fear that's been sown in the base with what the meta is going to develop into lately. As always, the first couple days into the patch, everyone's terrified of the thing that is the most powerful, and to most people, so far, Mello, we've got to talk about it. It's an elephant in the room that's bigger than Falcons right now. It's crypto. The presence in these teams has just been so insane with the slightest changes to him. Everyone's gotten so excited, and honestly, I don't think the hype is entirely real, but it's very much valid. That's why we're seeing that boosted pick rate in scrims.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think 3 letters, but the same nightmare for everyone. That EMP going absolutely crazy. That new change as well to just the drone handling being an inherent part of the kit now, as opposed to a perk upgrade, and he turns invisible. And I mean, there's a number of other things that are stacking in as well. Some zone changes, I guess, or some perks to the controller class that are allowing for even more sort of zone defensive play. I think the Crypto Watson is going to be the pairing that we've been seeing a lot through international scrims, a lot through some of the other tournaments that have been running with some of these top tier teams. So I think that is a very dangerous duo. It's starting to feel a little bit cookie cutter, I would say, for the meta. Of course, a lot of different POIs, especially on the different maps, can sort of benefit from some different playstyles. But right now, the Crypto Watson pairing is looking incredibly powerful. Defensive power, absolutely there. Information, that drone is just going to yield so much for your team to be able to piece together the right plays in those end games if you're able to get those clean rotates to get there. So that is certainly, I think, the pairing of characters that we're going to see a lot of, and a lot of flashing on your screen as well from that Crypto Ultimate that is going to make a game for some teams and totally break it for others.
Yeah, it'll be the same thing we always see. The teams trying to find the fluidity, and then the teams trying to stick a knife right in the middle of it. And we'll start things out on Storm Point for both of the groups today. 3 games consecutively there, and then 3 games finishing off on World's Edge. KP and elimination points and placement points stay the same as any ALGS format if you're familiar with that. If you're not, you'll catch on quick, don't worry. And then after that, final scores will be lumped into tomorrow. Top 10 from each of those groups will go in unseeded the next day, start from scratch, 6 more games, final score, no match point format there, so it'll be solely based off of what you do. So today, I've specifically, Mello, to try to get into just that top 10 rather than top 5 when the prize pool sits, we might see a little more conservative play, especially from those higher seeds. May not want to let anything go, may not want to take any contests, even with slight disadvantage, even against teams that they normally would feel far more confident going against. But, you know, hey, I don't know how important 10K is to these guys. Maybe they'll run it down.
Yeah, who knows? That might be pocket change for some, but certainly looking at the middle of the leaderboard throughout the games is going to be really important, because finding yourself there early is going to be a little bit scary, because any of the bottom teams, those bottom 5 teams with one really solid game, can really leapfrog. Of course, we're seeing a lot more of the sort of zone defensive bunkering sort of play from a lot of teams, especially with how many teams are opting for something like Watson. So I think the teams that are often hunting on the edge Edge might find themselves having a touch more trouble just running over teams and racking up a bunch of those kills. But of course, we have had some loot bin changes, so they're actually able to scale their loot up a little bit if they soak a little bit more time into the zone and hang out for those loot pills to reset. They're actually able to re-loot some POIs that have already been looted. So the Edge teams are certainly going to have to adapt a little bit, adjust their game plan to see where they're going to find those points, because if you're running into 16 teams that are bunkered up with Watson fences, it's going to be far and few between the points that you're going to be able to rack up easily when you're taking those 3v3s.
It'll certainly take a second for these people to get used to it, but also on the flip side of that, I think the anti-meta answers perfectly to that bunker strat that we're seeing so many people do, and a lot of experimentation along with, like you said, that perimeter play, and that's Fuse. The amount of damage dealing that this character has gotten to do, not just with his ultimate, but with that knuckle cluster, has been procedurally getting more and more dangerous as this previous patch and this patch has started to come forward. It's something that doesn't necessarily have a full clean answer even now, and it's something that a lot of teams are using to be able to get that chip and farm early advantage, which is not necessarily become the thing that people play off of, but the thing that people use to be able to play more preventatively and play for that longevity.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Fuse, because it is sort of one of those counterplay measures, if you will. It might seem like it is the character that gets countered by a Watson gen, but have you ever thought of shooting the gen? It works pretty good, and once that thing is down, those grenades are going to do a whole lot of damage, as well as the knuckle clusters slowly ticking down your health. And when teams are rotating early, right, when they're trying to get into zone deep, even with that additional shield that you gain as a controller character now, as a controller legend now, if you're inside the zone, once that starts chipping down, you start running out of normal resources like meds. It's going to be very hard to come back from that. Meanwhile, this Fuse is just going to be racking up that Evo shield as well as just that damage for the team. So it's a great option if you're able to bully some of the more poorly positioned Watson pylons, and pairing that with something like a Pathfinder, which is something that we've seen a number of teams start to implement against. It's really wild to see that kind of re-emerge in the meta, because that's maybe not the character that you think of, but again, when you're able to catch out teams that haven't had a solid setup from something like a Watson, or even, you know, trying to get established in a building like with a Catalyst, for example, zipping in fast after getting a crack and taking down that first knock can make all of the difference in these team fights.
Yeah, I think with these mobility changes, with these recon beacon changes, with these zone changes, really with what this patch has affected, the answer that devs are giving to these gamers is clear. You can play the slow game, but you certainly can't play it forever. We're going to try to a little bit, though. As broadcasters, we have a slight tech issue, so we'll be going into a quick break, but we will be back with the very first game of Store Point here on Group A very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. Spake into existence. We're back with our first map of Group A here with the Carnage Cup. 10K on the line, Mellow Crit, and Tenrek here to bring you through all of these juicy, juicy games. And of course, if you managed to get a look at that lobby before we hopped in, these will indeed be juicy. Starting on Storm Point, starting with Falcons in the mix, this being their famously ridiculous launch site. But that is not where we'll end up first. We'll end up where the first contest was probably going to be, up here at Checkpoint with Gucky and Blurple fighting things out.
And one of the most critical contests on the map is your 3-stack versus the Spiders getting looted up. Yeah. Not the hardest contest by any means, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see if these teams decide to split this one up. We did expect contest here, and we are playing on the ALGS tournament mode, of course, so we will be dropping straight onto our POI's no dropship flight paths to be worrying about whatsoever. It looks like right now they've sort of gained most of the space here, Tenek. I'm not exactly sure if there was a full commit to this contest or if we swapped things up.
Blurple dipped back early. I think it's worth mentioning that there's only 2 players on the team at the moment. Hambino was supposed to join them today, but unfortunately it seems like he's unavailable, at least at the moment. We'll see how that goes, but as of now, Blurple, 2 players strong instead of 3, so they'll probably be playing just a little bit slower, at least to start things out. In the meantime, yeah, like you said, that'll mean that Gucky gets the entirety of checkpoints to themselves. They'll be able to loot this up, play as slowly as these other teams that, like you said, don't have to deal with that penalty of where the ship is heading for these drop points. Everyone will get the same amount of time to loot.
On your screens right now, LG rocking the Catalyst, which is something that we didn't bring up a whole lot. We did give it a quick mention as we were sort of discussing the expected changes. No surprise to see, of course, the crypto, but the Bangalore, I think, remains one of the mainstay characters throughout both maps. I think the flexibility of the Bangalore is undeniable. It fits into too many play styles, fits into too many rotates. So we talked a lot about the crypto, but once again, you have to respect the fact that so many of these teams are able to execute specifically on Stormpoint because those Bangalore smokes allow for so much rotational power. And when you get into those 3v3 situations that are isolated, sometimes that ultimate is just enough to get you over the line to win those 3v3s. So definitely a little bit curious to see the Catalyst here. I think it's an interesting pick for flexibility, but Bangalore, no surprises at all, and I think we're going to be seeing it on easily 90% of the lobby.
Absolutely. Bangalore is one of the least questionable picks we'll see for most of these teams. You did see Solus for a second. One of our FENB teams did not opt for one, instead grabbing the Conduit for the mix. A bit fun there. As we'll get a look at this first mini-map, which will extend a little bit more north. Empire leaving Pylon remarkably early to try and puppy guard over towards Launchpad, but that's gotten quite populated down here in the southeast corner. Meanwhile, you see some of these other teams playing that perimeter. Alliance taking their sweet time, as well as Board still over on the outskirts. Oversleepers also up towards the wall, going to take a little bit extra time down there. A lot of gravitation outside of Command Center as well right now. No immediate feuds, though.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of movement down southeast. Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of resistance being met, but we are seeing quite a fast rotation, as you said, from multiple squads, and specifically over towards that southeast chunk of this zone. So that might be a little bit of indicative of where we might expect to move along as we progress through the latter rings, because many teams, you can see one that certainly is favoring getting deep into that next zone. That is going to be DZ Eve, who is rocking, once again, I think probably the cookie cutter comp that we're going to see all throughout, and already setting up pretty nicely. I got to say, this spot isn't the most flexible, especially as more teams start to move in on your high ground and start to take up space on your low ground. Trying to find some information early on, but we're going to tune in over to a team that will be gathering no more information as they are taken out of the lobby. LG will be eliminated.
It seems like they were getting clipped pretty consistently by, I believe that was, who's Dan Mannix? That's Thuggets, right? Yeah, down on Launchpad, and then they ran right into Solus, unfortunately. And that's Crest Up Riley and Kyrie, who normally doesn't join them. Normally she's on TSM Talent, but she's hopped in with this frequent high placer in FENB, North American Apex. Keep an eye out on them. Their positioning's great. But same point to Dark Zero Eve, like you said, not a prime position to be, and that's why they don't want to stick around it too long, because there's a whole lot of teams sitting around them. And in fact, Non's the last one standing, gonna get finished off here. And I believe that's not Blurple.
Nope, that is going to be two rats, one controller.
Yeah, 2 R1C.
Coming over from EU. And we actually do have Hierarch on your screens right now. So the EU invaders have already taken down one set of players here, running, I think, pretty much fundamentally what we'd expect from a composition that wants to go full aggressive in a land of defensive bunker play. Already early kills for them. They're going to get even more information and see just how many squads have already sort of floated their way here. Lacking that controller character, they won't have that information inherently, but probably can piece together a pretty good guess. And now triple purples, by the way, this early in the game, so they're rigged up to fight right now.
Yeah,
Tenric.
they're ready to go, and that, that is the norm for this 2R1C squad, especially lately. They have been extremely aggressive, almost to a fault. I love this switch up to the horizon as well, because it almost forces that Pathy to keep himself in check, because otherwise you're gonna split yourself into a triple solo fight instead of that block. So it'll definitely favor a lot more synergy and better communication, hopefully, from this team that absolutely deserves higher placement for their technical skills on top of their comms. On that note, another team that's kind of been in that same limbo placement-wise, especially in this offseason, is Space Station Gaming, who I feel like is just starting to understand what their, team as a whole is supposed to do. You have 3 players that have been floaters for quite some time in their own respect and haven't had a succinct role. But that's definitely starting to change. I think Phony's really started to flesh himself out as that premier support player for a squad like this. Zainu, of course, the prodigal son, the pluck to DZ, being able to absolutely frag out and show why he is such a great pick. And, I mean, Koifel, he's one of the best all-rounders we've seen in North America consecutively for the past 2 years at least.
And I don't dislike this position that they're holding right now. I think maintaining this high ground is going to be very beneficial for this squad. It's a little bit tough to hold this much space, but they seem to be doing an all right job of it, and they can control this choke point, which is super important. Many teams are going to attempt their rotate on through here. Right as we speak, we see that a team has flown exactly into that gap being spotted out here. And the Crypto EMP, the first one on your screens for the day, is going to go down. Is going to land on at least 2 members of this squad, and that might be the go button for SSG.
Yeah, this is Donut Shop that they're fighting up against, assisted by Vayne instead of Tempest this time around. That Stomps and Davis wave. Big CC team last year, and this year in PL, they really started to show out. But it seems that, I believe that was Stomps got cut out early, starting with that EMP, and SSG is going to run that down for at least the Thirst. Donut Shop heading right back around the pass, and they actually might get stopped up as well. They have some company right behind them. I don't know how heavily they want to commit to this fight at the moment, but it seems like they might have too much in their plate after that, but Most Hated has started to pay attention to him. And you can't hold on to Stomps forever, but it seems like that's what Donut Shop has to do. They have to hold on to at least one of these fights. And so Zainu's going to get some extra chip damage before the full commitment is gone. Yeah, just holding on to that death box is... They'll try to hold on to this boulder, but that made a lot of noise, got a lot of attention. Most Hated now on the way in, and so is Gucky. They've also headed north to meet up with them. This might be ground zero for the first 3 or 4 teams to go.
And I think SSG really wanting to get that Thirst is able to do it, getting that shield top as well to secure that. You can already see for Koifel that new change to our controller characters. You see 4 blue ticks there. That is an additional 25 shield health that is being added on because they are sitting in the zone currently. So great pickup there to damage Donut Shop as they made their rotate. They still maintain some control of this area as well, though they have given up, as you said, quite a bit of space that might have already been taken up above them. So now this choke going to become a little bit more precarious. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if they start to think about their next rotate here relatively soon, and maybe a pretty aggressive rotate at that, because as we start to see on your top left the amount of crypto drones that are already taking up space, obviously not all actually on that hill, but just goes to show how many teams are scoping for that information, probably pretty aware of how many teams are around them so they can plan out some of those plays. This information game is really going to be wild for this next meta, as well as this, an underrated, I think, bonus if you can stay alive. I was gonna say pick up banners remotely and stick your teammates, but none of that, as the duo of Blurple is gonna pick up the last member of Most Hated.
And that's a good pickup for Blurple, being that 2-man. You'll take what you can get it. Hopefully Hambino or some other sub can figure out something soon. And with this excess of crypto drones on the table, like you said, it's an interesting turn to the meta, but it's one that a couple of pros have found frustrating. I know that a couple of people have already sort of voice their frustration, but if I'm being honest, I think it introduces a really fun element of like mental chess to the game. In fact, on several fronts, I think it introduces that element, because it becomes a huge game of timing and positioning once those EMPs get let fly. a really big game of chicken being played with like 16 squads at once of who's going to pull these EMPs, who's going to farm the intel with scans off of those EMPs because of Evo levels, and then who's going to play the bat game, who's going to try and hold down the fight and wait to play for longevity, and who's going to go in with that aggro fight on top of that. It comes down to knowing your niche and playing off of it, and I don't think there's been a season that facilitates that better than this one. Hopefully sans crypto, teams get to play their way more than ever this season. That's genuinely my hope going into things. But if you talk about teams that can play however they want to, regardless, we will look at Falcons, whose stomping ground is Stormpoint, who's won basically whatever they've touched for as long as you can remember them being stable, and hope to do the very same with this 10K. And Zero just picked up Golden Beaks, so I think we're good to go.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary. That's not what you want to see if you're on the opposing side of a 3v3. Actually, you just don't want to see Falcons in general on the other side of a 3v3. Devo for Imperial Howl here. They're in an interesting sort of predicament here in the zone because it did pull clear towards the northern side. This team did drop Echo HQ for the start of this game, so they're not even too far off. And you can already see here the sort of approach that they're going to have to take. They're going to have to walk forward here and probably take at least one fight to clear out this side and be sort of the last team that is holding down this southern chunk of the zone. But it is going to be difficult. We did see at least 2 teams over to their west side that are taking up space. They're going to get to walk up on the choke for free, but whether this next little compound is open for them to take is an entirely different question. It looks like they might not be finding any sort of resistance quite yet. NRG is going to be the team that is up on the compound, so they're going to deny the free walk-up potentially, but you can already see just how crowded this chunk has gotten, and it's going to be one pretty big fight here, I reckon, to determine which teams are going to get their opportunity to walk up this hill.
This is Solus walking up behind Falcons. They're checking their backs. They hear. They say now they see it. They'll launch those projectiles, and the conduit all tossed in response. There is simply nowhere to go for Solus. They are too late to the party, and Falcons burn them to a crisp, down to 13 squads, but they've got quite the path up ahead of them. And now the couple teams watching them, that was Board, who is coming around the left end of them, that can now get to watch them, and NRG now get a even better angle onto them. Oh, Nocturnal is like directly next to this Falcon squad as well. NRG might get in on the fun of this before they even third party. One member of Falcons is already down. It's Jen Burton. Hal tries to protect, but will go down as well. And it's a question of how hard Zero wants to play this out. It's got to be behind the knockdown shields. One goes down in response is first, but NRG just have too much firepower, but now they'll be walking into that third-party fight against who else but Board, as well as 5-Star. They want in on the action too.
It looks like they might have locked down a bit of a reset here, and this fight from above them is going to give them even more time to reset, but it looks like Yup has had enough of that. They don't want anyone hanging underneath their bridge. They're going to start to put down the damage, and it's going to be essentially for free here. No cover left, and that Watson gen is about to fall, but the pressure from up on this northern edge is going to push AO and Co away from this side. I don't know if NRG is going to be able to hold out and survive this one, but at the very least, they've outlived a number of squads already finding themselves in the top 10, having contributed to the fall of Falcons as well. Boar still cannot finish them off, and we are down to 9 squads just like that before round 4 starts to glow.
Yeah, this is taking way too long. 5-Star is still watching this, and in the meantime, so many other teams get to move around for free. You see Oversleepers here in the northwestern side. They have all the space in the world. They do have 2 rats watching them, as well as Alliance around the bend, but both teams are already starting to take in pot shots, and now that SSG has also entered the circle, it's going to get even tougher. NRG has lost the fight. Board was able to move in before 5-Star could get the effective third party, and now it's a question of, do we see 2 teams up from the south or just 1? You can see 5-Star, not the optimal position here. They'll actually have to navigate a little bit outside, take a wide swing. It's a question of if Board even wants to take this. It seems like they have the capacity to, but Storm is moving in, and there are so many other teams flying down. It seems like to the southern end, that's where Oversleepers is headed. We might see a second third party a little early on. While SSG takes the fight against Empire on the west end, it seems like that's the one Oversleepers is going to gravitate towards, and good reason, is Board will begin to take the fight against 5-Star. They'll hold it down onto the launch pad, and it's going to be MJ with the first burn away, but Wizard Laser coin will fall next. Wall to try and separate the fight, and AO is still clean, but he can't fully recover. He's got to go in and try and take this fight off of the focus of attention. Can't finalize it. Now SSG is in on the mix. There goes another squad. There goes another fragment, and AO now stands alone with that full kit and can't even effectively take this fight. He still has to rotate up to circle, which is just now closing. Same with SSG though, so they can't fully commit either. They can only contest in the middle where Oversleepers is now sitting. This is not a spot AO can sit, but he'll adjust, get behind this rock, rat things out, wait the more exciting fights out, and right now that's Empire.
Empire trying to hold on with just the smokes, but has completely run out of space, and now they're just hoping that the full sends from above start to come through. That's going to be at least one over peak onto Oversleepers. It looks like there are going to be a number of Arc Stars at their feet that are going to start to take down those shields and put in the damage. Already losing one. Jinx trying to at least get the Finn here to maybe find a shield swap, and the hip fire from that is not going to be enough. SSG has lost one, but they're able to maintain their position and putting down that wall to get a reset as well. And they have most of the zone, or this side of the zone, still a bit open for them to continue playing this one out.
This is such a crazy pull. Spate Esports were in the optimal position before, but now they'll have to move a little bit south. They were in the middle of it all, able to avoid most of these fights, but now Empire have boxes and a full hill that they'll be able to play low ground off of. Oh man, the one ways they're gonna try and hunt off of that will be so fun. And all the while, Wi-Fi's rocking the freaking caustic. That is simply incredible. Love watching that. Up top, still Alliance and 2R1C vying for control. It seems like Alliance is taking a little more of a peaceful approach, and that is because 2 Rats is in Miles' fight at the moment. Yeah, Alliance now going to try and take their own pot shots, and a little bit of util burning before this migration is to happen. Question is, how much of a piece of it is SSG going to get? Because they seem like they're having the most fun just watching these poor guys navigate off the rotation, and indeed, that's where we're heading next. Evac Tower is ready and waiting, and Alliance will use it to try and take the opening shots. But a little late to the party, and Sans Hockey's, this team is not too good for wear. They'll have to play the long game. They'll have to play the glide back, and in fact, they might just end up on the north side as well. They'll spot Spate, and they'll have to take a rock. They'll have to fight for that natural cover, and it may only be one person wide. In fact, it seems like Alliance is already having trouble fighting this one out for themselves on their own. Unlucky has to do so much of this dirty work. But they are able to find a couple open spaces. Rest of the squad comes in. SSG also starting the burn, and 2R1C the first to fall. And now it's how much Alliance can pick up before they're fully noticed. On the run back, it seems like there's a rat in their stead that they want to hunt down first in Prio, but they fully can't. Unlucky is taken down early on, and now Alliance is fully split in twain. They can't commit to the rat killing either. And suddenly this game has become a lot easier for the teams that have those full squads left. Still, the pot shots, still the chunk damage, the death box to even extend that longevity, while all of these other teams still try to play the long game, still try to play for that optimized first place positioning. It is a playground, the most dangerous kind.
And there's still reses coming through in the middle of the fight. You cannot take any of these vermin out. It looks like Crozio has rejoined the battlefield. SSG still a duo strong up above, but it looks like the solo of Alliance may have just played spoiler to that. And we're going to see the full thirst onto Koi. They were able to get him back in at some point in this game, but they're quickly going to lose him again. Now the remaining members of, I believe that to be, is that Empire? No, that is not Empire.
That was SSG.
In either case, SSG is out.
But now Empire's going to take the fight. It is a 2v3 though, and Bofer has no shield, none to swap off of even, so it should be pretty trivial for Empire to be able to take this indeed. They will burn it down, and the long game is played best by them this time. From that low ground, it was unlikely of how they were going to approach that, but they did it the right way, and they'll find some good KP and placement points with game number 1.
Yeah, impressive there. It kind of looked dire for Empire at one point in that game, playing off of effectively just a smoke and maybe a rock to their name, but they're able to wait out just long enough. In fact, at some point in that fray, we're able to get the res onto Crow, which is just ridiculous. And with a lot of teams left with just bits and pieces of what they were at the start of the game, it was pretty simple to get that walk up there. I did kind of expect that to be the team that was making that walk up, but I didn't realize they were actually the ones further down south, which actually just made it that much easier for them, just walking up on that last bit of what you could maybe call a third party to clean up game number 1.
Yeah, what a pilgrimage that ended up being, but Empire's prio the whole way through in that final circle was lethal, and that's what matters in this meta. We'll see if teams can adapt coming into game number 2 after this break.
The game starts, long before the game starts. You get your gear right, your keyboard, your controller, your controller's controllers, and the keys to your keyboard. Because warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Returning out of game number 1, Tenrek and Mellowcrit here with Carnage Cup 7, presented by Zippo and Blacklight. Mellowcrit, like we got to mention a little bit there, team's having a lot of trouble navigating that last circle due to the strict steepness of it. But Empire coming out on top thanks to a very well-timed res and an even better timed rotation.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of time in that game, which was definitely a little bit fortunate for them. We weren't paying too much attention because they were in the vicinity for a good chunk. I mean, starting out of Pylon with some fantastic loot. We even noted the fact that they moved what seemed to be pretty early out of that pylon as well. So the fact that they moved so early and were still able to circle back on these southern teams, especially after having that big swing from Falcons into NRG that was eventually cleaned up by Oversleepers. I mean, it really opened up the game for them when Alliance joined the party off of that tower, off of that flight path that ended up dropping them and almost cleaning up a number of solo and duo squads. But unfortunately, the sub from Alliance, as you can see there, was not quite enough. SSG not able to clean things up and maintain their position. At the end of the day, just that patience from Empire really paid off there. They were able to soak up so much time and just wait out a lot of these fights. I mean, we had down to what, 5 teams into that 5th circle closing. So I think the patience really just paying out for them, and the fact that they were able to get Crow back in, even if they had to take straight up 3v3, using every single resource at their disposal there. Absolutely well-deserved win there, and I'm curious to see how many kills they picked up along the way, because obviously starting off with a win is great, but did they have the kills to boot? It looks like yes. Over 20 points for that first place squad there on your leaderboard. Currently Empire with 21 points.
Yeah, really decent start. Hey, shout out Spade Esports for picking up all those extra kills. A team that is going to be playing in that last chance qualifier in about a month from now. Definitely pay attention to them. Big North American up-and-comers, and they had a great game this time around. Falcons obviously didn't get to do much this time around. They got a little scavenged, but that was a lot of the MO for much of this first game. Is a lot of teams just picking up on scraps. A lot of wake-up calls, I assume, coming into game number 2. I think we'll see a lot more discipline, a lot more respect, and even some fear sown among these teams going into our second game, and hopefully a more populated circle. Hopefully one that's not a 10,000 mile steep hill.
Yeah, I gotta say that incline is not an easy one to play. You could see just how much people were struggling for space early on, but the fighting in the south, I think, made a lot of what the final top teams like what the final composition of our final teams really was, right? We might have seen Falcons there if they were successful in that rotation, putting up that wall. They weren't able to defend against NRG, and in turn NRG wasn't able to defend from the other squads that were coming from the southwest. So ultimately all of that really clearing the way for our winning squad. So I think that's something that we have to look out for, right? Is where these power teams are making their rotates, where they're potentially causing damage to the defenses on the edges of these 4th and 5th zones, to find which teams are going to get those game-winning fights towards the end of the game.
And that's really what it has come down to, isn't it? Is after all of this, it still comes down to the same basics. And that's, I think, what speaks to the potential fluidity of this meta and what it's going to become. I mean, we already saw teams doing some really crazy stuff. The conduit thrown into the mix, I think that's fun. I think that's a good idea. I'd love to see what it develops into when you don't have such a terrible path. A really unfortunate one that runs straight into like the best ranked team in the world right now. So I think we'll see these teams definitely get to flesh out some more stuff. Maybe a contest. Blurple is still only 2 people strong, so I'm wondering how this early game is going to look any different from before. I don't believe so. Oh, I'm getting word. Okay, Hambino is back, so we do get a full squad for Blurple this time around. So maybe we'll see a contest in Checkpoint. But other than that, yeah, this first round, I don't think anybody was doing anything too wrong. Just don't disconnect your controller like Funk apparently also did.
Yeah, that's a pretty suboptimal when your controller fragger does not have a controller in their hands, or rather a controller connected to the game. But that's another team that, now that you bring that up, it is a team that I definitely have my eyes out on, because it was pretty lukewarm performance. I think they're losing a fight very, very early is not what you expect of that roster at all. So it's another team that can pop off at any point, which is why you can never count out the bottom of this leaderboard, right? One of these big wins is going to get you into that top 10 contention, which is all we're really playing for here. It feels great to get a win under your belt. And in fact, one big win can actually be all you really need to get over that line, as long as you maintain consistency, get a couple more decent games in there. That's kind of all it takes. So Empire is going to be gaining a whole lot of confidence, I think, moving into these next couple of games, knowing that they're at least already within earshot of a top 10 performance.
Yeah, and it gets to lead to, again, a massive shift in tempo for some of these teams who get to take a step back and purely play for those placement points a lot earlier. We got to speak about the pace of some of these teams when they play in tournament settings, and how some of them get a little over panicked by the time it gets to game 5 and 6 when they haven't had an impact performance. And the teams who are willing to just let things go and just play the game out right now are the teams that are going to have the most luck, the teams that are going to find the most leechers that are just standing out in the open. The teams that show that initiative, that show that proactive play in the first half of this event, are going to be ready for the reactive play heavy meta that's going to introduce itself at the higher skill ceiling when we go into day number 2. So expect a lot more action, especially from these potentially lower level teams, these CC and FENB teams. They will be hungry, they will be fighting, they will absolutely be playing, and I cannot wait to watch every single second of it.
Yeah, and there's a number of teams. I couldn't agree more. I think there's a number of teams here that might have pretty solid game plans, and they're getting to test them against some of the best players in the world. We have to shout out Donut Shop, Davis Wave. Very impressive performance last year in the Challenger circuit, continuing to establish themselves as a very accomplished IGL that maybe is just outside of that Pro League breaking point. I'd say there's actually a number of players in these lobbies that are at that sort of cusp of breaking into that Pro League performance sort of slot. So I think those teams have a very interesting opportunity here. We saw them fall very early to SSG off of, I think, a little bit of a overzealous rotate there, wrapping back towards the spiders that got punished instantly. But that's exactly how you figure out what's going to work and what isn't going to work, when world-class teams are there to punish your mistakes immediately and with just swiftness and perfect execution. That's what you know, maybe that rotate wasn't the way to go. So I think a great opportunity for these teams to learn, as well as, of course, fight for the prize pool, right? It can always be your week, it can always be your weekend, your day. So if there's a big pop off from some of these teams that we've been seeing in the Challenger circuit, we've seen their progression over time, could really surprise us in the end.
Yeah, I think that's a big error that we're seeing a lot of teams enter, especially with this patch, is sort of slingshotting yourself into fights a little earlier than you reckon for. And normally we see that with just like one lone overextender. That's been a lot of like where EMEA pro teams sort of fall off, is that you see like one guy getting a little overzealous. But in the Carnage Cup, if you do start to stick yourself out in the bunker composition, you have a flowchart normally that you're gonna come equipped with a little more often. And so these plays in which you do see someone kind of scouting out in the middle of circle while the other players are on perimeter, or you see these guys stepping out of the windows to take those early pot shots and letting themselves be known, that is entirely intentional as those plays where you go for that hyper aggression. So again, I'm interested to see if those teams have sort of mastered that idea of launching that momentum and gaining whatever advantage they can, because advantage has not become as important with this metagame, with that stuff like the EMPs and that bunker denial. You're able to play a lot more reactively in a meta like this.
Yeah, and speaking of a meta that is sort of dynamic in that way, when there's a lot of teams you're not familiar with, teams that you aren't regularly playing against, that can certainly affect your character picks. I think even across international scrims to now, we're seeing a number of teams actually pick up the Catalyst on Stormpoint. Not that it was an unknown quantity, but I think it is a very interesting flex pick for a tournament like this, because when you don't expect every good team or every team to be playing like the best teams and rotating quickly to their spot, moving out of your way so that you can have those clean rotates. If you need to be on your toes, ready to make a quick decision to swap your game plan or swap your rotation, I think the Catalyst opens up a lot of that, specifically on Stormpoint. That wall is an incredible resource that I think we almost saw it there used to perfection by the Falcons. Obviously, running up to a unfavorable situation didn't help them show that off, but nonetheless, moving into the rest of these Stormpoint games, I expect that Catalyst pick to be that sort of hybrid flexibility pick that's going to give you the bonus of being a control character, as well as just having a lot of great tools at their disposal.
Speaking of tools that's at your disposal, it's going to be taken advantage of by not Insomnia, it's Solus. They have the entirety of Launchpad this round, as unfortunately Luminosity Gaming, unable to make it into the lobby this time. That's why you see that 19 squads instead of the 20. Hopefully they'll be able to work things out, but as we said before, I think Sykes and Funk both individually had some issues. So hopefully they'll be able to fix those up. In the meantime, yeah, we'll see Solus get a little more loot. And another NPMV team, DZ Eve, also having a decent amount of space to themselves. I gotta say, they can extend kind of wherever they want to, whether that's through the north side, which it seems like that might be what they end up doing if this circle pulls farther north. But they have quite a bit of space to slingshot off of themselves. They can take a fight against Spate. They can take a fight against Thuggets. They can take a fight against Oversleepers, or they can sit pretty and hold down these individual spots for again, that longevity that plays so well this meta.
And this is one of the picks that you sort of highlighted here, right?
Yeah.
That's
they get all
definitely surprising.
They get all of it. It's crazy.
Yep, and they get Launchpad with yeah, like you said, just a ton of space to play. Solus on your screens is also going to be rocking the Conduit paired with our best grappling friend there in the Pathfinder, which is really interesting composition, really interesting stack. I'm going to reserve my judgment for when they start getting into those team fights. The Conduit was sort of a menace for a long while in a couple of metas ago, just a couple of months ago. Definitely falling out of favor, but coming back into this lobby, we're going to see just how it performs against the wall of cryptos, up against the walls of the Catalyst and the fences of the many Watsons we expect to see on your screens. But for the time being, just going to wait out this sort of looting portion, try to take a look at where we expect this zone to pull, so we can see what early fights are going to be forced. SSG looking to be, or excuse me, SES looking to force their first fight here. They have one member down. Spate Esports trying to pick up that first 3.
This is so hyper aggro. This is moving in on such an open space. This is where DZ Eve was sitting. They're the ones getting fought right now. But they have so much open space that Spate dared to take. This is so ballsy. And yet it's working out to an extent. Huntsman the only one down so far, and Bofer is able to hold down the line. And with this one body in front of him, don't know who it is. We'll see. It's Jace. So that's actually their one big sub. Normally it's... Oh, goodness me. 2R1C is here. Oh, and they're going to eat good. Spate gets absolutely melted. And Solus is still up. Technically, I suppose so is Spate, but they are weak and without at least one. And with that, 2R1C, they'll make their getaway. Very clean hit and run. And now they're going to run so they can hit. We got a runner. We got 2R1C sliding, trying to hunt this one down. And that means Solus, or DZ Eve rather, excuse me, will get left a little more intact. Renee has migrated all the way down to Stormcatcher to try and evade things, while Spate Esports will be the one to take the brunt of the punishment. We're down to 18 squads.
Yeah, the aggression immediately punished there. 2R1C. I don't know if there was some sort of smack talk going on that we weren't watching, expecting this to have happen. But 2R1C very quick to the punch, and of course assisted by the fact that they have so much mobility on this squad. They're able to easily punish that fight. Is Eve going to make their way out, I believe, and maybe live to fight another day.
It's just Renee
able to get some of their members up, and you can see Renee just peeking there up on the northern, or on the topmost part of your screen. So we'll see if they manage to get their squad back in. DZ Eve has come back from some tough spots, but it looks like it's getting even tougher as NRG is starting to move in, multiple squads starting to move in, and this is probably a pretty good preview of where we expect this zone to pull, Tenric, as multiple squads have joined the fray, starting to take up these positions early, and trying to contest maybe 4 spots that are left open in this building. Otherwise, they're going to have to find a nice rock to sit between and hope that they can wait out some of the other squads and punish those rotations.
This is really proactive by a lot of the teams, and yeah, Renee's just going to make a getaway from all of that. She is miles back. It should be said that she's not playing with either of her normal teammates today. Non is a pretty normal step in, and she's always one of the most consistent players in FENB, NA Apex anyway. Like, she will fit onto whatever team. But I think it's Jean. We don't normally see them play too often with Renee. Normally it's Scarlet, and that duo is absolutely lethal. So we're not even seeing DZ Eve at like half their power today, and yet they live on, at least for now. In the meantime, yeah, like you said, teams very much gravitating towards Lightning Rod Command Center, trying to find a building. NRG looks like they were trying to, but 2R1C, they are playing puppy guard. They are not going to move. They are very happy with how much loot they're already sitting with, and they want to play to win out this early game so they can fight for that end game positioning a little earlier than everyone else, but it seems like we'll enter a little bit of a shooty, bang stalemate for a lot of these teams who want to vie for just ground they can keep. And 2R1C, they have ground. They can keep it. NRG, they need to find a position and maintain it. They haven't done that yet.
It looks like they did find that first knock, which might open up the possibilities here. Nice crack. They're going to continue to aggress. They're going to push forward. That is going to be another follow-up knock, this time onto, is it going to be Micey? And that is going to be Fun, FPS, and Co. The rest of NRG have fully taken over this building from right underneath their noses. And this is so critical, right? Taking these fights before this area gets too crowded, before there's too much potential of that aggressive third party. In fact, Dan and Trev Stacks are already looking at this, potentially trying to also follow up on that aggression with some aggression of their own. And this northeast pocket, where this zone seems to be gravitating towards, is so difficult to access in the mid game and especially in the late game. So getting a spot early here and taking those fights when they're safe in this general vicinity is so important. Fantastic work from NRG here. Fantastic job from Trev and Co. Also taking up the other end of this building. And now they both sort of get to look over the peasants. They're going to walk from up below them, or walk from down below them, rather, trying to make it up this hill, trying to jump from rock to rock. And honestly, just fighting for rocks is what's going to end up happening for so many of these squads. While I gotta say, two teams have already taken up a very solid bit of real estate in this building.
I gotta say, this is a great play from Nuggets to play on top of NRG without necessarily forcing a fight. Very protective play. And with this other squad on the other side, any invaders are walking into essentially two fights at the same time. Mutually assured destruction Thuggets has given NRG, and NRG, they have to be happy with it. They have to accept that they'll have to play for placement first, KP second, because no team is going to want to touch them with a 10-foot pole. Instead, they'll have to touch them with a 100-foot away bullet, which is what teams are currently trying to do to Thuggets, as they're maintaining this high ground. Obviously, one of the most attractive things on the map regardless, so people are taking their pot shots. Luckily, we got some meds to carry things out, and a lot of teams to distract. One Alliance holding down the north against what could be 2 or 3 invaders, and meanwhile, the other EU Legends and Exo clan are so stuffed up on the southeast corner they can't really enter either. It's a big 16 squad stalemate for this Ring 3, which excites me. Could mean a very populated endgame, which is something that I'm sure these especially higher level teams were craving. Here's Falcons moving in from the storm. They are getting a little bit touched up by who else but Solus, who have managed to snake their way out to the front line this time. Funny how it works, but Falcons, again, they also have the meds, so they should be able to play this for the long haul. Make a wide swing. I don't think they want to fight this at this stage in the condition that they're at. They just want to prio ring, and then maybe they'll take someone on.
Yeah, and this just speaks to how difficult this zone is to access. They've decided the hill is no longer accessible. They've decided even that choke that's being held by Exo not worth taking that fight with how many teams have moved here early. So they're actually hitting the wide wrap, but now Solus is the team that has an opportunity to keep out the Falcons. It looks like the wrap has been made from right around them, so no effective keep out from them. They're actually pushing a little bit forward, so maybe they caught someone out of line here, a little bit behind the team, but now they've sort of placed themselves even further out of edge, and that's actually another team entirely that's putting on the heat. Falcons now going to follow up with an ultimate of their own from the Fuse. That might be the fight opener that could get them that first knocking. Yes, indeed. Riley goes down.
That's got to do it. You've got to commit to the edge at this point. Solus has made too much noise. They have to win this fight and then win everything else in front of them. It will be over for them, but the question is Falcons over first? One is down on their side. It's Gen and Zero having to play the long game from the storm, but Solus is now getting aggressed by a couple of ultimates. There's the Bang ult to siphon off one, and it looks like Dan Mantic from Thuggets also wants a piece of the action, sees how much potentially could be in their way. But Falcons still up, still fighting, still shooting, still dealing that pressure, and Kyrie will fall. Solus is down to just one crest step, coming off a second place at Twitch Rivals just last week. Now has to hold it down against 2, but Falcons, it seems like they're hungrier for a different fight. They'll head back over to Exo Clan in the 2v2 instead. Jedburn on half health. 0 the
Oh
very
my
same
goodness.
face first of these two, and what happens? Falcons win the majority of it. Jen's got to finish it off, and he certainly can. Those Kimbo Mozams, my God. Falcons are up and running and in the storm, no less.
Jen Burton there going nuclear with those double Mozams. And this really is off the back of Solus overextending horribly. I mean, knowing where Solus is positioned right up against these rocks and knowing that there's a team, we can see them now, is that Trevstack squad out in front of them. NRG with plenty of line of sight across this entire field on the northeast, walking up to try and aggress on Falcons there. Detrimental. It ends up costing them completely. And even though EXO tried to sort of advance off of that mistake, they ultimately end up falling as well. And now that entire pocket belongs to Falcons. Incredible ability to fight back against the edge of zone. And now they get to wait this out even longer. They get loot from an entire team that was sitting there early. That couldn't have been a better outcome for Falcons.
And now they're paying attention to Dan Mantuk, who is still overextended here for Thuggets outside of Lightning Rod, trying to pay some more attention to them. Nobody can finish each other, but it's a nice intermission. Falcons are, in fact, going to double back into Storm and just loot up. Maybe try and farm a better position with an evac tower. That might be what they go for, because this is a very stuffed up Lightning Rod. They cannot see the position consistently here. And that begs the question of these teams that are still going to head inside this circle on the northeast end towards Lightning Rod. That being Most Board, as well as Space Station Gaming. I know we have a couple rats in the mix too. But Falcons, it looks like they will, in fact, take their leave, but it's right back to where they won that last fight. They're actually, it seems, satisfied with holding this pocket and brute forcing their way through to the circle whenever they'll have to. Luckily, there is only one rat that really stands in their way. Crest Up is the first line of defense, at least for the time being, so maybe they'll have an easy time with it. Ooh, already spotted, though. Huge open space that they've got to navigate here.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to fight back a little bit. They do have that fuse that is going to be able to poke from afar. At the very least, just prevent these teams from poking for free. Watson Gen there is going to be very difficult to really aggress on in any significant fashion. But like you said, I think there's no reason for them to get too overactive here. They have a little bit of space to play, and we know that the teams that are going to have to walk up this hill are going to slowly tick away at each other. In fact, Most Hated already ticking away at a team up above them. They're going to lose one. Laser going to go down to Johnny. Dynasty looks like they're going to follow suit shortly. Volt Hipfire not going to be enough. Already down to one.
And there's no real way Kraby can go here. There's someone in his way everywhere.
Oh my God.
Except for one. The rat for Blurple. Fully stocked out. And Most Hated survives. So does Envy for a moment. Insomnia, a team that we haven't gotten to pay nearly enough attention to, in my opinion, just yet. Hopefully we will more on World's Edge. But Most Hated will survive that kerfuffle with everyone intact, in fact. They'll have a lot of space on this southern edge, but they will have to use it to get back into circle, where they are also being watched by, first and foremost, Empire on that southern end, who are obviously multitasking with this very populated Lightning Rod building, but they will be able to turn this around and fight this out if they have to. In the meantime, they'll head up a little more, just try and grab a safer spot on the rocks in this circle where they can tuck from, especially, again, with these gas traps. You have to play with a very adaptable open space, and it seems like Wi-Fi's found the right pocket again, at least for now.
Yeah, it's going to be critical that they effectively need to do the exact same thing they did in game number 1, right? They're leapfrogging towards the southern end. In fact, they're a little bit earlier to the punch than they were before. So now it is up to them to keep out the teams that are still continuing to flood in from the south. You see their Most Hated is going to be likely that team to be a Most Hated. Very formidable fighting squad. Dynasty and Laser will not shy away from a fight. And they've got a Kraber to work with. One headshot here could change it all. Tenric doesn't even have to be a headshot. Body shot plus a little bit of damage from your team is more than enough. And they've already set up that zip line, so they are ready to hit that button. They've managed to find even more space. They've actually jockeyed for quite a bit of space here, and now they're sitting on the inside. They have decent cover here, and they have some sight lines over towards their opponents in Empire. Empire might have let them get away with this for free a little bit too far, and triple red shields as well. Now a very unfavorable fight might break out.
It's double Krabers that Most Hated is rocking, and Kraby has double Havoc? What am I watching right now? This is insane. Most Hated is trying to take a fight 3 different ways at the same time, and none of them are optimized because they're playing with 2 snipers. I mean, look how far out Laser still is. This is so disjointed, but I suppose it has to be. They want to play this from several fronts just so they can rotate whichever way they need to, but the longer this fight goes on, the more dangerous it gets. NRG is finally going to let the trigger fly onto Thuggets. It's about time, as they've been housemates this entire game. NRG going to win out the first spat of it, taking down Stomps as Solus gets eliminated in the meantime. NRG have even more nooks that they can duck into now, along with a couple other pieces of utility. Gucky also gonna get eliminated, so we have half of our lobby remaining as we head into our final circles. A couple outstanders, but just about everyone's here to party.
And NRG has managed to defend this spot, which is fantastic for their prospects of winning out this game. But look who's actually taken up the space that they gave up. If I'm not mistaken, that's actually Falcons that has swooped in. So even though NRG is able to take out Donut Shop and really claim the entire other side of this building to themselves, they have to share it once again, this time with perhaps an even scarier fighting team across the way. So this is exactly what we expect from zones like this, right? The end game is going to be full of terrifying teams that are opportunistic, and they're going to take every fight that they can get for free as soon as it presents itself. Already finding a knock here in this fight. Not quite free, though, eating up a lot of damage. Zero is going to fall. Imperial House still burning from this double thermite stack that has managed to find its way onto the back line. Gold res is going to come through. Jem Burton going to pick up Zero, so this might still be salvageable, and it looks like they've held on for now, but they've also given up decent position, and no, it's not even over. Zero falls again. Imperial Howl falls again, and it's down to Jem Burton with the Mozams again, trying to save it out. Not going to be enough this time around, and NRG has exterminated yet another squatter, excuse me, on their building.
Falcons were trying to get the timing right on the rush down against NRG when 5-star began the fight, but they just couldn't get it done. They had to get into circle, and they had to find a time to do it. The time apparently was not then. Board does not have that problem. They're stuck under. In fact, they have very few teams they have to fight. The high ground is fully controlled by Donut Shop at this point. NRG has moved down into the building after that fight against 5-star to heal up and potentially take the last fight of the game. They are playing for that end game now that they've taken this position for so damn long. It is the stragglers that will make their way in and try to contest for those final positions to lead into top 5 for 3 and 2. But look how wide out NRG is able to extend. Everyone else having to play specifically around them. Most hated, having a little bit of a do-si-do at the moment inside this electrical field, as SSG has had to relegate that position. In the meantime, other teams around the stairwells as well. Everyone's trying to find the off angle on top of these ultimates, but NRG is sitting pretty the whole way through. This EMP doesn't affect them. Nothing really can at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a solid setup for them. They've been fighting for it all game. They've maintained it for now. You gotta like their chances at winning out, especially when teams like Alliance are swooping up above your head and cleaning up shop. It's gonna be SSG taken out, and we actually saw Donut Shop drop down just a little bit ago to try and clean up some kills of their own. So Alliance, once again, just a team that we didn't quite look out for up until the very end game. They've swooped in, but this time a much more survivable situation with all 3 strong going into this next zone close, and plenty of other teams that are still fighting for scraps below them.
That's Oversleepers down on the north side. They were the last members. They were right behind Alliance, actually. And so now it's their turn to try to move in. Their victims have to be most hated, sitting under. Board and moved upstairs as it appears. Oh, no, they're down. Never mind, I'm a liar. But most hated, they have red shields. They have a lot of time to play with, a lot of space as well, so they can heal back up and play more reactively for this move in. And Oversleepers, they also have to deal with the remainder of, I believe that is Donut Shop as well. Down on the rocks, where Alliance and NRG are now paying attention to as well. Everyone's just trying to find the KP first. But it's Oversleepers that have had to play the long game. Oh, goodness. Most hated, I believe, see a way in to finish off Oversleepers, though. There's simply too much space to take over. Unlucky, gonna let that Ring of Fire slide and gonna find some early chip off of it. Sees a good angle to take on, but can't finalize unless the rest of the team is there. And Alliance, they have too much on their plate. They have to manage the placement before the kills. Unlucky says, hey, why not both if I can? And with this fire, with this ordnance, with this knuckle cluster, I have at least one rat forced away. Melted down, shields gone, but not fully broken. No, still up and standing. Still that uncertainty, but Unlucky will find at least one. And now Oversleepers are too weak to continue fighting. They will have to settle for that rat positioning, but Tyler subbing in for Alliance for this and probably Mannheim, saying absolutely not. Oversleepers is gone.
And that was going to be the ultimate from from up above committed by the fuse, which means that you're not going to be able to utilize that now to block off the exit of NRG. So NRG still alive, and probably the one squad you're going to have to be the most worried about, since they're the ones that have to walk out at about the same time you do. It looks like they're just opting to take the zip, and they're taking to the skies. Tenrek, they don't want anything to do with this. They're just going to sit up above on this antenna and wait it out for as long as they humanly can, and they're still putting down the damage, making it so that NRG does not get this free walkout as the zone closes. NRG have actually fallen first, and Alliance just gets to fall on down and claim what is rightfully theirs. Though right as I say that, the timing there not quite there. The shield swaps were available, and Most Hated steals that one away.
Completely fumbled after Most Hated takes the fight early. Their timing is even better for the third party, and Alliance cannot shield dance that time around to save their lives. Most Hated takes a free 6-piece in the bare end of that fight, along with the 15 placement points. A stunning choke from two of the top build teams against a squad of real underdogs, of real fighters. I'm so glad they got that first place.
Yeah, that's incredible. A team that we maybe expected to get gate-kept in Ring 4 suddenly comes out and wins it all after they're able to take that low ground and fight out multiple teams, fight out multiple squads. It just became a waiting game. Alliance, they made that waiting game look spectacular. It looked like they were doing everything right. They forced NRG to walk first. NRG, excuse me, trying to settle for that second place, not able to take it against the fighting prowess of Most Hated. And Alliance couldn't stop them either. Beautiful, beautiful turnaround. Again, just a flip of the coin there, and we have an entirely different winner than we might have expected. LAN champion team can't quite get it done against Most Hated.
That's just how it goes, and we'll see that it affects the scoreboard. We're about to get hit like a truck. Game 3, final one on Storm Point for Group A is coming after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Once again, back with the 7th Carnage Cup. Tenrek and Mellowcrit about to enter Game 3, final one on Storm Point for this first group of competitors today. But man, what a fun last circle that got to be. A whole lot more populated than the last game for sure, and it was all because of that contested building. Every single level of it contested basically constantly over those last 2 circles.
Yeah, and it really did look like NRG was doing everything right there. I got to give them a lot of credit. They were able to swap around when they could take the right fights to clear this one out. And it was actually very early off the start of the game that NRG actually fought for that position. It looked like Falcons was going to find their way in that endgame as well, having taken up that spot that NRG gave up after what was an incredibly precarious rotation that you saw there briefly on your screens. But yeah, incredibly impressive stuff from them. And at the end of the day, it really came down to Most Hated fighting tooth and nail to stay in the game the entire time, not letting up at any point.
I mean, what a great entrance they got to have under that staircase. NRG couldn't play the waiting game, and Most Hated, they got to. I mean, you get a free laser the second they step down. Same can be said for Alliance. Timing truly was everything there. And it'll navigate them to the very top of the leaderboard. 28 points strong, heavy collateral going forward the rest of this group. Falcons had an amazing game that time around. They are now in the top 10 as well. NRG, stable 23 points as well. Same for Alliance. We're starting to see the echelons be developed, but certainly nothing certain. I mean, in the meantime, though, definitely a couple teams to pay attention to. Unfortunately, not Luminosity. They will be continuing to sit at that big old goose egg for the rest of this lobby. Unfortunately, they did have to step back from the event, so unfortunate that we will not see them. But Hambino is back, so full Blurple that managed to get 2 KP this game, so they are on the board. Good to see that. In the meantime as well, a bit surprised by Thugget's lack of points. Their positioning was really great, but it seems like their timing with fights was just unfortunately not for this world. hopefully the circle can extend a little more south, so those teams near the bottom, like DZ, like Thuggets, like Gucky, like ExoClan, who have had to be so stagnant so long, will be able to stretch their wings and maybe get some points on the board.
Yeah, and it really can just be that small increment of advantage, right? Getting that zone to pull your way just a little bit. It seems like you said, they've been in the right spot at the right times, but when some of those really strong teams just steal that position right from under you, it's really about that holding power, and I think that's what maybe is lacking a little bit, as well as knowing when to jog for position, right? I think that's a really important as we get into the mid game. If you see that opportunity and the timing is right, actually not taking the right fight can be a detriment to how you end up in the leaderboard overall. So those easy early positions can feel great, but if you don't keep fighting to maintain them, that's how you go. That's how you kind of fall off. Easiest way to put it, right? That's how you kind of lose that advantage. It slowly starts to dissipate as more and more teams are willing to just take those fights and take those spots away from you.
Yeah, you've got to start moving. You've got to start extending. You've got to look for that next thing, even if that next thing is not going to happen for another 5 minutes. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. As simple as that, unfortunately. Hopping into this last game for Storm Point, a couple teams to look out for. Mellow, obviously the highest scorers, obviously the teams that are known for doing well on Storm Point. Falcons still trying to get that W here. NRG prime positioning last time. They kind of like just going into prime positioning this time around. I would love to see, like I said before, I'd love to see DZ Eve have a path, because they really do have a lot of space to work with. They just got invaded last game very quickly, so they just need to be a little more ready. That's what I expect from a lot of these, sort of lower level teams in the scoreboard right now, is just being prepared to fight a little bit earlier here, because it's clear that some of these teams, that's what they want to do, and that's where the KP fall off comes.
Yeah, and the KP fall off is real with so many teams that are trying to play so defensively. Finding those openings is very difficult. You really have to force those mistakes, and I think we saw it in game 1 with SSG. We saw it in game 2 with Falcons. When unforced errors start to come through in some of these game plans, these top contender teams are going to punish them every single time, and they're going to pick up the KP that you are not picking up every single time. So it's important that you understand why you are making these rotations, why you are overextending for poke, why you are overextending to try and clear out a team, because if the risk is not worth the reward, and oftentimes it isn't, you're going to find yourself in a much worse position.
Yeah, intention is so important, especially in this early game. Even when no one is watching, every second counts, and Most Hated knows that. They're navigating to make sure that Barometer is fully looted before everyone even knows if that's where the circle's headed, which now we do. It's pulling southwest. It could absolutely pull Barrow, so good call for Most Hated to go for that prime pathing north to south ultra fast, and now they are ready to play whoever might walk into their to their domain first. Even got a little draggy for the road.
Yeah, I'm waiting things out a little bit. It looks like this split has been probably the more respectful way to split up this POI. Yeah, they're not looking to get aggressive at all. They're taking their loot on that southern side and moving their way out, which, I mean, you do give up quite a bit, right? You don't have access to the spider den. You don't have access to the crafter. You can remotely scan if you really feel like that is something important, but I think Gucky here is definitely getting the better end of the deal. I think they're a team that I think has a lot of favor for these last couple of zones to make something happen. They've also sort of fallen short a little bit. So I think the game plan needs to be cleaned up from all of these teams a little bit for this final game, because it is important that you pick up as many points on each map. And before this map swap, before the dynamic changes entirely and everyone has to make these sort of adjustments to the lobby once again, it's important that you try and squeeze out as much as possible from Storm Point.
Yeah, it should be said that a lot of the teams are playing with like subs, so there's a lot of uncertainty. I think in general with teams, a lot of them want to just play it safe on default, and for Gucky that's no different. Normally Apathy's in the mix. This time Main is subbing in for them. So I understand why they might want to also kind of avoid the fight. Blurple maybe playing that mutually beneficial relationship, and in fact they'll use it to extend a little bit. You see Hambino trollopsing a little bit south to see if anybody's puppy guarding this first opening that it looks like they'll have to take, but they might need to take it kind of quick, as Board is also watching from down Beast, which was their pick. Oh, oops, I think we have to. Okay. All right. I'm getting word from Prod that we got a bad server, so we'll have to start over. Luckily, it was before anything too exciting happened, so we'll take a second and get back into that. Our apologies.
Yep, unfortunate. It does happen, and especially I think one unfortunate reality of brand new patches, we get a lot of fun new toys, but oftentimes those new toys don't let us play the game. No, but that's all right. We'll have to wait things out a little bit, and hopefully get a better start here for the last game of Stormpoint. As we were mentioning, our last game of Stormpoint for this first lobby. What teams do you think have the most potential to really have that eureka moment in these games? Because I think some teams definitely have Stormpoint a little bit more figured out than even their World's Edge, which is a little bit shocking considering we've had World's Edge for so long, and yet some teams really just find their footing in these Stormpoint games, in these games where you know, these rotations can happen on very open spaces that are very scary to transition from and to. So is there a team in particular that you've got your eyes set on that you think is gonna have that big pop-off game in Game 3?
Absolutely. It's Insomnia for me. That's a team that I've been paying attention to since starting, watching for this event. And it's a team that I think it does exceedingly well as a team for specifically Stormpoint. And it doesn't necessarily come from their mechs, which are great, or their legend choice, which is fine most of the time. Sometimes they'll be a little silly, but that's the norm for the teams that are not T1. But it's their comms. It's the way that they interact with each other. I think Juliantix in particular is one of the most collected and most consistently flowcharty IGLs I've seen so far this year in North America. I think her ability to kind of switch how the team commits on a dime to being able to take a full fight or just playing for chip, just playing for a rat. They're very easily able to dip in and out of fights. But a lot of the time that happens when the elevation is a variable, when you're in a place like Barrow or Trenches. And the Circle obviously hasn't pulled those places yet in Stormpoint. So I think if Insomnia makes it round 3 or 4, which again will be difficult because their migration, I think the rotation isn't super, amazing compared to some of these other teams. But like totally and completely, I think that the shot calling is amazing. I think the instant recognition from her two teammates in Envy and Selena, I think, is also very, very good. I think that those three players have amazing synergy, and I'd love to see it play out properly in their fighting tempo, because it is a very unique form of fighting I think they take.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that's one of the wonderful things about some of these squads that are, especially in that challenger circuit range, where it's teams that are sort of finding their footing, not just within the scene, but with each other, with those teammates that they're finally starting to have some success with. I mean, I obviously have to shout out a couple of, I'd love to shout out a lot of teams, but Oversleepers is certainly one of them.
Yeah.
I think Vaudry has, over the course of many competitive seasons, been gone from like a player that you expect to see in a lot of finals lobbies to be like, okay, real contender in any of these lobbies. So
yeah.
Every time I see Vaudry with a squad, I think it's a really exciting prospect to watch over Sleepers, because I think they're a team that really can just spring up out of nowhere and take these games down against some of the best of the best.
Yeah, Vaudry is always one of the most fun players to watch in the lobby for sure. Kid's still 17 as well. It feels like he's been a child the entire time I've been, well, right. He has been a child the entire time I've been watching him play Apex, but he's been a child forever. It's insane. He started when he was like 15 or 14. It was nuts, and he's still so dang good. And he'll be playing with, like you said, Oversleepers, that team that managed to make it pretty decently far last game, but they were last to the party. They were behind Alliance on the follow-up from the north side, so basically everyone was watching them already, Alliance especially, and so they got pretty easily finished. We will see if they meet the same fate with whatever circle will actually gravitate to. Last game before we unfortunately got pulled, it did veer a little southwest. We'll see if that happens again here as teams get to their drop spots and begin looting once more. We back, baby. Game 3, Stormpoint, last one here for Group A.
Last opportunity for Group A to pick up points on this beautiful map here. We get to check it out once more from above as we load on in. And
is she?
Hopefully,
hello?
I was gonna say.
He's back. Okay.
There we go. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. We're partying.
What's up with that, guys? What are we...
We're back in the mix.
What's going on?
In the mix. Getting the shakes off still. I imagine they will be all but gone in World's Edge games, but nonetheless, Stormpoint third game of the day, and we got plenty more Apex for y'all. Just a heads up for anyone who was not aware, after these 6 games we got 6 more for our lobby B, so we're just getting started, Tenrek, and these games have already been a treat.
It's true, yeah. We have so much fun Apex to play today, and lobby B is as exciting as this lobby. I think just as many teams to be excited about, just as many dark horses to introduce potentially new viewers to, everything you love to see in a Carnage Cup. I think everything is going according to plan so far, I would say.
Oh, yes.
Which is a perfect thing to say 2 hours into day 1 of the broadcast. Thank you very much. Circle lane, southwest this time. We're going north once more. Where does this pull, you reckon? Cedo?
No, you know, it's actually
no.
not too dissimilar from our previous lobby, which is it's interesting, right? We're kind of happy to see that after a restart, but I mean, a death center is looking pretty attractive. I'm not gonna lie. I think there's a good chance anything from Cedo could be up towards the gondola, up on the northern sort of tip, and you can see a couple of teams are already favoring that side, if not to just loot it up, potentially to actually set up their bunker for the entirety of the game. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and watch as teams get more looted up, more informed. You can see 5S there picking up their first scan of the game to try and get a lay of the land and see where they're going to be able to walk up. I don't think they're going to meet all that much resistance, if I'm being completely honest, and already getting up that Evo as well. So just kind of going through the motions, right? I think now that we're in this third game, a lot of these teams sort of have gotten done dealing with their contestant third parties from the looks of it. Not too much excitement here, but right as I say that, it looks like a team might be walking up on 5S.
That's Falcons moving in, and they're on the Trident. It seems like they wanted to get a drive-by going when they exited. Falcons coming all the way over from Devastated Coast, which was their draft pick here. Managed to, stalk them a little bit towards Pylon, but opportunity missed, and so Falcons, they're going on a road trip. They're going all the way around Coastal. They're going to head a barometer, as it looks like. But meanwhile, the non-perimeter teams, like you said, have already gravitated towards that dead center. SSG, one of the ones that's just so dang good at getting in a building and saying mine. As you can see, Zainu setting up shop. And in the meanwhile, Koifel keeping watch. Nobody deciding to show their heads just yet, unless it's necessity, like an Evo harvester. Yeah, you get out of there, buddy.
Yeah, and the fact that they're here early is pretty, I think, pretty indicative of where we could easily expect this zone to pull. Having this spot nice and early means that now it's all about them being proactive, right? Getting those shields up, making sure that they are progressing their resources without burning too many of them. That Watson pylon, perfect tool for the job. And keep those shields up without having to burn cells left and right. Right, like you said, according to plan for SSG here, I think they're getting set up really comfortably because we know what that team can do in the end game, so it's just about getting there.
Getting to the end game has been the big issue for some of these FENB teams, unfortunately. They've just been cut off because their mechs and fights are so good, but unfortunately their pathing, they just don't have as much experience as these ALGS teams when it comes to pathing against the best of the best. And they've gotten cut off a little too early, a little too often, but hopefully with these teams starting to get more excited, starting to get into it, we'll see a little more freedom. And indeed, with Dark Zero Eve getting a little bit of space given to them by Falcons, who are just, they have full-on doubled back here. Now they're in Pylon. How long do you think they stay on this Trident? Oh, I'm just on a roll today, dude. Oh, they got off just for me. Okay.
That's right. They heard you. They heard you from the skies above, telling them exactly what was going on.
Yeah, I'm a little too omniscient this game, apparently. Gotta slow me down. There's that survey beacon getting some util. I gotta speak on this for a second. I love the survey beacon changes this season. I think it speaks so well to where this game wants to head, and I think it's the right direction. I really do. I think playing for those bite-sized fights, for that immediate pathing, like right in front of you, and then it being the one-and-done scan regardless, I think that's so great for teams because it favors not only mobility, but it also favors instant decision-making. That skill floor is rising even for the upper echelon here, and I love that.
Speaking of staying mobile, by the way, Falcons has made an entire tour, but you can already see all three of them are just outside of range of those purple shields. They have done exactly 0 fighting And it's that sort of resource management when you know what POI, and this comes down to the POI picks, right? I think for a long time people wanted those powerful rotation POIs where you're going to get amazing prio to the center. Falcons have said, we don't want any of that. We want to loot pretty much every stash. We want to hit every single beacon and make sure that all of our Evos are outclassing our opponents before we've even really started playing the game. And I think that really just puts them ahead in a lot of those early 3v3s. It's why there's a very good chance now that they've sort of set themselves up pretty cozy here on the southeastern edge. They're going to be able to keep out many squads, especially some of those later rotating teams that are going to try and fight their way in and be met with the worst kind of resistance.
Yeah, the certainty with which Falcons... Hey, Vayne, hey! Anyway, the certainty with which Falcons push is never absent, but if they're able to clear every possible angle on the way in, then yeah, they'll feel a little good about it. They'll have to clear a couple more, as now they're standing in front of an actual team. It's ExoClan, and they'll actually step down into the fight, finally getting some time in the spotlight, and worthy time as well as the EMP gets let fly. Zero already down to a crisp, and it's panic mode for Falcons. They'll have to play from within the creeks, but they're already getting melted. Zero and Gen down. Wow, that Bangalore ultimate, my God. The easiest movement in the world for ExoClan, and they have room to roam as well. Bye-bye, Falcons.
And again, it seems like they're listening to us, Tedric.
I know.
Seemingly having hung out in the outer edges of the zone too long, Exo decided to take this fight, and we saw a little bit of damage actually being put down by Crows, which you can see there on the top left. So there's already too many teams here. This spot not quite safe. This little spot in particular in this lagoon is actually great if you can set yourself up with a Watson. Actually pretty difficult to see, especially as more and more teams start to join the party. 2R1C here was another team that was contributing to the fall of Falcons most certainly, and they're taking up a lot of space here. You can already see that they're trying to put pressure onto every single squad and say, hey, don't come here, this is ours. Hey, don't come here, this is ours too. They don't want anyone near this chunk of the zone. So the fact that they were able to help out a little bit with that Falcon fight, as well as again just hold a very strong position in this lagoon where there's a good chance we continue to pull this direction, by the way, based on how teams have rotated. 2R1C just playing this one textbook.
Can we get an EMEA team in every NA tournament? Just one, because they're just expert instigators. They love just starting something, and it's the kick in the pants that so many of these teams need to actually become the best version of themselves. The curve becomes so much stricter, especially when these circles become more condensed, and 2R1C is still letting themselves be known. The megaphone continues to blare, and it has no reason to stop unless they're challenged, but they haven't been sufficiently because everyone else is so focused on getting to a good spot.
Yeah, and you don't really want to just walk up and fight this Lake House team. And I mean, it's so
such a good position
to try and just aggress on this, even though it does look like a bit of Swiss cheese. Getting the right angles to try and pressure and get that opening damage or the opening knock is a little bit difficult. I could see it maybe with something like what Alliance is running, where they have that fuse to get some distance damage and just tick away as they make their way forward. But the fact that 2R1C have this for now, they can hold on to it for a pretty long while. And depending on where the zone pulls, they could actually benefit from many more teams clashing around them so that they can continue to soak up KP and continue to soak up those Evo shields and that loot as well.
Dude, all the factions are fighting each other right now. ExoClan and 2R1C are brawling each other individually on Lake House. Bored and Most Hated just had a 20-minute long feud down in Barometer. They have both completely, all 6 members standing, they have all decided to migrate individually up to Cedo Station, which also isn't in Circle, by the way, and then just start fighting there too, I guess. Because they're, okay, Most Hated is moving to gate. They will not take the fight against Board again, but it's so funny seeing every microcosm fighting each other, because these are 2 CC team titles duking it out in their own little neck of the woods. And,
Yep.
And meanwhile, EXO and 2R1C are still shouting obscenities at each other across the river.
Violence doesn't stop here on your screens, Alliance. A team that's just been getting closer and closer, it seems, to a game win, but just out of reach in that previous game. Looked like they had it in the bag. They had me sold on it. I gotta tell you,
it looked like a win.
I was ready to sing their praises, and they didn't quite make it over that line. So I think it's redemption time, if anything, to close out Storm Point here, at least for their own egos, if you will, if they even care much about that. They're sitting pretty decently in the overall standings, which again, we're all just kind of fighting for that top 10 right now. I think Alliance has done quite a bit of damage on this map so far to get there.
Very impressed that Most Hated has been able to find this crevice, but it is still in between two teams, Oversleepers and Guess, Board. But it's a great, I mean, this is a great amount of space to manage. A lot of different peaks that you can hide behind. And no one's taking really certain damage. Oh! We missed one! Vaughtery's stuck against the fight against Crave, excuse me. And Most Hated taking the first bite. Now Alliance is deciding to move in. This is the feast that they've settled on. Most Hated in the middle of the most action, but now it's just left to Craven. He cannot survive much longer. It's Alliance all over this fight. And now they can deal with Oversleepers from a distance.
Yeah, it seemed like Oversleepers almost got the jump on him, which is a little strange considering it seemed like they were feuding for quite a while. And I mean, what, is Alliance just going to deny free food as they're holding onto this edge of zone? Absolutely not. Pretty easy pickings for them. They get to loot on up, and now they just command even more space. They've given up that little building that they were holding for a little bit, but their composition doesn't even necessitate something like that, right? They're comfortable playing out in the fringes. They're comfortable taking these edge fights. So the fact that they just got gifted this for free means we might have yet another opportunity for Alliance to fight for an endgame spot and potentially a win.
Yeah, I mean, Hockey's is already scoping one out, and it seems like he spotted one. This empty building is perfect positioning for Alliance to hop into and play for the long haul. In the meantime, Board gonna find a time to get out of there as well. Same can be said for 5-star. NRG still holding it down. For whoever may walk into them, they'll start to extend to see if they can spot anybody. They will spot Thuggets first. Reptar along with the drone. They're going to be the first receivers. How much of this fight does Reptar want to take on his own? Seems like a decent chunk of it, but everyone else far more focused on moving in. Yeah, NRG, they don't want to take that fight. Thuggets have way more, it's way too much space to move in on, so NRG will instead decide to take the path that is less contested and more open to them, but Alliance is able to stare them down. In the meantime, Donut Shop, they've just been able to move in past Thuggets and make their way to their own little rock. They have a decent amount of space to set up for themselves, too.
Davis way up on your screens right now. 1-2 CCs won multiple games from this precise ring pull. Actually, a little bit west, but nonetheless, something they're going to be plenty familiar with. And you can already see they sort of rotated out away from the zone and to try and clear out this side, understanding that they've lost priority to the center. Fighting for it seems a little bit less feasible. It really just comes down now to whether they know that there's another team that's waiting out on the southern edge so that they can force them into the other squads that are now starting to move as well. It looks like they've sort of kind of pivoted off of most likely information on this potential third-party opportunity. They've actually walked on up, abandoned that southern edge, and now they just have to wait and see, right? This is sort of that precarious point where you need to find the right third party. Space to play, absolutely none to speak of. It looks like 2 to 3 teams in each building. So it's about finding the correct fight here or clearing your side. And it looks like they're going to have to find the right fight. Is it going to present itself? That's what we're going to have to wait to find out.
A rough position to wait for a fight, but that southern end was the right decision to vacate that. Then you can just play for placement. 2R1C was one of the teams stuck down there, and they'll get burned down, leaving Thuggets the only ones left to move up directly from the south. Ahead of them, immediately in front of them, is 5-star, but they have a decent amount of space to play with. Empire has already made the move up, and they're trying to hold down this corner. They'll meet up with SSG in just a moment. And Insomnia, they finally had a good amount of space to be able to set up shop, and in fact, they were one of the first ones here in this building. They have a pylon set as well as some cat util to be able to play off of, and in fact, with these exhibits, they'll be able to extend this even farther along. Empire and SSG finally getting into it on this first building. It seems like SSG has the superior advantage, and they barely do, but Phony sitting alone, and already the shield's burned down with the EMP, easily able for a team to move in on it, and it will be Empire to take over this building fully. Now, Spate, though, deciding to move in. 5-star deciding to move in. Donut Shop taking the brunt of the punishment as they decided to move in as well. It is a flurry of teams trying to make this one doorway, and it is corpses abound for the remainder of them. Donut Shop still does have 2 stable, though, and it seems like they have this building pretty intact. Spate still has some stragglers outside trying to hold it down, though, and it's a question of how heavily they want to take this fight. It's just Bofer, so I think he'll just wrap things out, and indeed, 5-star have a lot of space to call their own. Meanwhile, Board and Insomnia in the neighboring building, the ones that have to duke it out in there. And it seems like Insomnia has the slight advantage. Outside, though, is where the fight immediately needs to happen. And Alliance, once again, our audience to everything they need. NRG first and Thugget second in almost identical positions. And somehow, Alliance will get the lion's share of both of those teams with full red shields intact as well. Their rhythm is simply unmatched right now.
Oh, and Energy trying to sneak in from the tunnel, but going to get instantly denied by the likes of Alliance. And now Alliance really is just sweeping up whatever dust is left on their eventual title here of game number 3. If no one's there to stop them, that dual Mozambique in the hands of Unlucky, absolutely foul stuff right now. And Alliance here probably has again, we said this last time, so I'm not gonna curse them again. They have a pretty decent. They have one of the chances of winning.
Oh,
for sure.
Big move in here from Davis Way for Donut Shop. It's a 3-team fight. Board is taking a step back, and so Insomnia is forced to duke it out, and they cannot hold on forever. They will fall at 6th here, but good placement points for them at the very least. But now it's gonna be another fight on this building. Board is inside, and 5-star still up top, trying to trade blows as best as they can. And so Bofer gets to sit pretty, Blurple gets to sit pretty, Alliance gets to fight whoever they want to in the meantime. This just seems like a horror movie. The suspense coming up to this. We could see an absolute steamroll if Alliance get to have their way, and they have everything they need to make that happen. Positioning included. Or they could just fight for this first place now. Blurple also might want to contest for that as well. In fact, they ultimately have the better spot in the circle for it, so they'll have to get a little proactive. Alliance recognizing that Hockey's already taken some shots. While this prime fight in the building has to happen very, very soon. Board waiting for the proper moment. It is them who will receive the most damage immediately. They will have to play preventatively. And they have the Bang ult, they have the Cat ult to be able to play slow. But hit by this EMP, they'll have to take just a little bit longer, and that's more time for Alliance to start taking pot shots, see if they can find a body along the way. And they'll start invading this building as the ring starts to encroach. Who knows how much is in there? Alliance just does not care. They can do the damage regardless. Unlucky trying to find somebody, some rat straggling, but instead, it'll just be the Bang ult that forces everyone out, and Board indeed will get absolutely burned down. Spade as well trying to meet it in there. Bofer will finally get found. And Alliance, it comes down to can they manage every fight at once? Unlucky, the attempted shield swap can't get it done, but Donut Shop is burned down next, and now it's 2 members of Alliance versus 3 members of Blurple coming down from the high ground. Can Blurple get it done? Both members no longer on shields. It's Hockey's versus the world, and doing a good amount of damage to boot, but stunned out. That should do it for the timer, and Blurple will take that 3rd game on Storm Point.
Alliance denied once again from what looked like one of the most favorable spots out there.
Massive
I
comeback.
don't know how they keep losing that last inch, that last little bit every single time.
Unlucky got a little overexcited for sure there in that tail end. It became a 2v3 pretty quickly, but it was because there were so many coming out. Who expected Bofer to still be down there in that stairwell, by the way? Alliance thought they were walking into 3 max. They were walking into at least 4 for that final circle, it should be said. So once again, did off way more than they can chew, but they did take off quite a big bite, and that'll show in the scoreboard, along with every other result from game number 3. We will return with World's Edge for Group A after this short break.
say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
We are back again with the Knightsarena Apex Legends Carnage Cup 7, and to report so far on these blacklight shirts that were so gracefully sent to us, as well as the prize pool for this event, I gotta say, so far, so really good. We really appreciate Blacklight sending us these chairs, because they've been quite comfy, very easy to cast in, gotta say, and they have a whole lot more awesome chairs that you can get for yourself, as well as a couple that were given away if you want to click that link that is featured on our chat, or go to pks.gg/blacklight to get your own Blacklight gaming chair. Again, it's pks.gg/blacklight, spelled how it is down there. Anyway, coming out of World's Edge, or Storm Point here for Group A, Mellow Crate. A couple surprises, a couple teams that really got to have their time in the spotlight, but what does it mean for the scoreboard? One thing is for certain, Alliance is on top.
Oh yeah, I mean, just because they didn't get that big grand win that we wanted to see to close out Storm Point, they've been so consistent every single end game with triple red shields, probably, if I'm not mistaken. 44 points ahead above the next closest in Empire are game 1 winners, with most hated rounding out that top 3 in 3rd place. I gotta say though, in terms of winners that we've seen today, I have to say they come from teams that have been, in my opinion, sleeper picks. I think these are probably not teams that I would have at the top of my stack for teams that I would have on my predictions to win games. But they've done it. They've done it, and they've actually managed to do it against some land tested, I mean, previous champions in these last 2 games in those cases, but very, very competent teams. So they're putting it down in this lobby, Tenric. They've been really impressive, and I think what that means for the rest of the scoreboard, especially that bottom half, is it's about to start getting real scary. The sweat got to start pouring, because these teams that maybe weren't at the front of everyone's minds are the ones that are at the front of the scoreboard.
Yeah, as the pack starts to condense, it definitely gets a little scarier heading into World's Edge. And at the very same time, there's a couple teams that obviously, you know, start to drift from the contention. So the conversation gets even more packed in from that. But going into this map, we do have a couple important changes that need to be discussed, namely the teams that we were waiting to get those wins. Team Falcons has a contest to open up here on Siphon against a team that won on Storm Point, Most Hated. So 2 of the teams that have shown out strongest in their own ways, because by the way, Most Hated also has like the 5th highest kills so far this lobby, so they are not slacking either. Falcons is not slacking. I mean, they also have like 13 kills so far as well. So you're gonna see 2 of the best mechanical teams so far today hopefully duke it out when we head into World's Edge. But in the meantime, all these other teams that we're seeing position-wise, is there anything that immediately pops out to you? For me, personally, it's DZ on Frag East. I think that they have a very good position to be able to stay put, at least farm some placement points, because those poor souls haven't even gotten to do that yet, really. Maybe they'll be able to find something out of the woodwork here, unless Spade Esports decide to go aggro again, which, hey, they were before.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. No, I think there's a couple of interesting potential clashes that we might end up seeing. Of course, having lost a team does open up that northwest edge of the map just a touch which is going to make it a little bit easier for teams to navigate around World's Edge. But I think, yeah, I think that center point is going to be really important. I think EXO, again, having a very, very central POI like they did in Stormpoint, they weren't quite able to convert in the way that you would hope, especially for what seems to be a meta that really likes that early rotate sort of zone play. I think in World's Edge, that's even more so the truth. So I think this might be a chance for them to turn it around a little bit, playing out of Harvester. If the zones go their way, if their rotations are clean, crisp, and if they're able to win these sort of keep outs that they've been presented a couple of times. I think the most untimely death that they have was when they had a chance to wipe out Falcons in game number 2. That's an opportunity that they took, they just weren't quite able to execute. So I think if they can do that same thing, and again having that favorable very early rotate sort of POI on World's Edge, they can get a lot of work done. It's just about cleaning it up here.
Yeah, I mean, in a map like World's Edge, where everything is so figured out, everything is so calculated, you have to always be ahead of the game. Proactivity is so much more favored in this map. So expect to see teams being even more aggressive, even more fast, and potentially even more able to make those simple blunders that we've been seeing those top level teams make when they, you know, forget about that potential third-party sleeper pick that's right behind them, or forget about that prime position that they could be taking a couple seconds earlier. Those moments are no longer as few and far between as we enter the tail end of this Group A. Once more, 10 teams make it, 10 teams do not. It is as simple as that. We will see those 10 tomorrow, but we will see them 3 more times here on World's Edge to decide where we are going. It's game number 4, Group A. Who do you think is taking it, Mello? I gotta ask, who do you think has World's Edge unlocked this time, this meta today?
It's hard not to count them out. So I gotta say, for having not, you know, overstated how great they are, Falcons, very likely team here, especially if we see a full-on contest at Siphon, which I'm not exactly sure how this is going to shape up. I think that is actually going to be a pivotal point in the game, is actually right off the rip, whether Falcons gets left alive and whether they just take the entire POI to themselves after fighting for it. So I'm going to put my money on Falcons this time around. Just because this is the home POI, right? This is what they know best, or at least in terms of Imperial HAL. This is a POI that is incredibly familiar with. So this contest does look like it's going to break off straight on up 3v3 in the middle of the map.
Wow, very quick indeed. Already some pot shots taken up as Falcons attempt to hold it down early on. Already a lot of resources burnt up, but you have a lot to work with. Ooh, Zero spotted a potential victim. Grenade launched to force the door, and it's played with, it's toyed with. Now the building overtaken. Most Hated trying to find an angle, but Cravey once again is early. No one else is able to follow up. That's an easy thirst, and now Falcons in the 2v3. Most Hated. Do they abandon ship, or do they try to keep this going?
And I think it might depend a little bit here on whether they have a control character to be, or a support character rather, to try and craft that, which not a lot of people are running at this point. So it looks like the fight is going to be committed to for the time being. There has been some damage put down, but I think positionally Falcons has just really solidified their hold on the middle of the second floor. So I don't know if you're going to be able to push off Falcons off of this one. If anything, they might try and play for banner, but Falcons has absolutely denied them that possibility. They are sitting right on top of that bad boy. So now taking to the roof, Most Hated is going to maybe wait this one out, maybe hope that another set of teams joins the party, though it seems pretty unlikely. They've managed to take down HAL, but actually answering immediately back, and I think they're not long for this world. Most Hated is going to be wiped off the map. Falcons starting off incredibly strong here. They've got the middle of the map to themselves in Siphon, or, well, I guess south middle of the map to themselves. Pretty solid power position. Not quite rotating their way in terms of the ring, but still, I mean, you got to be a little bit scared when Falcons is alive on the map, period.
Yeah. I think HAL & Co. making a very targeted anti-crypto choice. I mean, these guys hate the meta right now. That's no secret. And so Gen picking up the Conduit and HAL picking up the Horizon, entirely geared towards making fights happen and then taking them on advantage. I mean, that's what Falcons were used to doing before crypto happened. So if they can, again, mold the game to their own liking, then wow. Isn't that exactly how every team wants to play the game?
Oh yeah.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, that is already 3 free KP. I love Jen Burton on the Conduit. I think it's such a fun anti-meta pick for a bunker heavy, health heavy, you know, composition that we live in right now. but they're a little bit overextended, and I do see Blurple is a little close to them.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens as they start to get looted up on the other side of the map, or just up north of that spot. We're going to see Board actually trying to stave off. I want to say that was Insomnia that's starting to try and siege that door. It looks like, at the very least, they've managed to push him off.
That is Insomnia, yeah.
Yeah, that is Insomnia. So they've managed to, I guess, scare them off a little bit, force them onto the rotate, but it looks like they're trying to match them and actually just go straight to fragment themselves. So seems to be just a little bit of poking and prodding to try to get a feel for what fights might be worth taking. In this case, Insomnia says, had enough of that. We're going to go ahead and rotate, pick up a little bit more Evo on the way as well, and start to get a little bit more established as this game proceeds.
Yeah, and I think they're pretty fearless walking in here. They know DZ Eve isn't going to stick around. They know Spade isn't going to stick around. So they can have their pick of the litter before booking it over to that circle where they know is going to pull a little more northwest. Is there are we jumping into Skyhook Circle game 1? Are we really? Is this? I mean, I wrote fan fiction about this. Like, this is going to be perfect.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because we've had some pretty wacky counter pulls even as early as the last few games. So you can never quite feel too comfortable in whatever spot you decide to pick up early. Falcons feeling perfectly comfortable in their early spot, already just starting to poke on out. They haven't moved. They took, I think they understand that the time that they took to clean up that contest means that they've given up a fair amount of priority. And with their composition, as you mentioned, they're going to want to take these fights, right? Especially from teams that are sitting with like a Watson and aren't going to have too much utility to take these fights out in the sticks where we see them right now. I think that's a great opportunity for them to try and pick up that KP early. They've got that Horizon, which is going to open up a lot of that fighting power, and it fundamentally is one of the important picks that they're putting to win out this contest as well. You saw it play out in the contest. We're likely to see it continue to play out in these fights. So they're just inching their way forward, and it looks like the game plan is going to be to shoot on sight, right? To take out whoever is trying to impede on this sort of transition spot on the southeast edge, and continue to loot, right? That's been the name of the game for them, especially on Storm Point, but I think they're really well positioned to just play this one a little bit slower.
I think that's also the unfortunate duality of this composition, is that you kind of have to turtle so that you can explode when you want to take that fight with the Horizon Conduit Qs. So timing is really everything, which is why they didn't want to take that fight against Alliance, who was sort of kind of following them. SSG with the crypto that they actually do opt for on their composition, they'll use that EMP to take a fight. A classic move indeed. To try to take over this building, they will grab 1/3 of Gucky, and I think they already did that before, so we have one rant for the Guts, as SSG will take over their own building. Oh, I think there he is. I think they found him.
A little bit of damage.
How did Koi take that much damage?
Back. Yeah, I was gonna say there's quite a burst there. You can never discount the roller players from range. Once those crosshairs seem to lock, can be some serious damage coming through. And actually, it seems to have been enough to push this team on out of here. So they're gonna take to the skies, rotate out of here. Across from them, it looked to be Insomnia once again. Insomnia just being pretty efficient on their feet here, moving right along, right through these spots that, again, just aren't really worth taking a lot of these fights in early, because you know there's going to be teams in the vicinity willing to fight you for them. It looks like SSG has just found out at least one target they want to claim as KP. Pretty easy kill there for Zainu, and I'm imagining there's at least one more straggler waiting in the wings.
Oh my god. Insomnia is moving in on this. They're going to try and third party this fight against Ford. But SSG is so stable. They have like lost nothing, and they're also still fighting. So this is going to be really tough rhythm. Insomnia's forced to start this now. Oh, Koi walked into the bad 1v1. Okay, it's traded back out, but mid revive, they're going to have to get this done now. Bang ult immediately thrown down. Selena extending back out, focus of attention, catching a couple of them. And SSG heavy on the run. Koi full already down to half health, but bats are there, so they can extend this fight. They can loop back up, and Insomnia, there is no certainty here. And there was just time being wasted at this point up in Epicenter. Meanwhile, the rest of board as well was able to escape. So a war on two fronts that Insomnia, unfortunately, will have to let go of. And they'll just take that advantageous space they got off of the threat of the third party and use it to walk into Circle scot-free.
Yeah, I don't dislike the play there, but unfortunately that Rolling Thunder just denied them that space so effectively, and SSG just prevented them from moving in on that. So I think the timing was close there. I think there might have been a couple of seconds earlier where we could have seen a swing and they could have been a touch closer to maybe finding that Finn or at least getting another bit of opening damage on another member of SSG, but it's not to be the case. As I say that, that's an entirely different team that is pressing up on SSG. So they've been shoved out into the storm and they're going to be eating damage for it the whole way, actually trying to fight this one out as a duo. It seems like another squad has maybe taken revenge on this. I know they were chasing out a straggler. I'm not sure if it was the same team, though.
This is still board. This is AO and then Wizard Coin. Or no, this is yeah. Wizard Coin fell. But this is still the last member of board that SSG is trying to chase down, and they lost Phony in the process. Okay, they're able to get him back up, though. Good thing. And they'll just take
the survivability here is insane. SSG just refuses to die.
Yeah, they're just able to cycle this pretty effectively, but it doesn't look like they want to follow up on this. They understand that they're on a bit of a time crunch and that they've done enough pressure damage to where they can just kind of watch their 6, and if the rat pokes his head out, then the rat will die. In the meantime, let's make sure that we can get more than just 1 KP for the rest of this game, you know? There's 16 squads remaining.
Is this building free? That would be quite a statement. I guess if we're expecting this to go up north, this isn't
they can't stay
entirely unexpected, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are already if we're right about where this ring is pulling, right, if our predictions are correct, there's a good chance we're going up towards Skyhook, which means a lot of the zone is going to be vacated everywhere but Skyhook. So yeah. SSG actually able to get a full reset here, and they could even turn and burn on this. They could actually try and clean up this edge even more if there's even any other players left to speak of on this side.
This is really great, especially since Falcons are deciding to take their sweet time outside of this cavern. Instead, they might outstretch. So SSG, they'll get to scout out whoever is left on the way into Skyhook. Granted, there's not really anybody, but this is a good position to be, to play for top 15, 14, 13, maybe, as this circle makes its way in. But it will pull Sky, right? Well, there's a decent amount of countdown left, actually. We'll see. But most of these teams have gotten the button. 2 are even still sitting in full. This is crazy, dude. I love the over-condensed circles like this, because it just forces the fights. Here's one from Alliance. They'll start to move in. And this is DZ Eve that they'll be able to take care of pretty convincingly already. Scarlita, who has made it back into the mix, along with Non first, and Renee is not far behind. It's DZ Eve falling in 16th. Alliance, pretty easy fight that they're able to take on it. Just got the drop and followed up.
Yep, and I think we actually do get a peek at that next zone as it has just popped. And it is pulling over towards Skyhook, actually just north of that little landslide tunnel. Which means that Alliance, I mean, they just kind of keep repeating this game plan, right? They want to be one of the last ones to the punch on the clearest end of the zone. Hopefully drop into a good spot, fight their way into it a little bit later. And then play for that end game there. I think a little bit further out in the edge than you might like, but it is a Skyhook zone. So if you're not there early fighting for one of the better buildings, you're going to just have to wait and see which fight you can take out on the edge. Falcons has actually just forced their way into that tunnel as well. With, I say forced, but not too much resistance, as that side of the map has been vacant for quite a while. And now this is the sort of back and forth that the teams inside these buildings are going to have to sort of survive and live through until we get to this end game, because no team wants to coexist in these buildings. The more teams that you can take out that are above and below you, the better your chances of having a more solid end game.
This is Donut Shop that ExoClan is fighting up against right now. Nobody has a succinct bunker though, so they've got to just play for the chip damage. But I think it was Case Swinney was actually taking a little bit of chip damage from the windows, so had to watch out for that. And meanwhile, different fight taking on over near the southern end of Skyhook, where Blurple and Oversleepers are all getting a little bit pressured by NRG, who is going to take a second back to the pylon and try and hold it down in their solo rooms until they feel they're capable of starting the fight again. Reptar's been the one to look, and Fun and Knock have been the ones to act, but nobody will do neither right now, as everyone's just repositioning for this inevitable encroaching, waiting for any potential rats. I think everyone is aware at this point that Falcons is still not claimed the building yet, so It's pretty important information to hold on to. Donut Shop will hold on to their building as ExoClan will get fully cleared as well. And here's Alliance's last feast outside of the circle. It's Gucky, who is holding the perimeter forever and ever. Whenever Alliance was begging, praying that they could find a team that was doing it, they will indeed. And this should be a pretty easy fight now.
Yeah, I mean, textbook clearing of the zone here, though. Might have bitten off just a little bit more than they would have liked to. Not going to matter too much, and we're not too far from zone, but this zone does start to tick away a little bit. No danger here really to speak of. Alliance going to do what Alliance does, and now they're probably feeling pretty confident that no other teams are going to try and impede on their walk-up over to the west, and they have still a little pocket of this rock to work with as well, and some protection from the sight lines, as that very tall building that's just to their north I think is just outside of this next zone perhaps, which means that there isn't going to be a whole lot of resistance in terms of direct LOS. Of course, they're going to have to fight their way into the right building, fight their way into their right third party. That's just what we've been harping on it, because that it is going to be important for them to get into this end game. But with triple red shields and drowning in loot, I think they got a pretty good shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, if you do this much this early in the game, then the rest becomes pretty hell-bent on those few big decisions. So Alliance, they did everything else right. Now it just comes down to timing, the one thing that they flunked on the previous 2 games. So let's see if they can do it this time around, as they'll slowly make their way into circle. Again, no intel cleanly for this for the circle for Alliance, so they'll still have to take a while to get in. Meanwhile, Falcons, who was able to convincingly take their own fight and has now superseded a building, go figure, is trying to take over some more certain territory, as the circle is once again getting a little too strict for their liking, and certainly a few teams are able to rotate down to them if they so choose, namely Oversleepers and NRG. They are the closest. NRG, or actually Oversleepers, are the ones that can kind of poke their heads over and just throw an ordnance down if they want to. I mean, with Falcon's comp, there is no pylon, so they are the ones that are susceptible to it, but nobody is going to be willing to make that first bit of noise. Oh, except for Oversleepers. Here we go. Let's see how much you do.
And this is actually a little bit interesting point in that when we have these skyhook zones, specifically around these walls, right, where Falcons is playing, you actually have more flexibility in your end game by being away from a building. All of these teams, they're limited by 2, maybe 3 doors, but Falcons right now is going to get the opportunity to aggress and pounce on any of these teams in any direction that they want, right? I mean, they could fight Oversleepers if Oversleepers gets knocked. They're going to be able to pressure the team that's going to be on the right if there is anyone. They can sort of scooch over towards the west and start to pressure teams over there. They're not constricted by the building whatsoever, and these buildings don't have the most fantastic sidelines to pressure them either. So that flexibility with that composition that we've already talked about being kind of a bomb waiting to go off, they're going to get a chance to pick when that bomb goes off, and at that precise moment, I think it's going to decide whether Falcons gets wiped off the map or potentially finds a game-winning fight.
Yeah, well, Oversleepers are trying to make that decision for them first, with especially Vaudery just trying to intimidate, take these pot shots, find the sight line. They cannot guarantee anything, though, like you said. That positioning, so much availability for Falcons, just so much fluidity in where they can go and how they can get there, especially with those smokes intact as well. They just have so much freedom to roam. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they will get burned, they will get watched. Blurple will take 11th, and we move on to the next circle where everyone's got to tuck in a little more west. That's Oversleepers, that's NRG, that is Solus, and that is definitely Alliance, who will have to move in the farthest. But the fight takes place on Skyhook first and foremost, and NRG is the one that's making the most noise, but Alliance is the one that's losing the most right now, as 5-star is able to at least deal the last killing blow to one of them, but Hockey's unlucky now on the move, and unlucky from a distance, actually. It's Tyler who is going to move in and try and deal this early damage. Hockey's was actually down, and 5-star bit off more than they could chew, in fact. Alliance going to be able to finish off the remainder of them and take the building in tandem. Unlucky on the way back as SSG tries to fight up for the third party. Alliance needs all hands on deck, and they need him now. Tyler able to maintain, able to shield swap, get 3 ticks on it back, and now hold it down up top for the rest of Alliance to recover. Tyler, the huge shield swap against Crows Joe. So many angles to manage, and SSG is going to try and make the moment now. Unlucky, almost down. Hockey's fully down yet again. Tyler having a cycle with shield yet again. Health is down to a crisp 2, but SSG now getting pressured as well. Tyler was able to get the finishing blow onto 1, so it's a fleshed out 2v2. Unlucky knuckle cluster, massive damage. Does SSG make the fight happen now? No, they'll revive. They'll play for the long game.
And this is incredible because Alliance has held on for long enough to be able to get that Moby Res up on the ceiling. I think just pushing off SSG and getting that one knock has given them just enough time to live. They've got a loot box up there as well to be able to replenish the resources if this res does come through. And you can see there on your screens it has just dropped down to join the rest of the squad. Hawkes has rejoined the fray, has a little bit of loot to work with as well. And in terms of positioning, not doing too shabby for themselves. If they're able to maybe push out one of these teams that is in their building, or even take a more clean 3v3 against SSG, Alliance could still do it in a big way here.
They're watching Solus first. Everyone was watching Solus. In fact, they are absolutely melted. Falcons, I think, are the ones that have to move out first here, though, so they'll have to get a little proactive. They have a great building to do it from, though. It's all about who you invade. Falcon need more intel. I think, if anything, you move in on Donut Shop here. I think Most Hated, or Empire rather, have too much space to work with, and then obviously you have two teams on the other building, so I think you've got to move in on Donut Shop if you're Falcons here. Oh, huge nade gen. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Back we go, and we're fine.
Are we fine, as the grenade spam is really starting to come through for the squad. Not quite as much taking as you'd like to see, and that's probably a good amount of that artillery committed. So Falcons has held down for now, but right as I say it, Imperial Howl is going to go down. Shouldn't be too much trouble with the shield, but it doesn't matter. The grenade actually gets the thirst, so the gold res will not matter here, and Falcons is down to a duo.
Yeah. And they're going to have to move in on top of it now. No time to grieve. Zero walks straight into the conduit ult. Jen Burton just going to have to do the same, bite the bullet and make it work. But they're walking into Alliance, the one team that's always able to thwart them more than anybody else. And from the high ground, no less, they get to do this comfortably. They don't even have to prioritize this fight. They can take another one first, and they might have to with the drone EMPs beginning to proc. Now everyone in the same amount of danger. Oh, Empire. Oh my God, Alliance. There it is. They'll move in, they'll stack, they'll conquer, they'll dominate. Falcons gone, and Alliance, can they get it done this time? They'll move in once more, shields burned down, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to hold down both fights at the same time, but at the very least, they'll be able to win the fight against SSG, potentially unlucky. Yes, indeed, he'll be able to maintain it, but not long enough for Donut Shop to come in and be the ones who waited the longest, be the ones who didn't take that fight, and be the ones who have 3 members standing to take that first place on the first bout of World's Edge.
And once again, a team that may not be at the forefront of everyone's minds has once again denied one of the most decorated teams in EU Apex from a dub at this Carnage Cup. Maybe this is just a curse for this tournament. That's just how it's gonna be, because this is ridiculous. They came back from the brink of despair, right? From what it felt like. They were on the edge of zone. They'd lost a member. SSG was fully aggressing on them. They're able to finagle away from that fight. They're able to finagle their way into the end zone, but as you said, too many shots from too many different places, and Donut Shop was the team to really just be in the right place at the right time, taking that correct fight over up against NRG a little bit earlier. That's just enough to edge them into the dub.
And you know, if there is a team to win it out, regardless of how much comes down to the other teams lacking the fighting discipline to wait it out until they can third party properly, it is in fact Donut Shop. You know where they've been dropping since the dawn of time? Skyhook East. That has been their drop point basically for the past year and a half. Every patch, every season, they love going there whenever they can. And here, this game, they got to sit in their own domain the entire game. They got to call whatever building they wanted first and foremost. They got to call whatever the ground they wanted on those buildings first and foremost. And I mean, they know this city like the back of their hand. It fits so perfectly that they're the ones to take this first game. And with the way the World's Edge Circles goes, Donut Shop cannot stop there. They can be hungry for more.
And they've kicked themselves up into that second place spot, overtaking SSG as well as NRG, but Alliance remains supreme at 68 points in first place. And I think really opening up a lead that is unlikely to be I think taken over. Certainly not at any sort of risk of not making it into the top 10 here. Alliance probably 1 foot into our Sunday final, but nonetheless, We see a number of teams that we were watching for a little bit. Falcons did have a decent game there, not quite the big win that I was hoping to give them credit for there, but tied up with NRG. So the gap of that sort of 2nd to 8th place is still actually pretty tight. Quite a few teams in that race. But looking at the middle of the pack, Tenrek, I think you might notice the same thing I do. 17, 17, and 17 from 9th to 11th.
And that's the big drop-off in points, too, is it? At 9 points between Spade Esports and Oversleepers in 8th and 9th place. It's not just these 3 teams fighting for these 2 spots. It's 2 Rats, 1 Controller. It's Board. It's Thuggets. It's Solus. It's all of these other teams at the bottom of the pack vying for what is clearly the 2nd echelon of this lobby. We are starting to figure out who is on top and who is fighting for those last couple spots, and it just gets me so excited. But there's still 2 full games to be played out, still a lot of Apex left, a lot of KP that these teams can get away with. In fact, that's how we've seen a lot of these upper level teams, despite the fact that they're not getting the top of the podium. I mean, Falcons haven't even sniffed it, and yet because of how good they are at just taking fights raw, they're still on top of the leaderboard. And so seeing that momentum shift from these top teams kind of trickle down onto these lower levels who are able to just swoop in and take you know, everything that was taken for granted by these top teams definitely excites me, because it means we will see that level up come into day number 2 with a couple of these teams that, again, NAPL teams are not used to dealing with.
Yeah, NACC teams are also, I think, showing up in a big way here. I think that's been obviously what I pay attention to the most throughout the year in a lot of cases. So seeing them show up, seeing them call these zones properly does help a little bit to get that zone coming your way. You know, that doesn't feel too bad. But executing on those rotations, I think it's been a really impressive showing. I imagine tomorrow, that is when the teams really start to ramp it up. So I think we discussed this sort of at the beginning, but I'd like to bring it back again, is the fact that maybe not every team is playing for a win here, right? Especially the teams that are more experienced. There are teams like Falcons, teams like NRG that are just very consistently soaking up those points. So even if they're not finding that win, I think that mindset of maintaining that consistency is really important, because the kills will come, the positioning will come if you're just consistently playing better than your opponents. So the onus really is on those bottom 5, bottom 10 teams right now to step up their game, to start playing that consistent game, because it's not the time to be chasing for kills quite yet, but they're starting to get a little bit close there.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to ask these, you know, these bottom 10 teams what the game plan is, because they have to have one. The game plan, at least to start, for 2 of these teams is back to Lava Siphon we go, and Falcon starting the fight off with a bang. So is Most Hated. Everyone getting inside quick, and Dynasty the first to go, and Falcons, again, they will swoop in on that ASAP. Kraby the next to go. Everyone on Falcons doing exactly what they need to do, and that is fighting perfectly. It's a 3v1 guaranteed for Falcons, and I doubt that Laser is going to want to take that. Out we go. Bye-bye, contest.
Yeah, and this time they're straight up running for the hills. They've got that support character, so they do have the option to craft up banners and try and reset, salvage this game a little bit. But honestly, I think for a lot of this year, there's no surprise to see this contest playing out exactly this way. I mean, when Imperial How was born, the first words out of his mouth were Lava Siphon. So yeah, no surprise to see this continue to go their way. And that means that is even more points potentially on the board for Falcons to soak up this game.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty decently in 5th or 6th at the moment. And obviously, the far and away majority of their points have come from KP. Could be no different here, as like you said, these pro level teams kind of reclining a bit, especially in these last 2 games when they know they don't have to play super high. If they're team wiping twice or thrice before going down, then they should be pretty set for the remainder of the lobby. They should be set for qualification. It's not about that prize pool that you're going for, which again is doled out to the top 5 teams, going, I believe it is 4K, 3K, 1.2K, 1K, 800. But don't take that with a grain of salt, please. Regardless, 5 teams split in 10K. That is going to be what they're playing for, but they're playing for it tomorrow. So teams like you said, NRG, Falcons, Alliance, don't expect them to go for the win. Expect them to go for the safe options. Expect them to go for the free teams that they can pick up an easy 3 on, which is, I mean, what we saw Alliance do all diddly dang day so far. In the meantime, watch teams like DZ Eve, like Most Hated, like Board, like Oversleepers, like Solus, like Blurple, like Board. I said Board twice. try to take on the competition in a much more up close and personal way, vying for that early positioning, vying for that end game before even playing the mid game. It leads to scrappy fights, it leads to excited players, it leads to passionate Apex, which is the forefront of FENB and Tier 2 Apex.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's up against teams right now. They're having to step up. Like it's the scrappy fights that you're taking are not against some random CC team, right? That's their first time playing. You're up against the Alliance. You're up against NRG teams that, well, we might be discounting their desire to go for the win. They're of course always playing for the best game that they can get out of this one, and if that's a win or a second place after second place after second place, so be it. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this game progresses as we are once again going up to the north side of the map. I can't imagine we're running back the same exact zone, but bits and pieces of this are starting to make me a little bit suspicious of where we might be running it back today.
Don't put it past World's Edge, buddy. All I'm saying is Donut Shop is still in Skyhook. So I got a funny feeling. In fact, a good couple teams are already up there, and fighting. In fact, I think that's Gucky and Spate duking it out right now in Sky. But a lot of teams already kind of getting the memo that they got to move up, and that means Alliance gets to do the same thing again. They get to hunt for rats. Hooray! How scared do you think? Gucky got the message. Gucky figured it out. They were like, okay, Alliance is not touching us this time. We are not hanging out at Countdown for 10 years. We are going to move up, and we are going to get in a good spot before anybody can even blink. We will play for top 5 and nothing short of it. And Alliance are cool with that. They'll just move on to the next guy.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I gotta highlight that Insomnia has actually taken up that building that we saw SSG sort of walk into after a very dire recovery up towards, I guess you could call that that like eastern choke near the train tracks by Skyhook East.
Yep.
And they're actually starting to shift in themselves. So, yeah, I think World's Edge has blessed us with yet another Skyhook zone, whether you love it or not. But that's a team to watch out for, right? It's a team that we are continuing to highlight because we know they have the potential to have a big game. And getting into these zones is sort of step one in pretty much all of these engagements. But another engagement here in the middle of the map might be blessing us first. Those Akimbo Mozambiques, man, have been a terror in this meta. I mean, these end games, especially with that hop up until it's becoming a bit of a nightmare for teams that don't have that in their hands.
No, I see them when I close my eyes. It's bad. The amount of close and mid-range power you get from, and that's the key word, is close and mid-range, because that's not how shotguns normally work, right? And it being full auto at this point, 12 effing bullets in the chamber. I mean, there is so much to love about these Kimbos. Even the 20 Kimbos are like really good for like rapid damage. Obviously, it's a little more close range for those, but teams have been having a lot of fun with these new loadouts, and also the weapon balancing in general as well. Not necessarily as much of a reliance on the Prowler Havoc Nemi meta we've been seeing. Still some teams, of course, continuing to default to that, but we've seen some Car love, we've seen some Prowler love, we've seen some what is it? We saw some people picking up the R3 a little bit once or twice, especially in scrims. I think people have kind of not liked that as much, but definitely more shotguns. I love seeing the Mastiff love. I love seeing people pick up the Mastiff again and actually like not throwing with it. It's really nice.
And not in the patch notes, but definitely more Skyhook, at least today. Once again, a number of teams like Spates, like presumably NRG, who has been dropping a landslide and hitting those quick rotates as well. Starting to set up, starting to put down those Watson fences and gens as well. And it looks like a lot of the teams are once again favoring this sort of, I guess, southwest corner. Actually, NRG having chosen a slightly different pathing, maybe giving themselves a little bit more flexibility in case there's some sort of counter pull over towards Countdown. We saw them in one of the Skyhook buildings quite a bit earlier in game number 4, so switching up a little bit, or maybe more teams catching on to the fact that Skyhook is the likely home of our end game and really crowding that thing up. I mean, just look at that northern chunk of this zone. It is absolutely stuffed with teams already, and even more squads like SSG joining the party just a little bit later.
Why are EXO Clan and 2R1C always right next to each other? I swear to God, every time I see... EXO started on Harvester! Why are they all... It's literally like my 2 European neighbors screaming at each other from outside of their houses. They just cannot stop fighting each other. I don't get it. Falcon can't stop fighting either, but I mean, that's just how they are. It's just the urge. When you're the best, you want to keep showing that you're the best. And Falcons, despite surely the biggest losses they could take, massive blows to their ego and a meta that they don't like, they're still the best. And they're gonna try and prove that here as they'll move in on Gucky, I believe this is, if I'm not mistaken. Take some long-range pot shots as they have all the room in the world to roam and get some chip damage and farm these evos and get some KP and do all the things that they want to do before they get to Skyhook.
Yeah, they're just chasing this one down. They don't want any teams left anywhere
it's most
on
hated.
the southern side. And yeah, it's actually, I was about to say, most hated is the team that they're chasing down. Significant shield advantage, as you can see here. Probably resources advantage as well. They actually wrapped all the way over towards Geyser to continue looting up. So once again, the game plan, at least for this tournament, seems to be really simple for Falcons. Loot up as much as possible, be out looted, and also obviously be better than the people in front of you to take them down, turn them into KP, and have an easy game. A bit of an interesting development in the kill feed as NRG has fallen. So Teneric, we're finally getting to that point. Ring 2 closing, where teams are starting to take these fights.
Yeah, I guess the Sky fights are starting to happen. So is this one with Falcons. Dynasty, it is a little ISO'd, unfortunately, and that might be all she wrote. Oh no, Stomps is actually going to go down first to ExoClan over in Trials before anybody gets anything done on this side of the woods. But Falcons, they still do have the direct health advantage. The Conduit ults have already been used as well, so you don't really have anything to go off of if you're MH, and now Falcons get to play Puppy Guard with the Storm in tow too, so they're just going to compound this advantage bit by bit by bit by bit, unless Imperial Howl chokes it. No, Black Hole is beautiful, so is the Ordnance on top of it. That's another kill for the CEO, and no doubt a team wipe for Falcons.
I mean, that's a textbook Horizon right there, just putting in the damage, getting up on that gravity lift after doing a fair and respectable amount of opening damage. So just a couple of nades to clean things off, maybe an arc star here and there, and that is all she wrote. Most hated is going to go down. It looks like Zero maybe going down as well, depending on how this health is managed. We're going to pop back over to the northern edge, where Alliance in dire straits for, I think, the first time in an early game, as Hakis is going to have to try and clean up this 1v1 Akimbo Mozambiques. We've been touting just how strong they are, but it comes down to the players and whether they can execute. Big swing here behind the shield of the friendly shield. It's going to be all too easy for Hakis to clean this one up, and it looked close, I'm not going to lie. Hakis back against the wall. Sometimes that's where the best of the best perform the best. They're going to be able to take this one down. Losing out on one member, but here's a beautiful thing about this drone. You don't even have to walk over there. Just hit E.
And that was Oversleepers, once again, who have really gotten the short end of the stick playing here on World's Edge. Having that launch site draft pick, they have been basically on the move the entire game, both these games. And Alliance, being the predators that they are, caught them red-handed and will now reap the spoils with so much room to roam. It's almost comical. DZ EVOs are their closest opponents, but Alliance have no reason to scout for that. They'll instead probably just snake up the north and try and find an early building to play for Ring 4, which I think they'll use to just compound into a new hunting spree.
Yeah, and I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like,
exactly.
It's just what's been working so consistently. Teams aren't used to fighting squads that are willing to just aggress on edge of zone like Alliance. So this is their playground right now, and hopefully DZ is aware of this, because they're sort of playing this a little bit quaintly on the low ground, when I feel like they should be playing, I think, a little bit more tight, a little bit more strong in terms of positioning, because once Alliance swoops in, and they really should expect Alliance at this point.
Yeah.
I think this is something that you need to understand about this lobby, right, is how the other teams around you play. So if they're expecting that squad I think playing for this low ground is a little bit dangerous. And if Alliance decides that they want to take this fight, there's not a whole lot of other teams that maybe swoop in for the third party. There's at least one team just outside the zone, but this time around Falcons has actually taken their rotate over on this side as well. So that Alliance fight won't really be free if DZ takes it.
This is kind of funny. Falcons are kind of intercepting Blurple after they got pushed. Renee poked out a little bit onto this northern side and tried to see if she could find a free building, but ran into, I think it was Stomps. And so Falcons, they'll run up here and to Countdown and just catch the entirety. Oh, no!
Absolutely not, it looks like.
Hold on a moment. Wow. With 2 up? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. They were far more ready than that, than bargained for. And now, I mean, DZ Eve can't even move in on that. They can't have the confidence. They're in such an unconventional spot. And I think their Wraith Portal's expired, so they can't even go for mobility. I think they are also stuck. Beautifully played by Blurple. I am genuinely amazed by that. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Hambino right now on an absolute tear, #1 ranked pred for the time being. So probably has a lot of fire, a lot of passion to want to be playing this game at the highest level, taking out the best of the best. Seems like an easy feat at this point. Blurple in a fantastic position here, clearing out this entire edge. They are going to have to make a very similar rotate to Alliance, which, by the way, has been wiped off the map. So DZ Eve, not even in zone, not even really setting up the best spot, has actually just circumvented these fights by standing completely still. It's like avoiding the T-Rex by not making any sudden movements. Blurple has walked on right past them. They found their way into a building, and I think DZ might have an almost free walk up here.
Yeah, I think this is the right call as well by Renee, DZ Eve's longtime IGL. With Scarlet being a little late to the party, obviously not as warmed up as everybody else, and being in a lobby full of teams that you know have more mechanical and pro-level experience than you, it could be right to just play as stalwart as possible, as ratty as you can. But don't let that distract you from how good this team is mechanically. Renee and Scar are one of the longest standing duos in FENB Apex, because unfortunately teams just aren't as sustainable there. And Non, as I said before, one of the best team hoppers when it comes to FENB Apex in NA. Any team you put her on, she has done wonders on it. She has always outperformed the team that she is on. And the only time that hasn't happened is with this DZ Eve squad, where the duo can actually keep it up with her. There's that Wraith Portal getting set up for Renee to be able to rat it out on the lower ground under, as it appears to be, Donut Shop and Empire for the time being that they'll walk into. And they will walk into quite a bit of util to boot as well. A drone EMP to get everybody scanned, and that'll let at least 2 teams know where DZ's at. A lot of damage taken in particular by Non, which means that they have to stay put for a moment just to heal up, but I mean, spotted by just about everything. It's a question of which team is going to be brave enough to step out and try to take this fight. Seems like a pretty safe one that couldn't really be third-partied, and so already you see 1 or 2 teams trying to get in on the mix. There's Donut Shop taking the first pot shots, as well as Most Hated, I believe that is, but playing around with this Wraith Portal to try and go for longevity. Non's the first to fall. It's Scarlet and Renee who have to play to hold it down, have to play to hopefully wait for a third-party team to come in and make this fight a little more chaotic, a little more interesting. And that's what Renee is going to have to do, as Scarlet is the next to fall. More ordnance is tossed, and such safety taken in this fight by, I believe it is 5-star that will get the majority of that. Or no, it is in fact Donut Shop and Thuggets actually who took that high ground. So Renee now having to rat back to the same spot, which means, of course, the drone is going to detect her as well, and unfortunately, she does not have even a portal as a saving grace this time around, so probably not long for this world.
Yeah, and that's really the thing about these really punishable late rotates, right? Even if you get a Watson fence, normally you'd probably get away with it pretty extensively, but wow, the defense! It doesn't even matter that she's down 2 team members. Renee with the clip. Donut Shop, I'm not sure if it was either desperation or really just thinking that they could clean that one up without a worry. And DZ still in it. Right as I was about to say just how punishable that rotate was, Donut Shop being punished for their over-aggression much more so. So they remain in contention as multiple other squads are starting to feel the heat as the zone starts to close. Empire, having lost their Caustic, is going to try and fight this one out in the smoke. Crojo doing a good job of anchoring for now, but there's going to be a crypto ultimate that's going to make this even more difficult. Another team outside as well, starting to throw in the ordnance. That's going to be a thermite, but the Mastiff seems to be fending them off just long enough for them to walk out. Can Crow survive? Are the knockdown shields going to be enough? No, this corner has been wiped out. Guck contributing to the fall of Empire.
You couldn't finalize regardless of where you were in that building because you had to extend. Zainu got the memo last and escaped. He's ratting at the moment, but for how much longer? At least one more team's worth. ExoClan will go down next, and this building is still the most populated. It's Board as well as I think it's Gucky in there, and then still Zainu waiting, and Blurple is also holed up in there. Meanwhile, oh, it's 2R1C now fighting against 5-star in the northern end of the circle, and that's the only thing that they can really be paying attention to in the moment, but Frex has the off angle, and so he can outplay this a little farther. Huge ordnance tossed over from Board's side as they'll attempt to take this fight inside the building up against Gucky, but it's taking quite some time. And Zainu can start doing some chip damage from the outside without really fearing anything. Is he going to be able to find anything? Yes! Downs Wizard Coin! That's an easy point for SSG in the meantime. But 5-star is doing the majority of the work here. They'll be able to clear out to R1C, and they are not even close to done. They'll move in on the remainder as Gucky, only one person strong, is now done. And Board are the only real opponents standing in the way of 5-star.
Someone really just turned on the blender there. Now we're down to 3, Tenric. The kill feed was just flashing the entire time, just lighting up like a Christmas tree. And actually, the only team that's left alive as a full stack happens to be Board. So there are the ones that. Oh, do they have everyone? Okay. So we got 2 full stacks in SSG. I thought I saw a duo there. But nonetheless, Zainu could make some magic happen. Don't count him out quite yet.
Oh, certainly. He's going to wait until the very last breath, and you have a lot of walls off of it to wait off of. Look at this! Just able to wait outside this vehicle. As long as Board doesn't target him first. Oh, but Yup spots him. But this is perfect timing for 5-star to move in and grab this win. EMP on top.
Smoke.
That scans everybody. Zainu shielding back up, playing the waiting game for this third party. 5-star, they want the smoke, but they have so much space to play with. It's a little tempting, but ultimately, they'll play for this room outside of the exhibit so they can maintain that uncertainty and wait out the third party instead. Board does lose a good chunk of health. MJ will go down first. It's AO and Wizard Coin to try to take on the 2v3, and with the help of the catwall, they'll at least be able to slow this fight down to chunks, to increments, to something that is doable. No. 5-star win the 3v2 out off of advantage, make the fight work, and will win out Game 5.
Yeah, just the collapse of teams onto that building led us pretty much straight into our top 3. And even though 2 teams were 3 strong, 5-star just much more favorable positioning. They're able to hold up really just a lot of space right with those crates, and that wall forced the climb over, which was just detrimental for the squad in front of them. Zainu couldn't quite make the magic happen, and I think the team across recognized that, taking him out full swinging to make sure that that was just one thing off of their checklist, but the win wasn't quite in the stars for them. 5 stars take down game number 5.
Yeah, that was perfect patience from him the whole way through, playing out that skyhook circle. I appreciate their ability to still grab a KP or 2 off of that funnel outside of the building without making themselves as in danger as these other teams. They were able to play from that construction zone way more effectively than these other squads. You saw Board was still trying to hold on to that building, still trying to hug the road, maintain the potential for high ground, but 5-star, they already knew that that was a losing battle. They just wanted to take the fight simple and plain, and so they facilitated so they could take an advantage 3v3. They knew the rat was there. They knew Zainu was hiding out. They wanted to wait things out, and they did perfectly. That circle very well rotated to force Board to fight that out, and they will get that KP. They will get second place, but that is all they will get this time around. Huge for 5-star to make it all the way up to 5th place on the leaderboard here. 2R1C has also breached out, making it to 28 points. Same with Most Hated and Spade Esports, who tie up the bottom of the leading pack. But the real gap, as it appears, happens at 7th place with NRG at 34. Up from there, it seems like the teams are pretty much locked. It is going to be quite a fight between, I think, 8th and probably 12th for these last 3 spots here in Game 6.
Yeah, we've got a 3-way tie from 8th to 10th. And that number is starting to get up there, Tenrek. I think 27, even 23 that Blurple's managed is a very respectable quantity. So one win now isn't quite going to be enough, especially for the likes of DC, Solus, and Insomnia that are sitting at the bottom of our leaderboard, as well as teams like EXO and Thuggets. I think it's going to be... It's asking a lot of them, right? It's not just the game win here. It's going to be the game win and at least a couple of KP there to make your game really, really solid, because the middle of the pack ain't slowing down anytime soon, and the top of the pack is certainly still praying. So I think it's down to the wire. It's down to that last game, right? And it's going to take a big game from these squads. Is the cleanup there? Is the expectation from them going to be met in this final game? It's really going to be nickel and diming up to that middle of the pack at this point.
Absolutely. When trying to make that top 10, you are able to take it slower. You are able to take it at your own pace. You're able to play for things other than just winning. But at this point, if you're not in the top 10, you cannot run from it any longer. One more opportunity to make it out of Group A into tomorrow's finals for that $10,000 prize pool. Most of this group already decided, a lot of certainties from the T1 end. Couple CC prodigies making their way into the fray. So much still undetermined. Where is this circle headed? Where are these teams pathing? What is Alliance gonna do? And where are we gonna end up after all of this is done? Game 6, World's Edge, Group A, one more time to determine our first 10 candidates for tomorrow's finals. Let's get into it, man. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's been a blast so far, and I think the teams that have shown up to get these wins, I mean, I'm looking down this list, and again, it's just surprise after surprise. Yeah. Will things change tomorrow? That's really where I think we're going to turn it up to 11. But for now, these teams really showing their stripes, really showing that they can go up against some of the most dangerous teams in Apex Legends. Internationally, we get the treat of a couple of EU teams that are making an argument for making it into the finals lobby themselves. 2R1C, I think a team we certainly need to focus on with where they sit in the scoreboard right now in 12th, but already showing signs of life all throughout the tournament. There's so much danger for the teams that are sitting even in that 7th, 8th place position right now. And
I don't want to be that guy who's like story building in game 6 or whatever, but I mean, to extrapolate this to a bit of a wider, audience, look, this is $10,000. This is not Mannheim, but this is really, really close to Mannheim in time. 15 of the 40 teams playing today are going to be playing in Germany. And so despite this, again, being like the step up with stakes, from the scrims that we've gotten to see so far, and while it obviously still is not the best that we've seen any of these teams at, because they are preparing, they are waiting, they are going for that upper echelon, that top pick up in Mannheim, this is the litmus test. This is where you see where things are headed on every level, including the top. And Most Hated may be heading back to the lobby a little bit early yet again. Falcons, once again,
1v1.
Oh, it's a 1v1. Zero is not gonna win it!
Take it out!
Falcons will have to settle for whatever bet of points they were able to lay on, and while it is a decent one, while it may get them over the line, it will be closer than they would like to bargain for. Yeah, man, I guess that's the crypto meta, right? Crypto just is so overpowered, and crypto's so dumb, right? Crypto's just that's the meta, right?
Oh man, and I gotta give them credit.
Let them know.
They're giving plenty of credit out for themselves. Yeah, I gotta give them credit, because I thought for a second that sitting in the leaderboard at 8th place, they decided, okay, we're not feeling great about this contest. Maybe we just roll off it a little bit, let them come to us. Things aren't going our way. We have this tunnel to run out of. And that waiting game actually served them perfectly. And I think they also might have swapped up their composition. I'm not 100% sure. But they had just as strong of a fighting comp to match Falcons this time around. They bait them into that sort of 3-window scenario. And it was a game of inches, right? But they get it over the line, and now they're feeling a lot more secure, already sitting on 3 extra KP that they didn't have before, and they get siphoned.
This is a big fight taken up by Insomnia, but oh man, MJ is just dropping all over them. Absolutely insane mechs from them. Will drop, but Wizard Coin and AO still sitting pretty. But DZ Eve have now moved in to try to take over after Insomnia has fully fallen, and they have 3 strong. And despite not having blue shields, they do have the advantage on a 3v2, and so looks like the remainder of Borg gonna hightail it. not let this go. They are not confident enough in what they can do and how many points they still need to get. And on that note, DZ Eve, they have quite a bit to do. You are going to see them get quite active this game, and that's why you're seeing Scarlet hold on to that lifeline so that off of the rat play, they're able to guarantee themselves that crafting of the respawn.
Yeah, it looks like they're out for blood, though. They want to clean up these kills, and I think, as we said, they're going to need a lot, and that starts with being aggressive with taking up these opportunities to scrap for KP. We're expecting at least a game win from them, right? That is like the bottom bar that DZ is going to need right now. So starting things off by taking out a member of board who is not going to be able to replenish their fallen member, I believe. And board is really skirting the line. I mean, board was in that 11th place at 27 points, so this is detrimental to their game going well. A member down, that where otherwise they might have turned and burned. This time around, they're opting for trying to play this one out as a duo. So I think it's going to be a game of survival, a game of really trying everything you can to stay strong. The right as I say that, it's again, it's like they're listening to us today, Tenric.
Wizard Coin and A were both like, okay, let me just take a walk real quick and think about this. And now they're both back on their own terms to try to find out DZ Eve. And that's great recognition of the kind of situation they're in. To go for this death box or to go for the 3KP, regardless, they need a gamble like this to work out if they want to make it into that top 10. They need to make this work, and it looks like they can't. Wizard Coin will get melted, and DZ Eve have either a 3v1 or all the space in the world to work off of. Indeed, it'll be the latter. AO is just going to take that L and head right back out.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I don't feel like that decision was necessarily warranted. I mean, this side of the map is not that congested yet. So the fact that you're playing as a duo, yes, it hurts, but that means that you have to play around your rotation, right? DZ, especially a full 3-stack that just bothered to walk away from their POI to try and third your fight, they are going to be willing to sit on those death boxes. You best believe it. So the fact that they come, and they came in split as well, so not even really fully committed. So if you were going to half play for a rat play, just rat it out. Just play out the game the way that now you're going to end up having to do, except now you're even one member short. That's not the way that you want this one to go when you're sitting literally on the cutoff point of qualifying for tomorrow.
And on that note, another team that on the cusp, but still some work to do over Sleepers, who we've seen have great potential in these lobbies, but just unfortunately be a little bit slow. And this time it's not of their own accord. The EMP catching a stray into the Rolling Thunder over Sleepers will be forced to at least fight a couple of Z's, but anything more than that will be dictated by this 5-star team coming off of that win, sitting pretty comfortably in the top 10, but they'd like some more work to be done, and they have quite the players to do it. Frexens and Nile, who used to play together on SSG, joined by Darkite, who, I mean, came out of absolutely nowhere this year, was on in Split 1, got 72nd in CC, I think it's safe to say, playing with a couple better people now. But man, oh man, what a firepower squad they have turned out to be, and now leaving over Sleepers continuously on the ropes here. I mean, it's tough for them to go anywhere from here. You're either walking into ExoClan, Blurple, or right back to 5-star.
And right now we're tuning back into our early game contest winners, who seem to be a touch on the back foot, having lost Dynasty a little bit ago. They have picked him back up. They have managed to get a shield bat off. Almost spoke too soon there, but the Crypto EMP is going to do what it can to try and slow them down. And though they have one member almost entirely knocked in, is actually going to get knocked from the north. You just saw those shots as we swap cams. Is going to do the damage, but it might not matter here. Most Hated does lose out on Laser, but they answer back, and they also drop Slesset. So I think Most Hated might have had their Guardian Angels drop in at just the right moment. SSG has joined the party.
This could not be more perfect for Space Station Gaming. Two teams at such a weak point, while SSG takes the pot shot to snipe down the one body that either of these teams did want to vie for, and then moving in for the third party if either of them want to scrap again, which absolutely not. Most Hate is already all the way down back to Harvester, and Gucky is stuck now between DZ Eve and the remainder of SSG. By the way, not even everyone's there yet. I think Phony is still sitting with just drone from the buildings over in Monument right now. I mean, that was just such impeccable timing to take over an entire quadrant of this map. No one else can move. Granted, DZ Eve probably doesn't want to, poor guys. But, I mean, that was just such a great takeover that all it took was literally one shot, and then they just got the waltz in.
Yeah, and actually, Phony was playing deep, actually over towards Fragment. I think sitting as far back as underneath the tracks. He was just hanging out as the other 2/3 of the squad kind of did the heavy lifting. Heavy lifting, maybe not the right word. Light work for sure. They reaped the benefits of that in a big way. Now we tune back over to DZ Eve, who has played this game pretty cleanly so far. Rings certainly not pulling their way, but their composition doesn't necessarily necessitate a very fast deep rotation, right? Like they're comfortable playing near the fringe. I think I'd like to see them be a little bit more proactive on their rotate than they were in game number 5, because they did actually secure an almost defensible position. Problem is, with how much crypto there is out there, you can never rely on your pylon staying alive for long. So playing for a spot that is going to be a little bit more securable in that ring 4 zone is going to be really important for them to have a chance at winning this one out.
And so they'll walk into a more advantageous space, one that's occupied by Gucky at the moment, who just got their respawn off as it appears, trying to burn down on this zip line, but they can't get a certain kill. They can only clip through some shields, take over some death boxes, and force Gucky to reposition outside the tracks. Question is, does DZ Eve commit to this fight now? They still don't really have the shields to do it consistently, and so they'll just take what loot they can manage and once again go the long way, see if they can catch a rat. But again, they're really just, it's barren for them, unfortunately. I don't think they're going to be able to come up with enough points to purely get through to the top 10, but we can see how much farther they can get. Doesn't seem like there's anybody strictly standing in their way just yet, so they have a little bit longer on this map at least.
And for the first time, I think today, Alliance being forced to play the early game near the zone. I don't quite recall where they dropped. Oh, no, they've made their way out. So, yeah, not the closest by any means, but still having to do a bit of a walk. And they're already sitting on a red, man. Like this, the consistency of this team is just undeniable.
They're just gonna
already getting aggressive once again. Already trying to clear out their side of the map once again. Tuning back in on a DZ Eve, a team that probably wants to do much the same, right, but is going to be met with resistance from Most Hated, who's already taken down easily in contention for best team in the world. I think that they're going to be more than happy to take this fight against DZ and clear another team off the map.
I mean, this DZ Eve is uncertain about where they want to snake to. They were considering going around the long way, but they'll just head inside. Trying to take this fight. Meanwhile, Alliance, they will fully push the button on Oversleepers and finish it before our poor observers can get there. Well done to them. That's another 3 KP on the board. I think we can safely say Alliance is getting to tomorrow. And thank goodness, because they might not last. ExoClan has decided to move in now from the outskirts of the circle and take over this fight. But how committal to it are they going to play with Futa gone? We're going to launch in that Rolling Thunder, toss a couple ordinances in, see if they can get some chip damage done. Still trying to play for the distance because of that EMP that is so beautifully navigated, but not well enough. K-Swinny can avoid that EMP damage and now threaten some of his own. They don't know how this ult economy is looking for ExoClan. And so K-Swinny can just play for this space control while Futa gets rezzed. And ExoClan can continue to play this slow since they have Zone, and Alliance really have no other safe place to go until they, unless they decide to take the long snake around, and Lord knows they do not want to do that.
Oh, the tempo here is so awkward for Exo, and Alliance has finally gotten, I think, the advantage that they needed to full send this one. Actually not even utilizing the ultimate from Unlucky, so they actually held on to resources there. Great conservation, and I think they were certainly a little bit concerned about another team joining them on the southern side, but it will not matter. They will clean up Exo, and once again, just what can you do to stop this team? They walk in where they want, they take the fight when they want, and they're really well outside of any third-party range, which is exactly how you want to be taking fights on the edge. This is textbook. Everyone should be taking notes on just how perfectly they're playing this right now.
Yeah, 2 seconds of uncertainty is all they really need to just fully collapse on you. I mean, the second that ExoClan let go of that high ground, what little high ground they had to step out of circle, and Alliance is like, all right, feeding time. We're good to go. DZ Eve have finally had to confront Most Hated up here, and they will do so. And they've done it. Wow, well done. Non does have to get abandoned, unfortunately, but DZ Eve keeps you stable. And hey, this is where the lifeline. Oh, never mind. We're going full support system here, baby. No gamer left behind. Let's grab that card. Let's dip out of here. And let's grab some loot in the meantime as well while we're at it. Some nice KP for DZ Eve, who now have so much more of the map to themselves. Nobody can safely, securely move in that quickly. SSG is the closest, but they're actually running away from Blurple right now after they've lost Phony to him. Blurple gets to control some space of their own, so actually SSG will be forced to fight either way. They'll try to take over onto DZ Eve, and huge amount of damage done early on. Koi will be the one to intercept and deal the remainder of it. So DZ Eve, that will be the end of them here in the Carnage Cup, but got to at least have some fun with the full squad before saying goodbye. SSG could say the very same. Of course, they are much more secure in their point total, but they would love to grab a win to end the day. That would be awesome. They don't exactly have all the players to do so, though, so they'll have to slow it down just a little bit, at least to start here.
Yeah, and SSG has made quite a journey, not just today, but in this game, coming all the way down from Climatizer. No surprise they're sitting on reds with how much of the map they've traversed. And there's still a chance that they can maybe recover Phony here now. I'd say that's a little bit too far gone. And as you said, likely Gucky that has pushed them off. And another team pushing them off of their hill as well. Zainu going down almost instantly. And yeah, now it's just down to Koi. They've made it so far, Tenric, only to fall just outside of that top 5 position. Koi gonna put in the work, not gonna give up for free, and actually dealing out an incredible amount of damage. Almost made it look like a 1v3 highlight reel, but 5-star do manage to clean it up.
It's what you expect, but this is what you get. 5-star yet again, doing okay. And like you said, they'll be able to recover once more. And oh, we have some more gamers. We have some more friends. Blurple is now moved in and don't have the best landing. So SSG, they're just gonna throw this Rolling Thunder and EMP down now. SSG is hungry to fight. Pathfinder zipline up to take this now, and no one's prepared for it. Meanwhile, Donut Shop attempting to take the fight against Thuggets right now, but Vayne already down, and so they'll have to slow it down as well. Thuggets don't have certain intel, and they'd love to hold on to Mirage Artois, so they will not be doing anything else. Blurple will get finished off by 5-star, so very well done by them. That move-in was so fast, so clean. The zipline, plus the Rolling Thunder, plus the EMP, I mean, just inescapable. You're forced to fight and on disadvantage. That was great timing by them. Wave stands alone now for Donut Shop after his 2 compatriots are stuck under this building after getting fried to a crisp, but again, no one can commit immediate attention to him, so as long as you avoid sightlines from Alliance, then you should be okay. Unless Solus drops on you, which is where they might have to go if nothing else is given to them. But Mirage Artois is the most populated area right now, having 2 R1C and Thuggets sitting around here.
Yeah, Solus has swooped on in. I can still see red underneath them, which makes me believe that still might have a chunk of Donut Shop alive. And Solus did take quite a bit of damage from Alliance up on the high ground, so maybe they didn't get the cleanest execution on this walk-up that they would have liked, but they eventually get there. Gonna clean up the last member of Donut Shop left alive. And now they have a pretty decent corner of this zone to play. They're still gonna be at risk, of course, of the high ground that Alliance has sort of taken control of, but they're gonna have to walk up here very soon. The team's up on Mirage Artois, sitting pretty, but again, not a whole lot of defensible space, even with something like a Watson. Speaking of non-playable space, 5-star just forced to move forward to pretty much anything that they can find and claim to be covered.
Yeah.
They're living for right now, but they have lost Dark Knight, and yeah, it's gonna be all she wrote.
Yeah, no invulnerable space in this circle. If a fight starts, it's gonna get finished. Trust and believe. And so Alliance want to use this as an opportunity to finish the game, get a win, a certain top of the podium, full-on win to end the day. And I mean, that would obviously be one of the most dominating splits we've seen from any team in the Carnage Cup for sure. If it's topped off with that W on top of already the insane amount of points that they've been able to get. And they have such a stupid position to do it. The high ground adjacent to Mirage with none of its circle drawbacks. And you can play a 3D EMP onto a 6-stack here if you want, or you can wait it out and toss a Rolling Thunder when they rotate. The options really are limitless for you here if you're Alliance. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
some knuckle cluster chip. Sure, Unlucky. Let's pad some stats real quick.
It doesn't help that the real cover that you have to play Mirage Etoile is actually all but run out. That entire squad is playing behind one gold bin. That is all they have to call cover. In the meanwhile, we've got 2R1C who's actually pulled the trigger, and that was fantastic. You saw the sort of wombo combo they set up there, and that crypto EMP might have given them just enough time. They've managed to get off of the ship, but can they dethrone Alliance?
The pylon wasn't in time to collect on top of that ring of fire, but they still have a good amount of space to work off of. But Alliance still has so much HP, and 2R1C time is running thin. That first 15 seconds is where you need to win your fight against Alliance. And if they even create even footing again, which it looks like they have, you can say goodbye to your opportunity to fight. So can 2R1C. They'll have to just play this out long, especially since Alliance has this chip damage with Unlucky's clusters, which just keep farming so much damage. Absolutely ridiculous. Drone is out yet again. Alliance gonna try and break it. They will. No opportunity to move in for 2R1C, but no one can really pay attention to them either. A war on two different fronts, and now the ticket comes in. 2R1C tries to make it happen. Two members of Alliance down, but Unlucky's still on a full kit. Excuse me, it's Tyler who has to shield dance between two gold shields onto one in the 1v1. 2R1C falls. Alliance keeps it going and is immediately followed up upon by Thuggets, who might maintain the high ground and try to hold on to everybody. Now with the Craver. Trepstacks keeps that momentum, but not all three members alive. So it will be a scrappy finish between these two squads, unless Trepstacks is able to cleanly get this res off. It looks like with the ample high ground they will be. Solus has no immediate answer to this. The closest will be the EMP to farm that 100 damage, and so Thuggets are worse for wear. That's when the movement comes. Riley with the opening frag yet again, and now it's certainly not safe to res. We must drop down. We must fight. We must conquer, says Thuggets, and they will. Trepstacks the first opening knock. It'll be a 2v2, a glorified one at that, as smoke covers the entire circle. Thuggets continue to try and maintain that high ground, but they cannot forever. Solus has too many spots to hide, too many places to hold, too many cracks on the cliff to be able to maintain. But it's a 1v2 at the end of the day, and Trepstacks and Dan, they make the drop. Crestep is not found. Trepstacks tries to look up first. Crestep cannot finalize and has to be the one to drop down. Thuggets will keep it solid, keep it stable, and win their final game for Group A. That will certainly guarantee them a position in the top 10.
Yeah, impressive there to recognize the moment they needed to strike. That extended fight between Alliance and 2R1C was really one of their only opportunities to find a game-winning spot. They lose one just on the transition alone, mind you. They didn't even get to the fight as a full 3. So the fact that the timing was there, perfect to just take down the sub and really just take over the best spot on the map. Very commendable effort from their opponents, of course, but that positioning was just a little bit too hard to fight. Probably about as bad as an uphill battle as you could have hoped for. They close it out, and as you said, they're probably gonna put themselves pretty comfortably, at the very least, in that top 10.
Yeah. Definitely a foregone conclusion for that circle that Thuggets are able to finalize, but like you said, that timing that comes in on that 2R1C Alliance fight was so perfect, and on that note, the timing for 2R1C was a little bit off, and unfortunately, there is no room for mistakes, even against a 600 ping rattled Alliance. They are locked in for certain. Yeah, and then Thuggets' ability to just maintain off of that, grab the high ground, and hold it for as long as they did with as much power and certainty as they did. That was pretty guaranteed, but Solus grabbing those points, pretty decent for them. I don't think it'll get them over the line, unfortunately. No, it will not. It'll get them up to 20. But Thuggets, 33 points. That'll get them up top just above Board, who misses the bus. But there's your 10. Alliance, SSG, 5-star, Donut, Falcons, 2R1C, Empire, NRG, Thuggets, and Most Hated. Move on to tomorrow from Group A.
Yeah, lovely work from these teams, and commending all of the game winners. We actually had no repeat winners today, which is pretty awesome, at least from Lobby A. And 6 teams that, I gotta say, are not the sort of esports org powerhouses that we expect to be taking down these lobbies. It's been sort of the dark horses that I know a lot of people are rooting for constantly. Maybe some of the teams that we know from T2 that are starting to break their way into PL. Those are the teams that were the big winners today. So I think they've really set the bar high for what we're going to be expecting tomorrow when they face up against the best of the best, not just from this lobby, but also from Lobby B.
Absolutely. The attitudes as well as the games will flip on their heads tomorrow, but today still has so much to offer. We found our first 10 teams. Now we got to do it all over again. 20 more high-level teams entering the lobby for 6 more games to figure out who's filling out that finals lobby after this break. Don't go anywhere. Back again now with the latter half of the Knightsarena Carnage Cup 7, presented by Zippo and Blacklight. Tenrak and Mellowcrit coming fresh out of Group A. 10 teams determined, 10 teams about to be mellow. This second lobby looking as juicy as the first one. We have competitors from all sorts of necks of the woods, North American and European, Tier 1, Tier 2, and FENB scenes, all getting represented today. And now in Lobby 2, you see where those teams sit.
Yeah, there's a number of teams in this stack that you should be incredibly excited to watch. Of course, we've got the TSMs, we've got Team Liquid, Alienware in the mix, Furia, Disguise. We've even got some friends, as you mentioned, from the EU over in Navi. So there's a lot that you love to see in this stack. The games in our first half were pretty exciting. Tons of different winners, tons of dark horse picks. We were talking about this just right before we went live about how even in this squad, there seems to be even fewer dark horse picks to pick from. So that's going to be a tough hill to climb. I mean, you've got every single top caliber team in this lobby that you could possibly want. So in the second half, I think it's going to be an even tighter race than we had at the beginning.
Yeah, and very few of them are contesting as well going into these lobbies. Of course, again, starting out with sorry, I feel like I should for the people that just joined in, because I know that some people just tuned in for their teams. So if you're just jumping into this lobby, it is single elimination for 2 groups. Top 10 teams from each group off of 6 games, 3 on World's Edge, 3 on Stormpoint, make it to day 2. Day 2 is also just 6 games, no match point involved. So today we'll see teams vie for the points. Tomorrow we'll see teams vie for the win, and that could lead to a couple conflicting play styles like we saw in Lobby A. A lot of differences in tempo between some of the lower and higher tier teams that led to basically 0 T1 wins in Lobby A. Will we see the same sort of thing? Will we see a lot of CC teams take over the #1 spot on the podium for these games, or do we see just absolute carnage in the scoreboard?
Yeah, and I think it could go either way, especially with how we've sort of talked about how these Carnage Cup lobbies are always a little bit different. They've got some special sauce in them, right? Where we've got a cool blend of international teams, top NA teams, challengers teams, FEMB teams that are all really capable in their own right. And so when you kind of mix them up and bring all of their different play styles and have them have to figure each other out a little bit in the lobby as we progress, I think that makes for some really fun and interesting games. But I have a hankering here that we're going to see a little bit more of those big names rise to the top, especially in the overall leaderboard.
Well, we'll see if that gets fleshed out starting out on game #1. Once again, starting out fully on Stormpoint. We'll have 3 consecutive games there, then 3 consecutive games on World's Edge. Again, no immediate contests jumping into Stormpoint, but that could very quickly change, especially on that northern side. A couple teams a little close to each other, Temper and Bleed over in Checkpoint, as well as Na'Vi and Meat 2 over in the northeastern side. They could conflict pretty quickly, but it all comes down to how aggressive these teams are willing to be, and honestly, it's an on-the-day kind of thing. There is nothing really dictating anybody's attitude just yet.
Yeah, that's really something that we need to emphasize for sure, is that it can always be your day. Today, you don't need to win the whole thing, right? We're playing for that top 10. We keep harping on it because it is important to note. We've already seen how some teams may adjust their play style a little bit, may adjust, especially towards the latter half, may adjust how they approach each one of these games, especially if they're a little bit lower on the leaderboard. So it should be a fun time dropping in here. Game #1 for our Lobby B for Carnage Cup.
Like we said, one of the teams that we were both really excited to see was Meat 2, a team that's just, I mean, 3 of the coolest, greatest players in North America that we've seen in both the T2 and T1 scene in the last 3 years, all from like crazily different corners as well. But in the middle of it all, obviously, the Meat master himself, Tech, who has long been known to be one of the... Oh, and we got to start over. Well, I could still talk about Meat too. Tech, of course, being one of the premier scouts when it comes to Tier 2 Apex Legends, has been finding the best players out there since he came out the womb, and he's been using it to draft some of the craziest, most diabolical teams ever, and this is no different, bringing in the dad himself, Rambo, and then, again, a technical god in Panders, who was just somehow left to the wayside this season. And, I mean, this CC team has spoken for themselves. They're going to PLQ, baby.
Yeah, and it's a team that would be pretty easy to bet on if you look at that roster. And I have to highlight, too, that Tech, for this meta in particular, is really special because Tech is one of those crypto sort of specialists, if you will, crypto addicts who wouldn't put it down even when it was horrible, even when it was at its lowest. And even really sort of reintroducing it to the meta, especially when we were seeing him play with just double roller fraggers and sort of sit in the back and just telling him, kind of like attack dogs, just telling him where to go and who to kill. Now that crypto is incredibly relevant in the meta, that sort of skill ceiling is probably going to be even higher for him since he spent so much time on the character. And I think the other day he even put out a tweet that says, if you need crypto practice or if you need to learn, he listed out just a couple of people that he believes are in sort of the pantheon of crypto experts. So that's pretty exciting to see. Meet to Electric Boogaloo. We'll see if with this brand new stack of, I think, incredibly talented roller players, he can make some magic happen, not just today, and if they make it, not just tomorrow, but also as we wait for these PLQs that are going to have a lot of the teams actually that we're seeing throughout the day.
Yeah, a good couple of these teams made it out, and we saw the same thing in the last lobby as well. A couple of those teams like Board and Spade Esports making it out of CC. Same thing over here. WeWoo, they didn't make it to Last Chance Qualifier, but being an FENB team and making it to, I think, top 50 in CCNA standings at the end of the day, that's very impressive in its own right. Same could be said for Phoenix Legacy, who did the same thing across the pond, cracking the top 50 in CC despite being an FENB squad. Again, just breaking barriers consistently. Love to see that. I'm very excited in particular personally for this Pioneer squad. The Tripods core now joined up with Onmu has been really exciting to watch lately. I think they're a real dark horse team that needs to be studied because I feel like their road to their skill ceiling is slow, it is long, it is arduous, but the payoff will be so crazy. They have so much potential.
Yeah, and I love that Onmu pickup. I think we'd kind of skirted that idea among some of my peers about how we felt about that team and what could really excel that duo to the next level. And I think the experience, the land testedness, and just the I think overall knowledge that is contained in a player like Onmu brings so much potential to that team in a way that I think they were perhaps a little bit capped prior. Still a very impressive team in their own right, don't get me wrong, but adding Onmu to the mix has been really just a sort of brightening, again, kind of like the lobbies today, just kind of the secret sauce that's bringing it to the next level. So I think there's a lot to be said for that team and their potential moving into not just Pro League and how they performed there, but just the longer that they simmer, the longer that they play with each other, I think the better and better they're going to get.
Yeah, this is a boiling pot waiting to escape the lid for sure. Other teams that we will talk about now while this lobby gets set up. Okay, all right. Well, Prod is telling me I don't have to do that. Instead, I can just take a break. That's really cool. That's great. I love my job, really. We are going to take a quick second while we fix this lobby real quick. I think everybody's finalizing comps, but we will be back maybe soon, maybe later. I don't know. We'll see. We did it! We're back!
We're in there.
We're in there with game number 2. Game number 1. We haven't seen these guys play yet.
Well,
I was taking a second and I was like, did we already have a game with these guys? We have not, but we do now. Starting off on Storm Point, Group B. Again, 6 games to grab a spot in the top 10 to make it to tomorrow to play for that $10,000 prize pool. Mellocrit, we got to see the snake draft that these teams went for. A good amount not present at the scene, so not necessarily like back to home turf for a lot of these teams. Everybody's just kind of playing the game with whatever they got. But not really any contests here on Storm Point. Everyone gets to do their own thing for a little bit.
And yo, speaking of showing up, is that Vosky I see in the KCP stack?
Vosky.
That is actually a sub coming through, but one that's pretty sick to see, y'all. That's a cool addition. Unfortunately, we're gonna be missing out on one member of the usual KCP crew. But hey, if you were gonna want a sub for your squad to slot in for that missing member, I'd love for it to be Voz 11 out of 10 times. So it should be pretty awesome. We were already talking about this squad. They've got a little bit more of that special something that has helped some of the teams in these lobbies take down these games so far. Let's see if they can do it here.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling good. One of the teams that is going to be going to Mannheim in the next 2 weeks. And one of the teams that I think has generated a lot of buzz since confirming their position in Mannheim. But this is the norm for Gents indeed. They are a duo that has for a long time had to come up from the bottom and kind of grind their way into sustaining a reputation here in the community. And now with that Pioneers name on top of them, I think they've been able to do so a lot faster, a lot more beautifully, a lot more consistently. And I think they've also just gotten to really just bear down on the game and make sure that that's what you're focused on. You know, you're invested. And we see that with Vosky, we see that with Gent, we see that with whoever really takes on the moniker for Pioneers, and we love seeing that.
And they love seeing where they are in the ring right now. Can already see our first preview of where teams are moving on in. Actually, both KCP and Ping moving on to Disguised over by the Mill. A little bit of early aggression, it looks like, to fight for that spot. No team actually, it looks like, in Mill itself. So that's got to say something about where these teams might be expecting this ring to pull on over. Actually favoring these pods a little bit, which is a pretty nice little spot for them to sit at if it does pull this way. Not the most flexible by any means, but it looks like they're going to meet some resistance early here, as Penguin has already walked on up, looking to get aggressive.
And this is 3 CC players that have all formed very solid reputations, of course, headed by Dig Vibes. But Kuzme, unfortunately, walking in a little too lonely. And Disguised, who I believe has Nano subbing in for, I want to say, Enemy today. Because I think I saw QZer in Designful. Will be able to pick up an easy first and second kill by the looks of it. Soviet also melted down. And so Ping Wingman's most experienced and consistently best player will be the one that, as it appears, will have to rack for them.
And no wingman, so don't even have that going for them, which is unfortunate.
Not lore accurate.
Yeah, this is not real lore. This isn't canon. This isn't canon. Yeah, unfortunately, they will be down to 1 in DSG, locking down their spot, and they get a KP in the back pocket, so they're going to be feeling pretty good. Once again, back to this sort of comp that we expect a lot of teams to be playing today. These pods are a little bit dicey, mostly because it's both a blessing and a curse, right, to only have one way in and then one really open way in and out on the top side. So it can be okay if your pylon does survive, but against something like a fuse, you're going to be in for a rough time, especially once that door goes down.
Dig Vibes has stepped on the twig that is a recon beacon, and Go Next Esports, one of our EU squads, is in here to finish the blow. Of course, who else but Kashera being the first one up there, and the only one that's really needed to deal the damage. It's Kai with the credit for the killing blow, but everyone from GN has now taken over quite the pretty penny of positioning, but is mirrored by Ping Wingman, not Moist. Weave, they still have a lot of resources to manage and have to make sure that they show that they have what they need to deal with it. They will. They'll flex the shields, they'll flex the bullets, they'll flex the space they have to maintain, and no one dares fight Go Next, at least just yet.
And Kashara, another one of those members of the, I guess, early crypto club. Just a player that is very comfortable on the character, blessing us with his presence over from the EU to show the kids how it's done in a world of EMP upon EMP. But Weave right now, I like the spot that they're holding it. I think it's a little bit unfortunate that we're seeing the return of Watson paired strictly with the crypto, right? Because normally you're pretty happy, especially on Stormpoint, to hold some of these flex power spots like what Weave has right now, where you're taking up a lot of space and you can hold a lot of it down with those Watson fences. But unfortunately, because there's so much potential of EMPs coming your way, you can't really rely on those fences to be a solid source of cover, especially when paired with something like a Rolling Thunder. So I think I have to agree with this move here. Normally that might be an okay spot to play aggressive from. In this case, they're finding this really broken building over here to try and hold off for the late game, to try and hold out their spot and maybe find themselves into a top position a little bit later on.
Still contesting with one team or two here, and on that same note, Complexity looks to be meeting Vanity down in Synode. Complexity, a team that deserves every introduction, but needs none. One of the best IGLs in the world in Monsoon, who's also been one of the longest standing on a specific team players that we've ever seen. Lou, of course, being one of the ultimate mechanical beasts that has all the experience one could ask for, and Kimchi proving the CC to player content pipeline is not only real, but replicable. This has been an explosive squad from the jump, and boy, oh boy, do they know how to take fights. Finishing them has been, unfortunately, another story these past couple events that they've been a part of, but here in Carnage Cup, they hope to prove themselves very differently, and Vanity is a great way to start it. A great team in their own right. Crook, Stunny, and Albra Laley. Three names that, again, if you've been here before, then you know that so have they. A little bit of a tough misnomer from Monsoon as he's been caught out on a far angle. Kimchi very late to the party, but still able to do some damage, enough so that Albra Laley gets melted down, but Monsoon in the process has to chase that down and will get melted himself, so it's a fragmented fight that Complexity have to take. Lou's damage is amazing enough to make it a 1v1, and so it comes down to Kimchi. Playing against the door! Oh my goodness. What a stuffer on the knockdown shield. Has to play the psychological game! And it's enough time for Stunny to make the wraparound. But Vanity will fall just as quickly as Furia have heard the commotion and made all their way down here to Synode to lap up the loot boxes for themselves. They have all the space, and they have a KP.
Yeah, Stunny trying to fall over what was looking to be baited res. Didn't end up mattering because they absolutely crushed the fight. But Furia, just waiting for their time to strike, are able to clean that one up. Over here towards DGAP, we get to see that they've also just cleaned up a fight from the looks of it. Triple purples for themselves, and they're going to be feeling pretty solid about their start, I am sure. Team Liquid Alienware, however, very much not happy about their start, as they've already lost a fight up against a Bleed, who is rocking that Newcastle, which is quite a development if you're familiar with their coach, who is a bona fide Newcastle hater. So seeing this team rocking that for this lobby, actually a very interesting composition here, sort of a mishmash of a couple of different things that are probably going to lead them to have some pretty solid fighting power, as well as some staying power with Shubi on that Newcastle.
I love this comp, and I love this team to death. To speak a little more, I think, on the power that this composition has had on Stormpoint, and particularly how it's called into question, I think we're in a very interesting position that, again, I think makes this meta really interesting and fun. Because I think there's no denying that Crypto Bang Watt is the ubiquitously best pick for Stormpoint right now, comp-wise. I think there's no denying that. And yet at the same time, each one of those roles on the team is not entirely defined and not entirely certain. There are very obvious weaknesses that each of those legends has. And so there is opportunity for a counter meta, but it's one that is very calculated. And so you see these role stars, these teams that know the nuke, that know the crypto, really get to shine. Unfortunately, we will not see Bagel shining very much, as Meat 2 has moved into Down Beast and is having their way with this squad. A very fun one normally, I gotta say. This is normally also with Lady Pexy, freaking Jay Yon, aka El Karma, filling in the mix, who is an amazing player in their own right across Apex's long, illustrious history. But this core of Eru and Banks, one that definitely needs attention and recognition from the FENB community. they get it done. Just not this time against Meat 2, who I guess it's time to talk about them again now because we got so rudely interrupted last time.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting it done right now, no doubt. Triple red shields already closing in on the northern edge of this map. I think running one of the compositions that I think is most interesting for pressuring some of these Watson teams that try to play these fancy flex spots they're so used to playing in previous metas. Because they have that Bangalore, right? That Rolling Thunder can put on the pressure. They have a crypto of their own to take down those fences. And they have not just the aggressive potential, but the rotational potential with that zipline from the Pathfinder. So I actually really like what Meat are doing with this. And the way they're playing this zone is going to be a little bit of a... it's going to be touch and go because... much like some of the teams that Alliance has chosen to fight with, they like to take these isolated fights. They like to pressure teams that maybe are already taking another fight of their own. But in a spot like the mill that's going to be in this next zone, it's going to be a little bit difficult to siege because you have teams like Na'Vi, you have teams like Temper, and you've had Disguised sitting in these pods since the beginning of the game. They're going to make it very difficult for you to get aggressive for free. The third party danger is always looming, so it might be time for them to find an evac tower play instead, though as you can see from the center of that next zone, not a whole lot of room to land on.
Yeah, you have nothing you can really jump in on. You've got to do this Emmanuel way, otherwise you're just going to walk into 3 people like lasering you in the air. Instead, they'll just walk into bleed, like immediately, like directly. Panders, in fact, is just going to take the zipline all the way to the fight itself. Might live to regret that as his shields are already burned, but on top of the bunker with the Newcastle, it is Meat 2 that has to enact and engage. Rambo going to do that, and man, one of the best fighters in the world with those Kimbo Mozambiques can't get it done. And with Panders already burned to a crisp, as mentioned before, with that immediate aggression, it seems that Meat 2's timing was just a little bit off. They will be the ones that are tenderized, and Tech walks away the lone rat.
Yeah, unfortunately, meeting Bleed at their feet, and they're able to set up a Newcastle wall, which isn't too affected by that EMP. So Bleed is able to stave them off, is able to pick up a couple kills. Temper looking like they were getting a little bit hungry, maybe looking to pressure a little bit, but I think realizing that the last remaining member of Meat had made their way out. No real reason to lose your spot. Really interested to see how that team will progress in this meta. I know Adi has shifted off of their sort of power one-trick pick in that Mirage, being forced to play something a little bit more meta for the sake of the team, for the cause, but having a pretty decent showing in the last couple of tournaments that they've participated, and they might do it again here.
Oh, KCP finally meeting their maker. Bleed wanted to go for the finisher on them initially, but couldn't sustain outside a checkpoint, so it seems like they're just letting Temper and D-Gap have their way with it. And speaking of Temper, they will start to take those shots and find Bleed on the outskirts. Oh, how about some more of this bow check, getting some action. Great to see Cloaked take over on that. Hey, how about another? Pop off, dude. Great shots taken, and that might be enough for Temper to actually call the fight for. But so much keep away you're able to play with this drone, and also so much uncertainty with where these other squads are in such a condensed circle. It seems like they don't want to take that chance. On the outskirts of that other side for them is indeed D-Gap, which must be minded. These are, again, 3 players who have been in the woodwork for millennia at this stage. Never count a single one of them out. It's a squad I really love individually. I'd love to see what they can do synergistically. Here's Weewoo droning out the center with Janie and Avali, another longtime duo that just absolutely destroys when given the opportunity to. Joined up by Trips, of all people. How fun is that? That's another callback, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's sick. J-Trips, the young controller, future GOAT, as he was touted by Davis Wave on, I think, the original iteration of Donut Shop last year. A very incredibly talented roller fragger here, joined up with 2 of the top ladies that are often taking down some big tournaments. Definitely a power duo, I think, joined by J-Trips. This could be some really interesting development if they're able to have some deep runs here in these games. But for right now, it looks like the team they're going to have to contend with is Na'Vi, who has picked up this opening knock. And this is a very dangerous team to even have in a 3v3, let alone a 3v2. But both of these teams now pressured by the ring.
Yeah, DSG is watching them as well. I think Kirzir was able to get a nice pot shot down. Here's Kieto, another FEME team that I think needs no introduction. Such a crazy squad, but Temper God, those beaks. God, oh man. Okay. Ring will end up catching Adi, so Cloaked stands alone, and I think just has to hightail it, not knowing what is in front of him. But well done against Quieto there to maintain the edge. Weewoo's going to take that as the opportunity to evac back out and take a better position against Na'Vi. While TSM, who's been doing a lot of the chip damage sequentially through this, is able to continue watching out. And I mean, come on, it's TSM. One of the favorites for sure to win this. They've somehow been looking better and better as this split has gone on, which I don't think anybody could have possibly predicted. But Zap has filled in like a glove.
Yeah, I love the pickup of Zap, and I think there's been a lot of doubt around this roster, right? But I think, like with any roster, it requires some time, it requires some tournaments under your belt, and it honestly requires some losses, some hard times for your team to really find their footing. I think, in general, you should never count out a squad like TSM. Tuning back in with Na'Vi, and through the lens of our assistant observer here in DSG and the drone, they're finding a little bit of resistance themselves, and they're actually being jumped up on, holding off on this floor. They have plenty of defensive positioning here, plenty of fences to work with, but we all know that can all fall off of one EMP, so they have to be cautious. They have to be prepared for the drop down. I think Nano understands this, playing these angles, trying to reset those fences as much as possible while his teammates play the stairs. And this Watson gen is actually still up, so really no grenades to be had in terms of needing to defend against quite yet. I imagine that thing will be going down if the team above starts to get aggressive. But look at this zone, Tenra. Can these teams even afford to get aggressive at this point? Is it even worth it? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, these pods are like the only cover you've got left. You see in the wide open, anybody can take out anybody. But DSG, they've got to be conservative with their shots. Even still, there are so many people just watching them, gunning them down, and you don't have the intel to know which angles they're peeking from. So instead, you look for the rats, you look what you can find, and you can take what you can get when you can get it. This is Furia on top of DSG. They didn't go for an aggro play. They played just to hold what ground is in the circle. They understand as well as DSG that there is not much to work off of. TSM having to hold this far away rock, but they're going to have to move in. Weave having a tough position, but one that is technically inside circle. This is going to be one hell of a Final Four, and nobody really has a need to move just yet. It comes down to which team wants to attack, which team wants to instigate, and from the looks of it, from how powerful Furia looks right now, it seems like they're going to be looking at TSM first to see if they can take a fight.
Oh, they got the castle wall up as well to continue to cement their position. They actually sort of removed one of the biggest weaknesses of holding the second floor of this pod and turned it into a bit of a strength, but TSM does not seem to care. They're starting to peek in over the castle wall. They are not phased by that one bit. And with no gen up, that means that the grenades here could be incredibly dangerous if TSM was able to hold onto that resource. But as we know, in these end games, the grenades are few and far between. We still have the ultimate here for Zapto as well, and we have a fuse. We didn't mention this when we first took a look at this composition, but that is like the sieging character, right? This is a character that could probably do the most damage to these teams that are doing everything they can to hunker down.
This is insane, dude. This is 3 teams on 1 pod. Weave is trying to wait this out, but the second they step out, they're gonna have 3 teams staring at him, just melting them. And then you have a fuse waiting inside to just drop this ult on top of... They know 2 teams. I mean, like, they just FOA'd. They know what they're walking into. They know what they're on top of. And Weave knows that they have to go in before anybody notices them, so they will. And they'll get under. There's 4 teams on this pod, bro. It's got to happen at some point, right? The fight's got to start. And indeed, on this lower ground where Zapto has the outskirts watched, he will do the lion's share of the opening damage, but can't finalize. Might be thirsty for this KP. No, will instead move up to the rest of the squad to take that high ground and try to guarantee they now have arguably the most powerful position, but anybody could vie for this. All comes down to timing and who wants it more. Everybody has a level, everybody has a way to play this, but nobody has a certain win. But we all got some time, for sure. Circle's moving in and nobody has a real reason. You can see DSG, they understand they're in the weakest position right now, having to move out of that ground floor. No immediate way up, no immediate way down. They've got to set themselves so they can extend out and fight their way to at least 3rd place. That's why you see those fences. Obvious crypto EMP is gonna let fly here. And as the pylon gets let go, we've actually have a little bit of collateral to work with. There's the run-in on top. 2 members of TSM gone. Is Zapto safe? Certainly not. Having to use the exhibit to guarantee no one can invade early on. And the rest of the fight will rage on slowly but surely. As intel given away, the fake on the res. map has to lock in, but a 2v1 and TSM gets burned away. We're down to 3 squads.
I was about to say they're gonna have to be very afraid of something like a Skynade or a Rolling Thunder from the opponents. It looks like the Skynades were just enough, and Furia's aggression has paid off. Now they are holding the high ground. Unsure if they have many ultimates left available. I was just about to call out that castle wall. They do have it. They pop it down. They have a little bit of cover to work with from these rocks as well. Will it be enough to avoid the onslaught of teams walking out of this pod to follow them? Keon ripping this bat. Vaxlon down to just 25 HP. Is going to be able to continue to deliver this damage. Actually zipping on up to follow up with the Akimbos. Almost gets a knock as well, but will fall anyway.
Vaxlon and Madness trying to hold it down for Furia. They're shield dancing as long as they can, and it's all they need to do, in fact, to take that game away. The positioning seated and no one there in time. Once again, Furia, their timing is second to none this patch. They will take game 1.
Fantastic stuff there. And I think the one step that they really needed to execute there was getting rid of TSM. TSM was going to be the thorn in their side, because managing two teams with a castle wall, much more doable than 2 teams plus TSM, especially when TSM had that high ground. But that is the big disadvantage of not working with a Watson, right? Imagine if they have a pylon up there and they can just avoid all of the damage from those Skynades. They are in that end game themselves. But the fact that those Skynades paired with those EMPs, paired with, they didn't even come until later in the game, but an enemy Rolling Thunder, that was just too much pressure. And as you said, perfect timing for Furia to make the climb up, even though they tried to bait the res or try and stick it even if they could get away with it. Furia said no. They put their foot down. They put their castle wall down to follow, and they clean up this game.
Yeah, how about that ultimate from Vaxlon immediately switching around the direction of the fight? That was such a beautiful momentum shift to force the other 2 teams to duke it out without even being certain of where exactly in the pod they were. It was a least common denominator decision executed absolutely perfectly. And I think we get a better view of it here after TSM gets burned away. Yeah, that was just such a great rise up and just enough space to let this castle wall go. As the EMP is going, you know both teams are either going to play the psychological battle for the bat or be on no shields when you fight them. And either way, Furia is going to take that fight every day of the week. That is absolutely a replicable game too. That may not be the only game that Furia wins today. They have been on fire lately, on this patch in particular, and they are not letting it go.
Yeah, you can see that on the scoreboard. A 20 banger to kick things off. Feels fantastic, especially when that top 10 is all you really got on your sights. Temper in second place with 14, and Weave actually the team that is going to bring up the rear with 12 points to close out top 3. TSM was in the mix with 10, tied up with DSG, who was one of the teams that was holding those pods at the earliest point in the game for this match. So they are going to find themselves with 10 points as well. Still quite early, so wouldn't be stressing all that much about the scoreboard quite yet. But definitely props to Furia, who has already established a bit of a lead and are going to be looking to maintain it over the next couple of games.
Yeah, being this ahead of the pack this early is obviously important, obviously helpful, and for Furia, it's very comforting. You've already almost guaranteed yourself this match. You have 5 games to get probably 30 points maximum. I mean, with the way the pool is split up, we could see a very dominant team take over again like we did with Alliance. They got up to, what, 92 previously? So here on Stormpoint, now is the time to do it with the amount of aggression that Furia has really been enveloping lately on both maps, actually, for that matter. I mean, they've really embraced this idea of just going 100% back down to 0%, and a lot of teams in this crypto meta haven't really mastered that very quick tempo slide yet. With this new castle, though, like we just saw, the momentum shifts are so instantaneous compared to the cooldown of that EMP that Furia is able to work purely off of their fighting mechanics, which are unmatched.
Yeah, and they're playing out of that launch pad, which means that I think flexibility does serve them really well, which means that when they have something like a Newcastle to set up temp cover, I actually remember Anmu was one of the players that adopted the Newcastle for Pro League at one point, using it as a justification that it's not about setting up the bunker, it's about setting up that temporary home to get to the next spot. And in a lobby riddled with cryptos and riddled with Watsons that are just sort of A-B on top of each other, right? Bringing in that other dimension to just play the game a little bit longer and get an opportunity to get a cleaner fight or a cleaner transition really is all it takes sometimes, especially on Stormpoint.
And that's what I love about this meta right now. Even on a map that facilitates that open space as much as Stormpoint does is that every single time an EMP goes off, it is not like an exhibit like we saw before, or it's not like a BH scan like we saw spammed last season. It is a game of chess every single time one of those ults is procced. Are you batting? Are you moving? Are you extending? Are you rotating? Are you hiding? Are you ratting? Every single one of those skill sets is thrust into question every single time a crypto presses Z in the lobby. And that is why the skill ceiling is getting driven off the wall this patch. It excites me to see these CC teams try to take a bite out of that because of this, especially being so early, and it means that Mannheim is going to be chaotic as. But it also means that Stormpoint will be continued as well. Game 2 here in Group B. That was a clean segue. We'll try that again in Game 3, but we'll go into the lobby here, see if these teams can crack out anything. If anybody can best Furia this time around, it will be one of the teams here on Stormpoint in game number 2 of 6, top 10 to tomorrow. Let's get it.
Yeah, and that really sets our eyes, at least for me personally, on Bleed and on Furia, the two teams that are opting for this composition, or at least opting for implementing this Newcastle. We do know that Bleed took out a very early aggressive team in Team Liquid Alienware, a team that is very fight happy, excuse me. Definitely hype, but a fight happy team who's more than happy to take those fights on the edge of zone. It's a little bit interesting to see just how much that Newcastle affects that 3v3 dynamic from a team that is willing to go aggressive, but is still opting to play what we might consider the safer composition, right? That Crypto Watson that we're seeing everywhere. When that Newcastle dimension gets added, it makes the race a little bit tighter, even in a team like Team Liquid Alienware, who's incredibly impressive with their shooting as well as just with their positioning as a squad. It's
the ultimate heat check to these teams that are able to boost their speed so quickly. And I think it's a great way to test teams early on in the patch. Maybe, I hate to say this, I think Newcastle will drop off slightly as the patch goes on because it's not going to be as an effective as an answer to these teams who are just slingshotting, and that's something that T-Law has been pretty susceptible to doing this patch, is that they slingshot one over extender, he'll try and fight, do some good damage, because I mean it's either Yan Yan Yezel or Jaguares. They're all incredible aimers, they're all incredible shooters, they're all incredible fighters, but they've been doing it one at a time a little too much lately, and it's led to them just not taking fights succinctly, not taking them cleanly, and not taking them well. I would love to see them able to push off of these Yanya EMPs and a little bit faster, but it seems that they still need that help in fighting as a unit. They still need that assistance from the util kits, which is why they are also going to have Jaguares on that Newcastle to maybe play for that inconsistently migrating bunker strat that you discussed so eloquently, Mello.
Yeah, moving over to Navi, who is moving their bunker along with some kills to boot, is going to take out, I want to say that was Panders who fell there. So Navi getting aggressive early. Matafe and Kinda, very formidable duo. Definitely never want to dismiss this team if they're anywhere near your rotation path. Definitely want to be planning around it a little bit. Looks like the action's coming to them anyway, though, as Navi scoping this out for a potential attack. They've already eliminated one member, so maybe they were hoping to pick up a free 2 more KP if they're able to get here on time, but looks like they've staved off of it for a little bit, not really feeling like their speed right now, and are actually just going to back up. Not a whole lot that they need to do, and they are sort of exhibiting a chokehold on this Meet 2 roster, preventing them really from moving, forcing them to either take a cannon or force them to have an evac tower. If neither one of those are available, this could be a bit of a dangerous position that Navi could certainly capitalize on.
And there goes Tech. Rambo shouldn't be far behind. I noticed he still has the NG in his tag. That was very cute. Tech with a similarly topical name, press alt and int. So, you know, I'm glad both of them are kind of on the button still. It's good to see these old heads continue to know the game that they love so dearly and have put so much time into. I think it's ultimately really funny that, like, Tech is seen as that, like, facilitator of talent, and the proof is in every lobby that he actually plays in. There are at least 3 people that Tech has had on Meat Lovers in the past that have gotten poached to the teams that they're on either now or are on afterwards, I think in this lobby alone. And we're not counting the guys that are obviously in the other one.
in the meantime, we're actually going to see the fall of Team Liquid Alienware once again incredibly early,
God dang.
as well as Pixel. So that's 2 teams down from this lobby. And I mean, Team Liquid Alienware, a powerhouse team, frequently finding their way into top 5 and 3 in international tournaments. Seeming to struggle a little bit here with some of the smorgasbord teams, I guess we could call them, that they're not used to seeing in their lobbies regularly, but are starting to cause them a little bit of trouble, a thorn in their side as they try and make their usual game plans work.
Circle's going to be dragging us down to Pylon this time around, which most teams have already gotten the memo for. It leaves space as well for some of these other teams that didn't get that opportunity last game to shine, namely Kieto, who is sitting in Devastated Coast and Launchpad. They'll be able to have a much cleaner rotation than before. They got a little choked up last time around and unfortunately got finished off, but this is a team of real stars in the FVNBC, namely Kamor, who is the only South American representative of the Carnage Cup this time around, so shout out to Colombia for them. But also, her and Cereza are also one of the most long-standing duos out of this entire lobby, and for good reason. They're both some of the best damage dealers we've seen on the lower levels of Apex for a long time now. They have made themselves quite known, and they show it in that kill feed for sure. Love to see them take a fight at some point with everything intact, but we have a couple games to do that. Instead, again, everyone else gravitating towards that pylon for the most part. Vanity is waiting for this DSG team to cross out, and they finally will out of the pod, take a little bit of chip damage along the way, but this fight is not matured yet.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic spot for Vanity to take that fight, I think, because if you can see the zone, or we just got a peek at it, they're actually holding out right between where the current zone and the next zone are starting to pinch on off. So if they can hold all this space and eliminate another team from this side of the map, they'd have a lot of room to work with and a lot of options opening up to them. But as you can see from the pings there, Stunny is aware that there's a pretty solid chance other teams might get a little bit interested in this position and try and fight them for it. So they've peeled back a little bit. They feel satisfied with the damage that they've done to the team trying to rotate in. And now they get to hold their spot, and they have a pretty favorable walk into this next zone, which means that, I mean, in terms of teams you should be on the lookout for having a pretty solid end game. If Vanity's able to hold this spot and continue to poke to level up those Evo shields, it could certainly be in contention.
Yeah, right now they're taking some hot shots against Complexity, who came out to take a look at them, but nothing finalized yet. I think they'll just sit for a while because Vanity has a great position in circle, so they have no reason to move up, and Complexity has no reason to leave where they're at. There's so many teams behind them. The second they step into that, they'll gain so much more vulnerability. So again, 2 teams, nice stalemate, so Vanity can pay more attention to DSG. DSG probably knows that, so they are going to also play it very, very slow. They'll head back into Storm. And Na'Vi playing along the edge of it. No real competition immediately next to them, but that's because they've dealt with the majority of it. Closest competitors are Meat 2, but Meat 2 doesn't want to fight. So Na'Vi should have a pretty clear path all the way into Circle here. Question is, where do you end up from here? You've got the most chosen comp for them, of course. Na'Vi were actually the ones trying to push the envelope, I think, before everyone else on this patch. I think they were trying to run Maggie for a little bit. Matafe was running Ash on scrims, which, look, you can just like run on a treadmill for half an hour and get the same level of tired. So I just said do that instead next time. But they're running the more conventional comp this time around, as is DSG, who has made their way back out of the Storm and has a little crevice of the circle to call their home because Vanity is now getting distracted by Not Moist.
Yeah, Not Moist really wants this position, but it looks like they might have caught Vanity a little bit too open. And again, that's the difficulty with trying to hold this much space. It can be really fantastic if you can hold it for the end game, but that's difficult to do, especially with grenades like that coming out from Waltzy. And Vanity is going to fall. Not Moist really taking no damage for their troubles either. So even though they lose a drone, they gain 3 KP. They're already sitting on 5, at least for the side of its Timmy. So right now, Not Moist, with their aggression paying off, they've now swiped away this position. They're going to be able to hold it a little bit better. They have some smokes to work with as well, and a lot of the squads that are still remaining in this zone, or rather are already in the zone, are starting to set up these defensive positions like we'd expect, which means Not Moist, kind of like Alliance in our lobby A, is going to have a little bit of free reign until they're forced to take a fight, forced to find a third party somewhere later on in this game.
Yeah. Well, Complexity once again gatekeeping the south side of the circle is going to stare that down. Na'Vi trying to make their way up to the lake house here after their big rotation, but TSM has that under control pretty easily. And they are now uncontested, save for Meat Lovers, who are coming in from the north side. They're one of the few teams that is still outside of this circle. I think Quieto is probably next on the chopping block. They're pretty choked up against this cliffside, and Not Moist have a pretty easy sightline to them the second they step out. But Complexity watching them could mean that this could be tough for them to be a part of. Unless Quieto, of course, has an evac tower, in which case it's entirely trivial. But just about everybody's already in circle. Everybody's gotten a move on here, save for TSM. They will probably be the last ones to enter in, but that could ultimately be good. That might mean they can take the fight against the remnants of Meat 2, which is still only 2 strong. All depends on if you can spot them, and TSM are looking the right way, as it seems. Spot the evac tower that they'll try and take a couple shots on, but doesn't look to be certain enough. They'll just see if they can find some damage, and indeed they do on a tech. Decent chunk, but nothing finalized.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Me Too is sort of shoved back towards the zone. So yeah. TSM can pretty comfortably just hold this. They have a little bit of space that they need to worry about in that transition from Pylon over to Launchpad. But it looks like the time is now. They've waited long enough, and they're going to start to move on up. They're not going to have the best cover to play, a couple of rocks, and of course the incline of this hill in front of them itself. But there were a couple teams to the south likely opted to go the other way, and this is going to be pretty free pickings for TSM, who are going to be able to play this cliffside if they don't meet any resistance, and it looks to be the case. In fact, these buildings right in front of them might be open as well. Yeah, there's in fact no one contesting them for this spot, so they get this free walking from the east.
Oh, and they get a pull with one still inside. They can just set up shop now. That's huge. I mean, that's top 10, no?
Let's go that way.
I mean, you're looking at Temper, Bleed, Meat 2 again. KCP having to snake around. That is such a tough pull.
Let's go that way.
Every team who wasn't stocked up on Pylon. The consequences have never been clearer. And now they'll show themselves in full. It starts with the contestants on the outskirts, though. Bleed grabbing knocks from the res, and Temper trying to catch them on the way back. Adi still on this bang, attempting to finish things off, but has to prio the team's stability, and so Meat 2 will get to step away, as will go next. But they'll be staring into quite the barrage. No certain building for them. Again, none for any of these. Quieto and Not Moist duking it out on the bottom skirts of the cliffside. It's Timmy on a warpath to try to take this to a second front, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Quieto really has an answer to this. It's just such a tough spot to be in. They've already been choked out and going around the storm at this point. They have no way to. Good damage done. Waltzy's gonna get fallen by Mandy, who is back in, actually, after Quieto tried to go on without her.
Oh, man.
In her own right, Mandy Pink has been getting a lot done in the FENB scene as well. It's Timmy gonna have to step back. Gilderson's alone in this fight against Kimura and friends. There is a slow to momentum. Quieto not gonna try and move in on this because Complexity has. Lou has joined in the fight. And now Guild forced to use that ultimate to take on whichever team is sitting in front of him. He's not completely sure which one. Now he is. Quieto is wiped away, and Complexity will try to feast on the scraps of Not Moist that are too strong. But Bleed now might be able to hear the action. They're coming from the southwest corner. They could jump in on this fight too if their timing is right. Complexity, with their blue shields in tow, they've got to be quick.
You can see here Lou holding on to that pylon, not getting overzealous because they might expect something like a crypto EMP to try, or for DSG to try and get themselves out of this situation. But I think Complexity understands they can't give up too much space. In fact, they might have already given up too much, and now they're forced to slide down. Bleed does smell blood in the water, is able to take up this height, and they shove Complexity all the way back down. Not too bad, honestly, for their trouble. They would have liked to get maybe a couple more kills out of walking all the way up there, but now a Bleed poised to make some serious moves happens. Triple red shields for them. This is a very terrifying squad. They still have this Newcastle wall available as well if they need to utilize it, and that could be a game changer on this hill.
The res from Not Moist, I think that's it. Yeah, they're back. So much time wasted, and it's funny enough that it's Bleed who's now ultimately in the potentially awkward position. They knew that Complexity was fighting Moist, and yet they couldn't fight Moist. And now they can't fight Complexity either. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and so Bleed has to fight their way out one way or another. Luckily, the circle is pulled farther south, and so it's actually the Pylon teams who are in greater danger than Bleed and Complexity at the moment. But man, what a prime position that this team has gotten to lump themselves into. Some of the few buildings who are absolutely and completely still in this circle, and Complexity controls it all at the moment.
Yeah, this is difficult position, as you said, for Bleed. They would have liked to just clear this side out, but now with Not Moist still hanging around here, you can see actually utilizing those ult accelerators, not for a pylon like what you might often expect, but actually holding onto those for that Rolling Thunder, which could be the tool that helps to push Bleed off from their perch, especially if they're able to set up a new castle wall and make it even more difficult to be sieged upon. TSM right now doing a bit of sieging of their own. We're going to see Verholst falling low, and J-Trips is actually going to be the one to pick up that opening knock. No response quite yet. Grenade at the feet to try and stave off this team from the doorway, but 2 swing from behind, and that's going to be another one falling for TSM. Zapto going to try and rat this one out, run away, but there is drone upon drone all over the place, and Temper has seen a free KP to claim.
Everybody wants a piece of TSM. It was Weewoo's, J-Trips, and then it was Furious Vaxilon. Now it's all of Temper finishing this off, and then ultimately it'll be Kuzme who finishes off that squad. What a way to go out. But that's just how this is going to pull. Everyone chaotically trying to get out. The remainder of KCP looking for a rat. It's Onmu left alone, who is able to finish off Kashera. And now is trying to escape. Has the purple and the med kit and a little bit of time. The EMP is going to catch and scan. But at this point, every team has got to prioritize rotation, prioritize getting inside. And slowly but surely they do. A lot of rats, though. Whole lot of rats. And Weave smells them, wants to eat some. But instead, they'll eat a good chunk of damage. Ring's already down to a crisp. And Riley can't fully commit to a fight just yet. There's too much uncertainty in what's on the stairwell. Indeed, there is at least one team there. Probably some change. And Lord of the Rings has to hold up the high ground. But luckily, the rest of Weave able to deal with what ground is in front of them. Go Next is fully cleared away, and now comes the rest of the Rat Pack. Weave gonna make the move to the low ground. Big EMP to slow everybody down to the one-shots, and now they're getting sandwiched. The movement is once again a little bit faulty. It is through no fault of their own, though. Weave make it work. Still no shields, still some kills. That's Dig Vibes gone, so Ping Wingman down quite low as well. I think down to just one person. This could be the one, but Riley's having some trouble finishing off, and instead it's Temper that catches the members of Weave at the door, and they will stay fully afloat and grab some extra KP for themselves.
Temper 3 strong now. This is what mixtape nightmares are made of. 6 pro teams around you trying to fight for one zip line, and players falling left and right. Kuzme is going to get the fin onto Nano. DSG has made it into the next sliver of this zone. They managed to hold their spot, but they are down their Watson, so their defensive capability severely hindered, and Temper might be able to suss this one out. If they choose to pull the trigger on this 3v2, they could really open up this side of the map. It's not in time though, and that crypto res is going to come through. The dropship is going to drop Nano back onto this map before this next ring close.
I'm absolutely aghast at that res. How in God's name were they able to do that? Now everybody gets burned. Rat from KCP, Rat from COL, and we're down to 5 squads. Still, I think, one on the run here, and now Temper is the one that's under a lot of the pressure. Adi has to shield swap real quick, but they do have a lot of space. DSG will finally explode back out after getting that res. Nano feeling good about themselves. Oh, this is prime positioning. I think they just win, do they not? Unless J-Trips has the rat of a lifetime, but that just doesn't look to be the case. Temper have to fight this out against DSG. It's got to be now or never. DSG know that too. They're preparing for the worst. Well, they'll hold down the corner. Instead, they'll bunker up. Furia able to take this opportunity to move up a little bit onto our 2 rats and dropped on the other end. 3 full squads, then J-Trips and dropped. That's your board for these final 5. And the rats should get easily cleared. Dropped does not have any viable cover, and Trips is about to say the same. DSG have bunkered themselves back up, have a little bit of space to claim, but they'll also have to explode back out. There's a good chance they will once again lose one along the way. They'll have to prio Nano once more. Drop finally in the do-si-do of a lifetime, and Furia can very safely deal with this rat. Another KP for the squad. Is this the moment that a Temper moves in? Seems like they're trying to take it. Along one smoke, Keon makes the call out, a pot shot, and nothing more. Understands how powerful this squad has the potential to be. Goes to a safer position. So much circle that Furia gets to call their own, and they will take it to hell and back. Temper on the way, just one of those directions, though. If Keon continues shots like that, my lord. Yeah, I mean, why not? The raw confidence is so there. There you go. Call Spade's gone, and the rest of Temper was already dealt with. In the meantime, Temper bit off more than they could chew. Now it's
There's
DSG
absolutely no one to stop this.
reap the rewards here, but that just means that they'll be weaker in the fight against Furia. Oh, unless they prio like that. DSG able to ISO and deal with every member so that they're fully kitted. But Furia gets to enact, and with the EMP, they'll get the advantage. They'll get Q0 down in a nanosecond, and that should be Furia absolutely wiping the floor. Enemy's the last one standing, and that is not for long. 2 consecutive games from Furia to start things off.
Furia looking like the reapers of this lobby right now, and somehow they were the ones that were the last to control that sort of western edge where we expected Bleed and Not Moist to clash. It looks like Bleed did win out, but bled out of pretty much all of their resources as a result, leaving just dropped alive. And it seemed like Furia just got a cakewalk there. I mean, there wasn't a lot for them to do even in the end game, just spamming Mosams into the smoke. What more could you possibly need when you're so well positioned in a 3-team end game? I think that was just beautiful timing for them. I'm sure whenever they took over this hill was the optimal sort of move for them to just slide their way in and win this game.
Oh, that nade onto Albra, dude. He's going to be thinking about that all day, man, all day. But still a lot of games to play, but man, oh man, like you said. Yeah, I mean, it's the same way that I think 5-Star won that game that we saw last group on World's Edge. And it's the same way that we saw Furia win last game to an extent too. They reduced every uncertainty before the real fight even starts. And then they guarantee positioning, they play off of that, and then they win. You're able to do that if you maintain your crypto eco as well. And they did. I have no notes. That was so well choreographed and a well-deserved 42 points for Furia, 15-point buffer. Temper, yet another really great game, getting them to second place now with 27. And then in the meantime, downstairs in the bottom of the pack, still getting fleshed out. I would say, yeah, the skill set, the ceiling is still only like 2 or 3 teams high, maybe just 2. I mean, this Furia Temper duo is they really got one up on everybody else right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the only notes I really have would actually be for Temper, even though they sit in second. I think we saw the hesitation there. They looked like they were going to swing onto DSG when they were a duo. And just a few moments later, they actually committed Crypto EMP plus smokes to try and engage on it, and actually got shot from the side by Furia and the one other squad remaining. And they actually ended up backing off of that. So they burned resources on something that would have been significantly easier to execute on just a few moments earlier. But that hesitation, that wait, actually might have cost them the game there, because if they're able to clear out DSG, they have a much more open end game to themselves and take up just as much space as Furia. But the fact that that didn't happen, the fact that the hesitation was there, just completely opened the doors wide open for Furia to walk in.
And yeah, with no hesitation, there really is no reason not to engage. That is the skill floor for this metagame. If there is nothing standing in your way, there is nothing standing in your way. You can crypto ult, you can bang ult, you can watt ult, you can you can do whatever you want. I don't care. You can do whatever you want and you will win as long as you engage off of that immediate advantage. But most teams can't do that right now because that door, that window is so paper thin on top of that crypto EMP, especially when the circles get as condensed as they are, because you're working so heavily off of that scan. You're working so heavily off of that need to not get third party in that tiny little window. Your fights, your finishes have got to be as fast as your starts. And that is where teams don't hold a candle to Furia so far.
Yeah, Furia really just starting to make that, really hogging up the points, making that middle of the pack razor thin already. If there isn't really anyone to contest them here in this last game of Stormpoint, they could be wiping a lot of points off the board. You got to remember, it's all of these kills and all of these placement points that they are still continuing to rack up, even though they've already won 2, that are leaving some of these teams further and further behind. So this final game of Stormpoint, it's really going to be make or break, I think, for some teams, because if they score, you know, not quite enough points in the Stormpoint half, who knows how the dynamic changes going to World's Edge? Who knows how that 4th game is really going to flip the script, as so many of these squads are going to have to recalibrate with a new lobby and new teams and teams that they're not used to rotating into, how that's going to affect their ability to perform. I think in this 3rd game where you've already had a couple of reps, you really need to make the most out of it.
Yeah, I think the great thing about last lobby is that Alliance was landsliding just off of their KC MVP, but they weren't guaranteeing games, they weren't finishing games, and so teams still had a massive point pool to go for when it came to actually finishing. Here, the message has never been clearer. You basically have only 4 games to get any points because most of them have already been stolen by just one squad. The margin for error is even tinier than it already was, and that just means that these games are going to get better.
DSG there looking like a really solid team in that first game. Did, I think, unfortunately meet their demise as Bleed. Eventually, I think Bleed probably got to him. It looked like Bleed was going to wipe him out completely, but they tried to bring it back, and in fact, they did. They were able to slide on down and take that pod where I think most people would have discounted them. So Bleed not able to get it done. It ends up biting them a little bit later. See if DSG can get a little deeper into this game. You gotta love a POI like Mill, by the way. Having access to this Mill in I think uncertain lobbies like this can be a huge boon because you have so much flexibility. You have the ability to rotate hard zone. You get prio to a lot of these really open zones, especially over towards down beast and north pad. So this DSG definitely has a lot of options at their disposal. It's about how they execute on them in these next couple of games, where we'll see if they continue to be a contender.
Yeah, the one thing they can't do right now is let KCP move in on them. That is the one weakness that they really have, and that is a very real potential thing that could happen in this last game here on Storm Point, as KCP has already caught wind and has already given a little check. Down Beast does not take too long to clear here, so feeling potentially capable of taking on this DSG squad over at the Mill, because the Mill is only as powerful as the amount of time that you spend at it. If you're sticking at it for circle, then best of luck, old chum. You're going to have to hold 7 different spots at the same time. But if you're moving out of it, you're moving out. And DSG, they are out of there. Already heading towards Cedo, towards that circle pull, which looks to be potentially pylon again.
Yeah, we've got Na'Vi once again taking this fight up against Me2. Me2, our top seeded team in terms of our Snake Draft, actually selected this as the first pick. And it looks like Na'Vi is not going to let them have this one for free by any means. Was able to nearly wipe them out in the previous game. See if they can run it back here. No damage found for Henchman. Gonna have to sit back inside. That charged Sentinel can do work, and one headshot can really turn the tides. This position that they've sort of pigeonholed themselves into, I don't think is the most favorable. You can already see how wide Me2 is playing. This is actually a little bit wild, and just off of how they're angling them out, they forced Na'Vi into a little bunker, and it seems like they're forcing him out of the POI outright. So much better defense executed from Me2, and Na'Vi are the ones to run for the cannon.
Oh, Henchman taking the brunt of the punishment here. And Na'Vi will manage to escape despite that, though. Gonna hold the launch pad temporarily, see if the Me2 movement tries to follow them. They won't. A squad that is notoriously good online in Na'Vi here. Disgustingly good at fighting online, potentially the best in the world, but has choked most recently at the lands that they've appeared at. Na'Vi currently one of the few teams in this tournament who has everything to prove, just not today.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they're often I think a little bit ragged on for being the online warriors. They show up in a big way, right? Just some very talented individuals that rack up a lot of wins in those EU lobbies, but still the ability to perform in LAN eludes them just a little bit. They're not the only ones, however, as multiple squads here would love to have their shot at a LAN and would love to have their shot at just a lobby of this caliber. I gotta say, this is definitely a treat. I hope that it feels like a treat for some of these teams that are used to playing in the challenger circuit and some of the I guess lower skill ceiling lobbies, finally getting a chance to shoot up against the big guns like Complexity, like Na'Vi, who are always putting up a fight, always putting up a performance. And not letting up at all, especially in, you know, when money's on the line. They're not going to be going easy on you by any means.
Exactly. That's the beauty of Carnage Cup, I think. I think it's that perfect middle ground between, you know, like an event like, I don't know, like Apex Rising, you know, where consequences are only as far as the charity you're working for, and something like a split playoff, where there are consequences and there are litmus tests and there's an idea of what the game is going to look like at the absolute highest level. And yet, for so many of these teams, especially in my opinion, the very best of them, this is just a great opportunity to play, which unfortunately in even scrims sometimes, teams just don't feel that sheen, that power, that love that they can feel in an environment like this, where you get some new opponents, you get some new friends, you get some new ideas, you get some fun strats that you wouldn't even normally get to check out outside of tournament. You get to flip the whole game on its head, at least to the extent that you can in a meta like this. And Na'Vi flipping this POI on its head, burning Panders down, and Henchmen on the chase, trying to find out these last members of Meat, and then sequentially TSM, who is not far behind.
Oh, brutal damage here, and it seems like this is going to be just a cleanup on Isle Meat, as Henchmen probably going to clean this one up. This hill is a little bit tough to chase people on, but those open sight lines should be enough. One Sentinel shot, I think, would do it. But they gotta make this happen fast. As you said, TSM joining the fray. And I don't know if Navi's aware of this. I don't think they're paying enough attention. They are so hyper-focused on this lone rat that they want to clean up that TSM has just swung in behind them. And now the positioning for them is detrimental. They've actually had to join Rambo and slid down this hill for their own safety.
What is happening right now? A giant game of tag that kinda is hell-bent on playing. But, I mean, hey, with this Coastal Camp pull, they're alone. These are the only 3 teams around. Everyone else is just duking it out. Kieto will get found out, as will Bleed. Oh, a lot of burning happening down at Coastal Camp at the moment. But TSM has finally met their friends in Na'Vi, and Na'Vi has had to abandon the rat chase to give way to this 3v3 that they now have to deal with. Kinda already burned away and zoned out with this Ring of Fire, so Matafe has to play a little by himself. His Henchman on the runaway. TSM immediate early advantage. How heavy can they play into it? Seems that they'll go for the swing. Reps, Verhulst, gonna be able to play this front line like they always do. Meanwhile, Zapto making sure that no one overextends on the outskirts. Healing back
damage. Yeah, it's gonna be really nice for TSM. They were able to cut this team up pretty solidly. You can see how wide Na'Vi was trying to play to get those angles, and they're ultimately punished for it. Kind of still low. Henchman hasn't quite recovered the flesh health either. And TSM has an even better high ground now relative to what Na'Vi is able to play. Kinda is caught between a rock and a rock, and even more damage coming down from the grenades. There is so much pressure from this fuse. Non-stop grenades. How many do they have in stock? It looks like 4+ knuckle clusters as well, but Zap wasn't paying enough attention, and now Kinda does actually get the opening knock. This could be a big turnaround for Na'Vi.
What a hiding spot for Kinda! You can't recycle that though, so it's a full-fledged 2v2. But Verhulst doesn't have a good spot, and the drone EMP has come in. Reps' timing with the bat is perfect. Great prediction on top of that. And it looks like Na'Vi still have to play for the distance in this 2v2, which means TSM still have the advantage. Up to the high ground, easy shots found with the beaks, but Verhulst still not in the perfect fight. Burned down, Tafe loses it. Verhulst's shots are perfect. And it's down to just one in Kinda, who is already trying to separate that distance. Oh, does he not have any meds either? This is so difficult for him. But I don't think Reps and Verhulst can track him down. It will be yet another rat that will not suffer the same fate that Meats did, as Rambo actually doubled back all the way behind him, is coming back from Stormcatcher to meet them yet again. What a kerfuffle between these two, and these 3, and I can't stress this enough, star-studded teams.
Yeah, TSM does come out on top, I think, overall, and I think recognizing that the chase is not worth it. I think got to take notes here, Na'Vi, a little bit from the likes of TSM, not giving chase to that one, not really worth it. They're happy with the KP, and we can see from the map that they've just cleared out so much of the north side of the map. In fact, all the way as far as Pylon, we are still completely devoid of other squads. So TSM right now taking the opportunity to reset a little bit, find their footing so that they can make this next rotation. But there are 2 potential free KP that could still waltz into their vicinity. We know that Rambo, sorry, yeah, I think it was Rambo, was still hanging out on the outskirts. So we'll see what TSM decide to do, but for now, worst case, you're going to get that scan of pylon.
Rambo and Kinda have both snaked north to come down to the pylon. So TSM do have a free path, but we could see 2 coughing babies have a little fight in a couple of minutes. We'll see. But like you said, the rest of this space is completely guaranteed. Everyone else is downstairs in this circle. And for good reason, because you're in a really hard circle, man. I mean, any space is good space right now. And look how adaptable you have to be. I mean, this is the beauty of Watson and Stormpoint, is that even when you don't control a single lick of altitude, even when you have literal infinite angles you have to manage, just set up some fences and no one wants to touch you. It's really incredible.
Yeah, and pair that with a Newcastle wall, and you've really got the
I know.
ultimate don't get anywhere near me composition. Actually, I didn't give enough respect to how many teams were playing the Newcastle. In fact, I think I mentioned Onmu as one of like the early adopters for sticking that into those compositions. So they're actually rocking it themselves. It looks like we're actually going to get a bit of a recovery here from Meat. So now a 2v1 if they do end up running into Kinda. But this zone is starting to sting. A minute and 15 left for them to make their way in. But certainly a better scenario than just having 1. And Meat might be back in this one at least a little bit.
I wonder, I don't know how much of this was tech calling and how much of it was just Rambo on his own adventure. But either way, I'm so here for it. They'll definitely make it back in for sure. But TSM is still sitting in pylon, so we can run right back into them at the end of the day. We'll see. Go next, sitting in the wings on this push-up, waiting for Don't Give a Piss, who is on the outskirts of it, and do spot Kashera, so vice versa. Shinny, Golden, and James Fearless. I mean, seriously, what a great collection of players that I would never put together on my own. But now that you mention, especially like James and Shinny as a duo, dude, the cycling that they could engage in is so disgusting. Especially if Go Next is ISO'd like this. I mean, these are some real fighters, so you don't want to leave them alone.
Yeah, I gotta say that duo has been pretty impressive actually. James Fearless and Golden have been doing up for quite a while, and I think at one point actually paired up with Z Davis for anyone who's familiar with the T2 scene, and that was actually a squad I was really excited to see do well. Didn't quite make their way into those top CC placements, but nonetheless a very formidable long-time duo as well. Paired up with Shinny, lots of firepower on that squad. Speaking of firepower though, Temper, who was a threat all of games 1 and 2. Back at it again, back at this sort of high ground spot where we saw Not Moist sort of take up a lot of agency in our previous games. Now they're the ones that are sort of taking this spot, trying to put on the heat, playing it pretty passively, and I think you kind of have to, right? Holding this much area is so difficult, even with a Watson. So they're kind of playing to their strengths, right? They've got the Evo advantage, they've got a lot of space, they've got decent sight lines. Now all they really have to do is continue to exert that pressure to force teams like TSM and force some of the teams in front of them to make a mistake, to overcommit to a fight, and then swoop in and take the profit from them.
Well, this is some extra profit that TSM's trying to farm. Remnants of Meat 2 making their way in, and the zone plus the zoning is going to do it. Survived for a good amount of time, but Meat 2 will fall in 13th place, and TSM will now walk squarely into another fight. It's Temper who are willing to pick up the pieces, but that Rolling Thunder was waiting in Verholst's pocket, and now so do a hefty bunch of ordinances. Temper going to step back, let TSM have their way with things.
Yeah, TSM not too tempted there, playing it pretty safe, trying to clean up Meat without overextending. But we've got another member of this party here. Kinda has sort of just walked right into the middle of this entire mess. Unlikely to be surviving much longer, but I guess we'll see who actually gets the kill. Though as I say that, no real sightlines for TSM or Temper, and whatever team is pressuring Kinda can't quite seem to find the mark, so Kinda gonna slip in behind these trees and live just a little bit longer.
How does he do this, dude? Every time.
Complexity gonna fall in the meanwhile as well, so this zone is starting to clear out. quite a bit. I really do like the position from Temper, but there is a very high likelihood that them and TSM are either going to have to cut their losses or cut into each other. It looks like TSM has opted for the former, and they're already moving away. You can see they're on the top left, starting to skirt over towards the eastern side. Actually might be opting for a bit of a wrap here, though. Don't Give a Piss is wary of a play like this. They are holding it down over on that edge. There's still a chance that TSM can play near this rock and just wait things out just a little bit, maybe play that outside wall on the north. As teams start to commit to the walk-in, or rather to the zip-in, they might find themselves in a dire situation. Opportunity here for the squads on the outside looking in to collapse. Temper have found themselves a pretty defensible spot, I would say, but not Moist, not going to let them have it too easy. They've actually lost a member themselves to the likes of Vaxlon from range. So now Moist here, the ones trying to pick up the pieces, trying to pick up this space, but already from above, Pathfinder going to find the opening damage. It's Timmy down to just flesh health, has Kraber in hand. Can he make some magic happen? Nice hip fire here. Is going to find one, is going to hit for two. Can he find three? No, but the damage has been done. Call me Spades is going to fall. Audi going to fall as well, and Temper's eliminated.
Fury is still somehow standing, but Weave is still taking a look at him, trying to find the pot shots, but I'm Madness still stands alone for the squad. I think that was a two-stack. I think that was just Vax and Keon just fighting both of those squads alone, and now Madness is going to play for placement. This is borderline disrespectful amounts of skill being shown by Furia right now. Trying to find the war on every front, the one thing that even Alliance couldn't do in Lobby A. But it means he's alone for Furia now, as the rest of them were burned down by the absolute squabble that went on at that staircase. I really respect Temper's linear approach to that, especially since Timmy had that Kraber. They almost made it work, but by the time they settled back in and Not Moist doubled back, Furia was able to just take the reins and get that fight done no problem. And then it was just too much to handle. A three-team spat leading to nothing in the remainder. And the circle has pulled even farther south. KCP, the only ones in it right now. They've gotten to hold this pylon spot practically the whole time. They've only had to migrate just a bit.
Yeah, and this actually worked out pretty nicely for TSM. Their transition looked like it might have been a little bit rough, but with so much commotion going in near these buildings, they actually did end up slipping right around that northeast side. Not too much contention, actually getting a building to themselves that, while not in this next zone, is going to allow them a pretty safe reset to pick their next fight, to pick their next spot. It looks like this guys might be the team that they have to battle it out for. This would be a decently isolated fight near these bins, but it's a little bit dicey to make that call right now. 7 squads left, and ult starting to go out as round 5 begins to close.
DSG slowing it down as the rest of the teams move in. Don't Give a Piss trying to move in onto KCP. DSG going to take this fight up against TSM, having to manage several different high grounds, and it's just so unstable. But Q's here, massive damage, massive swing, massive kill onto Zapto. An enemy able to deal with Verholst as well. TSM have no resources left, but DSG will go squarely into another fight against Weevil, try to move in on the third party, while DGAT lose that fight to KCP. Navi's Rat in kinda now also trying to take that on in the meantime. So 2 very weak fights. Weevil ultimately went out the first one.
Kinda's still up!
Kinda's still up! He hasn't even taken the fight yet!
Oh,
KCP have so much natural cover though. Is this gonna be a 3v3? Is Kinda actually gonna get second place? There's no way. No, high ground's been taken over. Weaver gonna make it happen. Carter's gonna get the burn down. And now it's a full-fledged 3v3. But Weave has such a terrible spot to move from. Carter can go in on his own and still not get much done. Voski's gonna do the same for KCP. So many angles they can manage. But they have a lot of space they can work with. They have a lot of death boxes to cycle through too. This should be a KCP game if they play their cards right, but Weave is starting to move up, starting to inch closer, trying to make this a fight that they can contend. And they have some natural cover for a potential one-way to make it at least elongated. But they have to start with some chip. They have to start with something of note. The pylon to set up at first to reduce the ordinances, but that's shot away. KCP, it seems like they don't have any tools in the tank anyway though, so who knows how much they can launch at the wall until something actually sticks. Not too many bats to go around either. Both teams are starting to panic just a little bit, but the circle encroaching in still 30-ish seconds. A lot of time for these teams to stay calculated, deal that chip, war of attrition, see if they can find that slight advantage for when actually guns start blazing. But until then, the EMP will get let fly first. Is this the button? Is this the moment? No, it's just to wear them out. Lord of the Rings. Oh, it did. You're right. Rings
There's
can take the
no
wide swing.
EMP right now. And this is a tighter race than we expected. This is what's a little bit awkward about where KCP is defending. It's really hard to peek on out, and look at how much space Weave has already taken.
Well, Carter's getting inside the fences. He's gonna move in with Rings. This is a clean 2v2 off of engagement, and that necessitates the drop down from Deeds. Weave ultimately has the drop on them though, and they will win out that 3v3 as well as our last game on Stormpoint.
Yeah, it looked like a KCP cleanup there, but the fact that those sight lines are so awkward to peek from, if you're holding that high ground, fully exposing yourself to get those shots, is a little bit scary when they have one rock to work with. Sometimes one rock is all you need, man, and even without a pylon to work with, even without that crypto EMP coming through to slow down the likes of KCP, it did not matter. And Weave strike when the iron is hot, and they're able to take down that game right before a map swap.
That's such an insane pickup off of such a terrible position, but kinda turned out to be the most important part of that game for Weave, being the one person that KCP had to pay attention to first. You couldn't write it better, and that's why we'll go to World's Edge to save your face. But before that, let's look at the leaderboard, see where we're at after these first 3 games. Obviously, Furia still sitting up top. What a ballsy play they went for in this last lobby. Honestly, probably just having a little bit of fun with it. Weave boosting themselves up to second. Temper, another great game, keeping them on the podium with 36 points. And now the drop-off sits around the 4th or 5th place spot with DSG, TSM, Not Moist, KCP, and Go Next.
Yeah, and there are a number of teams that are really feeling like they haven't quite shown up today. I mean, Meat 2 and Team Liquid Alienware are the two that I've got my eyes on right there, sitting in that 16th and 18th spot respectively. And complexities seem to be showing some heat, right? Seem to be heating up a little bit in our first couple of games, but it makes all the difference getting through that mid game versus not getting through that mid game. And so far, they've seemed to have those solid setups that don't quite transfer over. So they've racked up a respectable amount of points for not having done all that well in the placements overall. But now that we're on to our back half, of games, that's where they really got to start thinking about how they're going to make those points convert, how they're going to convert all of these decent starts into big games.
On the most known, most flowcharty map of all, who would have thought that discipline would get you so far? We will find out who makes the top 10, the final bit of our finals lobby tomorrow after this short break. 3 more games coming your way.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop? Because
We return with the final stretch of day 1 of the Apex Legends Knightsarena Carnage Cup 7, presented by Zippo and Blacklight, the humble sponsor and provider of our epic gaming chairs that Mellowcrit and I are sitting in today and tomorrow, casting for you all this incredible Apex Legends action. Where we last left off, Stormpoint is in our rear view mirror, with Furious still sitting atop the leaderboard after nabbing those first 2 games. But we have seen some stellar performances from the likes of Temper, DSG, Not Moist, and more. Coming into World's Edge, a good couple teams have to maintain their position, and even more, we have a whole lot of question marks about how they're going to get into this top 10. But it starts here, game 4 of World's Edge, to start to rack up these points. Mello, if we're being honest, the gap between, let's say, top 5 and bottom 15 is major, but the gaps within that bottom 15 are certainly not. It is truly anybody's lobby, as long as it's World's Edge.
Yeah, we're still in that range where one big win can get you there, can get you over the line. But we saw towards the end of our previous lobby, right, that our cutoff point for 10th place was actually 33 points, which is not a small margin. That is not just a win, right? That is a win and a couple of consistent performances at bare minimum if we're talking about having a couple of 0-point games. Teams have already started with some 0 or 1 or 2-point games, so they're effectively in this position where they need to find at least one win here in the back half, as well as continue to show up and get a couple kills in the next few. So I'm really curious to know if teams are satisfied with their draft right now as well, because if they got a high seed during the draft and they prioritized something like Stormpoint and didn't quite find the points, I think the biggest, I guess, offender, if you will, of that would be Meat right now. Did you get a good enough POI that you're happy enough with, that you're comfortable enough on, that you think you have a solid enough game plan to find those wins in the second half?
Well, let's talk about that draft a little more as we'll head into our first game here on World's Edge for the drop. Most notably, this northeast corner is absolutely dead. No fragment presence, no epicenter presence. It really is a dead man zone up here in the northeast. In turn, Monument getting claimed by Phoenix Legacy, and then Climatizer getting double claimed by Don't Give a Piss and Not Moist, which is where we're heading first.
We go see if we get a full-on contest from them here. You can see just how wide this loop path is. Waltzy over here by the tracks already leads me to believe that they might not be opting for a full 3v3 if they've already given up the middle here. I could be absolutely wrong, but you can already see Golden and It's Timmy just hanging out across the way from each other, so not giving up on this quite yet. I will say, unless this is pulling very far north, Golden, James Fearless, and Shinny do have the flexibility of being able to just walk out of this one and opting for quicker rotation. But you can see on the top left in that minimap that the zone does seem to be leaning in this general direction. So if you're going to find an isolated fight, these early contests are going to be one of the few ways you're going to be able to do that if you're already finding yourself in zone 1.
Yeah, won't be here. In the meantime, Go Next is going to be the team that takes over Epicenter first on. They dropped at Survey Camp, so they were just able to slide down pretty quickly. Southwest corner is actually where the first fight's going to end up, over in Thermal Station, where Team Liquid Alienware is taking on WeeWoo, who did get one dropped, but also got one rezzed. Seems like Alienware unable to fully commit to the fight, and that's because Yanya's down, fully thirsted, in fact. So, tough start for them. And another great fight taken by WeeWoo, who so far, in a vacuum of 3v3s, has been, I believe, undefeated.
Yeah, part of me wants Team Liquid to transition over to sort of more of the fighting comp like what we were seeing Falcons on in our first lobby. Just going a little bit more aggressive. I think it suits the way that they play a little bit better than this sort of defense that they're forced to play on. We know that they have one of the most formidable 3v3s in any lobby they find themselves in, but doesn't seem to quite be on display, though. At least here they found an early win. They're going to be able to recover Yanya, and they're going to continue to press on through this game.
But WeeWoo are certainly not out of the woods yet. They'll be back at Thermal Station, and their pathway is not completely certain. That's the tough part of landing there. The northeast circles are never favorable for you. Fury is already having some troubles that they didn't necessarily encounter over on Stormpoint. They will need a team or two, and man, that was fast. I didn't even look back from the map, and they were gone. That's crazy. Good job, Vanity. Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you throw your drone down straight onto an arc strike right before you log into your iPad, it's a little bit sad for you. But yeah, that's going to be a quick elimination here. DSG going to be taking up this height, taking up this perch, and put on some pressure, maybe find some kills here and there, preventing teams from sort of transitioning through this spot for free. And this actually does put on a lot of pressure, not just for the teams, excuse me, inside tunnel that are maybe trying to find their way out and get some additional loot, but especially the teams on the west that are looking to maybe transition through this slot. DSG has, I think, maybe sussed out where their next bit of positioning should lie. They're actually giving up that height to move on through. Gonna pick up this Evo cache as well, getting themselves a little bit closer to that purple mark, but looks like they might not have had all the information that they needed and meeting some resistance on the choke.
Yeah, they're gonna run into temper on this choke, so they'll have to slow things down again, have to play off of this drone wherever it may end up. That's why enemies staying put. Nano and QZ are gonna smoke them out on the retreat. Yeah, Temper trying to suss out the right time to engage. DSG trying to make sure there isn't one. Back to snake around the end. Nano has let himself get known. That might not be optimal, but he'll start launching stuff anyway just to make sure Temper can approach this. The DSG are still playing together. Oh, beautiful! Nano! Come on now! Countered back immediately, but they're able to keep this on a stalemate for now. Phoenix Legs as he falls in the meantime. QZer, you're a little close,
that
man.
Climb up
you're
is
a little close compared to the rest of your team, unfortunately. So it's a 3v2, 3v1, and bye-bye DSG.
0. Yeah, that's
yeah, that's just a little bit of rough.
We go next. We go next.
Look, your timing was so great for 60 seconds. I can understand if it was sucky for 5. You know. Oh boy. Okay, Cloaked, get out of there. Yeah, Temper's not out of the woods either. Bleed has moved in. They have noticed this action going on, and they want a piece of it too. And they might have the timing just right. Rolling Thunder is at least going to chase him away from the death boxes, but yeah, you can't follow up. You still got util from Temper's bank. Noct is going to have to back out and bat.
Oh my goodness. The fact that they didn't get the knock there was all it took for Bleed to have to back on up. And it looked like they wanted it still, but I think they recognized that they didn't find that opening knock. They actually saw purples in front of them as well, so they didn't find the damage to press on this one. Actually, you can see their temper already very much fully recovered. It would have been a different story, I think, if they find that knock onto Cloaked, but it was not to be the case, and now Bleed are running clear the other way, actually, seemingly unbothered by this having an effect on which way they're rotating, and they're just going to keep on cruising, keep on moving through World's Edge like they were never bothered.
Yeah, you really get the scenic route sometimes. Oh, Timmy fell. Oh. Is this over at,
Overlook.
No, this is over in Circle. Wow, okay. Well, Weave and D-Gap are gonna duke it out. D-Gap moved down to Overlook after the Climatizer mild contest. And Weave has finally made their way up to this northeastern side, so they'll trade ultimates at least. Anything more than that, I don't think either team really wants to commit to, because that's a lot of space sacrificed, and Circle is uncertain for the next couple seconds. There you go. And now we can fight.
Yeah, they actually got the jump on them, but weren't able to quite lock in that damage. Crosshairs not finding the mark, so yeah, now Weave is in a kind of an awkward scenario. They can't really push through Overlook and stick there because it isn't even in this next zone. And the way D-Gap is holding themselves up, they are taking all that space. As you said, they're not going to want to give it up, but they have to be wary of a couple of squads that are starting to join the fray as well. We can see TSM there on your bottom right starting to move in from Geyser. We've got KCP just finding their way into No Name. So even though they have a decent opportunity to try and set up a keep out, they're still triple blues and they have a team behind. So they're kind of starting to find themselves in a precarious situation where they might need to clear their way out of here as quickly as possible to avoid being caught in the fray of many, many squads.
Yeah, D-Gap is going to start moving, and Weave is going to take their position over in Overlook. And actually, that's great for D-Gap, because that means Not Moist, who is the one watching that, they're now just going to pay attention to Weave, and they're not going to give a damn about Don't Give a Piss. Oh, I could have done. They're not going to give a anyway.
Yeah, we were close there. Close
Yeah,
to
GG go next. GG go next. But man, what a position that Nutmoist gets to hold. Waltzy, who's just had one of those days. That's just what he does sometimes. He's locked in, and Moist seems to spot some prey they want to go for on the outskirts of this circle. It is Weave, followed by TSM, followed by KCP. Oh, it's going to be a party down here. There's a nuke ult I already see a sliver of. And Moist seems like they're working double duty. It looks like they're trying to find maybe a chip, maybe
oh
are you
goodness.
almost kidding me? Moist, almost with the kill. But they'll let everyone down there deal with each other until they can move in. But hey, you know, any damage they deal in the process is less work they have to do when they move in for this 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th party is going to be.
Yeah, Waltzy looking dirty on that triple take, and it looks like these teams are not respecting it whatsoever, just leaving their sides completely exposed for Waltzy to continue farming. How I'm sure he wishes this were the olden days where he could just drop the red to get his other teammate a red for themselves. Not the case here, but I think this is dream scenario for Not Moist, right? They've shoved D-Gap away from them, another team they don't have to worry about. They like their odds here of pressuring this sort of crash of multiple rotations that were forced over towards this Geyser side, and are now starting to walk forward, looking like they might have an opportunity to wipe out multiple squads. TSM is going to be the team to fall here, but KCP might get the opportunity to recover. It looks like they were slow on the draw. Yes, indeed. And Waltzy is moving their way back now, reestablishing their solid positioning. But it might have been too little too late as someone has snuck in from behind. It's Team Liquid Alienware. Jaguares finding the first knock on the guild and the thirst to boot. And now it's Timmy and Waltzy forced to run for the hills.
How absolutely hilarious is that out of the 3 teams that Moist was fighting, it turns out that Moist was the most committal. Both Weave and Pioneers getting out scot-free after TSM gets burned down. And Team Liquid Alienware, the perfect snake around the back to catch Not Moist with their pants down. And now exact some revenge on them, get some damage done, try to take out this open space. And all the while, they wall out those non-committal teams. Weave and KCP, still no consistent answer. Weave is going to be able to go north, but KCP has to play the game a little bit longer. In the meantime, we'll head back up to the epicenter where Bleed and Temper are going to duke it out.
Oh, and I love the spot for Bleed. If they are able to take down this fight, they're going to feel so good walking into this next zone. Arkstar is going through, making their best fuse impression right now. So much ordnance coming through, and it is all finding its mark. There is going to be a Newcastle wall in the face right now. Should be putting it down just to give themselves even more control over the situation. Building split in half. Now all 3 members inside. We've gone ring around the rosies right now. It's about deciding which door they want to peek out of to try and clean this one up. The roof has been vacated. They've done the damage. Can they get the last few kills? Might not matter here. Bleed fully in control.
There's a rat for Temper. That's going to head out as Bleed will now fight Vanity. Vanity's timing a little bit off, though, so they will leave as well. Not Moist will get finished off in the meantime. They were not able to fully rotate up here, and this is a pretty brutal circle. The Fragment and Overlook pulls are going to be deadly. But KCP has made their way back inside, so they should have a pretty clear path from here. T-Law is gone. They're over in Fragment now. They've managed to also flesh out their own space. Every team, in fact, has a good amount of room to themselves right now. I don't think we see any fights until next circle, if I'm not mistaken, or unless somebody tries to seed. It looks like Complexity heading into Epicenter. They may be able to find this rat for Temper.
Yeah, and it looks like with how much room T-Law really has to play with, this next evac is going to kind of put them into their end game play. You know, there isn't going to be a whole lot of options now when they're so late to this next zone, and we can see just how much open space is in that zone. Some of it taken up by KCP, who just a little bit ago looked like they might have actually fallen to the likes of Waltzy and co, but now it's KCP having to deal with Team Liquid Alienware, and big damage already going on to Bosky. This could be the opening that Team Liquid needing. This could be the fight right here, right now. Can KCP defend?
KCP looks unnaturally uncomfortable in what normally would be such a good spot, and it's because this raw damage from the EMP on top of what already was done by T-Law. It's a fight before the fight even begins. But Niezel is down, Jaguares has no shields, and guess what? There's more friends available. D-Gap is here, and that's not all. Weave has the high ground too. 2 fights, 2 teams on top of who could be the best fighters yet left in the lobby right now. But they're only too strong, and they have no clear way in. They also have no clear way up, but those are the only 2 directions they can go. Weave will enact, head downstairs, get the fight going, and Weave's been pretty dang good at fighting so far this lobby. I don't think they choke this. Jaguaras gone. It takes 2 players full shields, but that's all it will take, as T-Law will fall. And now it may be time for DCAP to try to move in on this. Here comes all 3 of them, Golden with the zip line to boot, and indeed, they will supersede this high ground, and they will rinse and repeat. It's like watching the fight all over again.
It might have been too late here, and they did eat a little bit of damage walking up on this hill. Rolling Thunder also going to make it even more difficult for them to walk on up. Kraber for DCAP doesn't quite find the mark quite yet, so they've taken this high ground, but is it really going to be worth it? They are still eating damage from behind. James Fearless down to just 50 HP as this walk-up starts to come through. The drone is broken as well. Not that the EMP was available, but here comes the drop down. Here comes the full commit, and it's just down to James Fearless, who does manage to clean this one up. Weave is eliminated. Is there another third party to cycle this one? It looks like Adi from Temper has smelled weakness and is looking for this kill, is looking to hop up on the positioning. Just 1 placement point and a kill would feel fantastic here, and he does it. Kraber now belongs to Temper. Graber now belongs to Adi, and so does a top 5.
What was that from Adi? The double back on the smoke into the 50 damage shot on the Kimbos. Oh my goodness, what a conclusion to that fight. And now Adi gets to step out immediately into the sightlines of Go Next, who I believe already spot him, and should be able to make quick work of it, but we'll see how much farther Adi gets. What a beautiful way to end things after such a tough fight taken by DCAP that they ultimately were able to finish off, but it took everything, and that's all Adi needed. Who will fall as well in tandem, so we are down to our final 4 squads, and the hungriest of them is Complexity. Coming from below that top 10, going into World's Edge, Monsoon's Mastiff has been absolutely on fire. But watching the one angle like it's Valorant, you can't do that against the rest of these players. Now it's just Kimchi shield dancing in the 1v2, and there's absolutely no way you're winning that against the inside. Go Next. 3 squads remaining.
Not quite the damage they needed. And now we've got a little bit of a scrap here to clean up this other side and find their way into a top 3. J-Trip still alive, as well as Ava and Janie. So that 3-stack might be able to reposition here. It looks like they wanted to slip in for the kill, and Go Next has just finished resetting just now. Was there enough time for them to get up the zip and over? No, they're going to have to commit to just this low ground. Rolling Thunder going to try to slow things down, but position pylon here is going to be all too easy for Go Next to take game number 5.
Incredibly brave of Weewu to take that fight in the 2v3 when you maybe had some time to recontest from the outside of the circle. There was a lot of circle left to encroach, but they saw their opportunity. They tried to take it as Go Next didn't look completely ready, but they didn't need to be. They've got the players, they've got the advantage, they've got the personnel, they've got the high ground, and now they've got the victory here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, really solid showing there. I think they were able to wait out just Complexity swinging on in and just putting the pressure on that building, kind of leaving it for free, honestly. And whatever scrap was happening up north was just kind of the end game, hoping you jump into that next spot, it felt like. So a little bit of positional advantage there was really all it took, in that Rolling Thunder immediately, I mean, just immediately on cue countered by that pylon.
What an exciting bunch of fights. And that was, I think that was the really important thing, is that it rather than it be one of those classic World's Edge circles where you're waiting for 5 teams to exit the same building and everybody's just looking at them, it was a lot of groups of 3 and 4 teams having their own little disputes in these corners of the map that you normally wouldn't get to see them navigate. And so beautifully navigated were they. Just every single member of every single team using World's Edge like a jungle gym. I really don't think there was a weak link in any chain this game, and that's exactly how I want to see it. But Go Next were the best equipped by the time that Final 4 came around. Everyone else had already chosen their targets, and it'll net them a 4th spot up on that leaderboard. DCAP has made their way out into the top 10, as has Weewu, actually, after a stellar 2nd place performance there too. Now we're starting to see what the leaderboard was expected to look like, but T-Law still has so much work to do, man.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I actually misspoke right at the end. They're getting a little bit too hyped. This was actually game 4. So this was our first World's Edge game. And we're already seeing some of the teams that were, I think, uncomfortably in the middle of the pack starting to shift their way forward. We have Complexity, who's now within earshot of that 10th place, whereas before they were looking a little bit weaker, actually racking up 10 points, if I'm not mistaken, in that last game, which is fantastic for them, as well as finding themselves in an endgame scenario that could have gone both ways if those massive shots found their mark a little bit differently. But now WeWoo is that gatekeeping team at 24 points, though just above them, three-way tie between TSM, who was I think mostly silent in that game after being kept out of that overlook position, as well as KCP and DGAP, who are all sitting on 25.
I mean, this is a really close, top 14? Like all the gaps are pretty negligible from team to team, so a lot of work for so many teams to do to vie for these last 10 positions, but particularly for those bottom 6, like Meat 2, Vanity, T-Law, I'd say if you don't perform this game, you're cooked. Like, the simple and plain. You need to have a stand-up performance here and now, because otherwise, that top 14 is going to have this cushion of a game to get those extra points ahead of you. And again, when it's this close to the end, that 7-point gap between 14th and 15th is miles compared to what it was game 1. So definitely panic mode for T-Law. I want to see them be as aggressive as they normally are. I don't know what's going on, if they took a melatonin before jumping in the game or not, no disrespect, but they are usually so much more bombastic than this. I want to see WeWoo have another cool positioning game. They played their fights, what fights they did have in that game, really beautifully, just staved off everybody until they were able to prime a position for themselves to win that circle. If they can do that again, then we could easily see them take over that top 10.
Yeah, and we can appreciate just how how consistent they've managed to be so far. No big breakout performances, but they've scrapped together a respectable amount of points. Unfortunately, that could not be enough here with just how star-studded this lobby is. Any one of those teams right below you can find that success. That one fight over towards the north could have gone the other way, and suddenly you're not even in the top 10, just short a couple of points. So I'd have to agree with you. That's a team I'm going to have my eyes out on, because they have a big breakout game. They are in there. If they continue to play a little bit too passively or have too passive of finishes in these next couple of games, multiple squads like Team Liquid Alienware, like Complexity, who are showing, I think, a little bit more resilience, but are still a little bit cold, could be the ones to pop off in the next 2 games.
There's something really special about this lobby. The way that these teams are fearing each other, the way that they're playing against each other. These teams are out for blood. They are not playing for the top 10. They are not playing to even survive game by game. They're playing to win. Placement points, KP, it's all the same at the end of the day. It's a way to get on top, and that's where these teams want to be. Game number 5, World's Edge, the penultimate one of today. Once again, 10 teams already decided. 10 teams from this lobby moving on to the $10,000 finals tomorrow. And Meat 2, one of the teams on the outside looking in right now. And not just in points, buddy, they're in the dome.
Yeah, I have to say, because of their seeding, they are unfortunately having to deal with a POI that is not the most loved, we'll put it that way. Certainly not what you would put in the best of the best contention, but I mean, they're not too far off the mark. Again, they're another squad that is within earshot still. I think they're going to struggle a little bit, however. I think this POI is going to make it significantly more difficult for them to have those super solid games, especially with how congested this southern part of the map is, with some very dangerous teams. We have Weave, we have WeWoo, we have Team Liquid Alienware, and TSM. You kind of don't want any of that anywhere near you. Even KCP, who is very much happy to slow rotate this one, soak up a bunch of loot, especially in a ring like this, and just play for those power positions to keep you out. So this is definitely a little bit worrisome, because they didn't pick up those points they needed in Stormpoint. I think, again, they are the textbook example of how scary it can be to be first on the draft and not getting the points on your preferred POI.
Well, we'll see if you can farm those in these last 2. But it comes down to again, hunting and searching. It is desperation time for some of these squads.
Let's go that way.
Whether or not they actually need that 6th game or not. Because you look at a team like T-Law, who has the capacity to get you know, a 10, 15 bomb in a lobby. And you think, man, they really do just need one. And they haven't managed to get it yet. I do see a couple potential places to path to, but they won't have to do too much because they're already in third ring. It is going to pull down towards launch site and tree. So you're already seeing a couple teams head down there, including TSM, and now T-Law in the thick of it.
This is unfortunate because they were actually just scouting forward, so one member of Team Liquid Alienware is still very far out compared to their teammates. No insane damage has been found quite yet, but see, this is the problem. Look at how small they're already having to play. TSM encroaching on their space and already taking up almost half of these buildings, and they have that fuse as well, which makes this defensive comp just shatter if you aren't wanting to stay here permanently. The only boon that I can see for Team Liquid Alienware is that peak that we saw at that next ring, and the fact that so many squads are transitioning over towards the tree early means that Team Law might be able to hold on as more and more teams start to cycle in.
So many indeed. This is Complexity taking on either Kieto or Weave. We'll find out in a second. It's Weave indeed, and wow, that caustic setup really did a number on them, didn't it? Apparently not enough though. Wow, Lou. Okie dokie. Able to deal with it all after Monsoon and Kimchi try to breach through. But that's the perfect time for Kieto to try and step in. The other team who is waiting on the north side of this, are they in time? Oh yeah. Monday will not have time to throw those shields down. Oh, wait, maybe they will. Good ordnance is tossed in. Now we go for the res again. Give it another attempt. So many tossed in. Kieto has no clear path. Beautiful. Is that it? They have to abandon ship. There is no way they just got away with that. Oh, and there goes T-Law. Dude.
That was a master class right there, and getting that res. This is what separates the good from the great, right? Just stacking those ordinances on the stairs one at a time to prevent that walk up is ridiculous. That is not something you see every day. I'm glad we got to see it on display there. But as you mentioned, Team Liquid does ultimately fall to the aggression of TSM, and that is going to leave them with just one game. One enormous game is what it's going to require in game 6 for them to come back from the trenches.
Tree circles are really tough, man, because you have to start fights once you settled in so early. Weewoo has endgame positioning with 16 squads left before ring 1's even come in. And it came just from third-partying TSM after they decided to aggro T-Law. The only thing really stopping Weewoo is if a team decides to go in early on them, which, I mean, is how this works, and we expect a team to do that. Furia is here, Complexity is here, Kieto is here, and very hungry. So this could really, this could come down to a fight-by-fight basis. It comes down to, you know, again, what team wants which building and who's willing to actually make a fight for it. Furia's not going to have to for a while. They have a lot of territory on this tree to uphold, so they feel comfy, but, I mean, Vanity's already starting to move down south, too. You have people down on Launch Site who could rotate in any moment. You have everybody on Lava Siphon who is still duking it out right now that you could I mean, you have so many different sight lines to manage at the moment. If you're anybody down in the tree, I really respect the hustle for those who are going for endgame with a circle like this, because believe me, it is difficult.
And I think my eyes are back on Meat too, who I think is being poked at right now. Or rather, KCP is being poked at right now by Bagel. Bagel can play out of this position if they are able to wait it out long enough. But for the time being, I think they just have to hold the line. Unfortunately, they're not going to get a lot of progression in terms of their loot and in terms of their Evo shields. Is their one bit of I guess targets have already moved well and away. KCP actually going for a pretty wide wrap here, going all the way around Meat. So they don't want anything to do with this, and it looks like they're going to try to approach this from the other side, maybe wait until these loot pills reset once again to soak up even more loot, because I'm sure they're not the happiest with their loot situation right now. It's probably not too shabby, don't get me wrong, but they'd love a little bit more, and they'd love a little bit better ring positioning to go along with it.
They're going to try and find it. Onmu taking the brunt of the aggression there from Meat 2, who is watching them, but they'll be able to take stock in this build. Oh, well, Navi's here, so that's a bit of an issue. We'll have to fight this out, I suppose, gang. KCP. Oh, and Onmu's not there either. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, unless you're Vosky. Great early damage to play keep away, and there's no way Navi wants to fight that until everyone's ready again. But everyone's ready again. Deed's up to the high ground. Henchman gone. Wow, KCP, what a clinic against Navi here. Instrumentally taking each member apart to the point where there's just one left. Gray knockdown shields. Let's hurry it up, gang. We don't have anybody near us, though, so it's fine if we take our time, I guess. They will, but Na'Vi will fall, and KCP, now they definitely have blue.
Yeah, and I don't know if KCP was hunting for this or if they just happened to stumble upon a weakened Na'Vi going for that res. So in either case, yeah, they're going to be pretty happy with that one, picking up a little bit of KP, a little bit more loot. And I actually really like this position that they find themselves in, because they're the ones that get to do the slow walk now a little bit. There's not going to be a whole lot of people left in Lava Siphon, as we know how many teams are over at Tree. So they're going to get to grab even more Evo. You can see there's one on the top left as well. They're going to be able to open up these bins. They're going to be able to just play this one a little bit slower and again utilize that new castle to find repeated temporary homes to establish themselves in, and hopefully by the end game be able to find a solid fight or a solid pick to get into those last couple of zones.
Wonder how proactive they'll end up being. Siphon's notoriously open right now, but I don't know how heavily they want to commit to that. Depends on confidence on that particular POI. Because I know you'll still have to have a path there, so if that screws up KCP, then they'll probably just take the long way. But they do that a lot, so it won't be a huge problem for them. Not Moist has escaped Fragment. They were running with D-Gap for a little while, but they've managed to break away from that pack, and they will be the first ones to actually meet up with KCP if KCP doesn't hurry it up. So potential fight in the works here, but everybody's all kitted up. Not Moist is actually the ones with the blue shields now, funny enough. KCP were the ones with it before, but looks like KCP have taken the trail, and they'll head down through that tunnel adjacent from Siphon. And Not Moist will instead run right back into D-Gap. Oh boy, here we go.
Fighting is not finished here, and I think this is the one choke where maybe KCP had to worry about some teams sneaking on in. So if Moist ends up taking this one, not only does KCP get an even freer rotate, but they're actually going to get to potentially pick off a couple of kills here, and they might be getting interested in this already, since there aren't really, again, any other teams left on this side of the map. Moist would love to just get the walk in here, but you can already see the pings. KCP is in fact going to try and make something out of this poorly positioned Not Moist squad, who might just be forced into the snake tunnel and into the waiting arms of Temper.
But meanwhile, D-Gap is about to run into the waiting arms of a recently rezzed up Go Next, so both of those teams are still going to have to encounter a fight to some degree. The question is, are they more advantageous for them? For KCP, I would say the answer is certainly yes. A lot of space to maintain, and apparently a solo on this truck that Deeds can just start throwing stuff at. But a couple angles to manage, has to get the rest of the team on to the dot, and seems like they will. Just play for the space. They know what advantage they have. They also know there's no way there's another team here. It's just KCP and Moist on this corner. D-Gap will actually just hide out in Harvester and wait for the rotation from Go Next, as Meat 2 will entirely fall in the meantime here.
Yeah, and that's another game where Meat is not going to pick up any significant points, so that is incredibly unfortunate for them. One more game as well. Backs against the wall, much like T-Law, even worse so, in fact, going into this final game. KCP did have a little bit of free time here, but it has finally been exhausted as Temper has tried to put on some pressure, taking up space on this bridge. Even though KCP didn't quite get the KP that they were looking for, they have shoved another team clear of which way they are looking to walk. Though I gotta say, there was some benefit, I think, to just holding off on the Siphon side and then getting that walk-in for free on the eastern side. And so now they got a couple of squads they're gonna have to worry about. Not Moist still left alive, Temper right in front of them, as well as DSG, who is holding the tracks with the little cart over towards the closer to the tree side here. Nice little pan image so we can see just how many squads are still waiting their turn to try and walk into zone.
Go Next has spotted D-Gap. Oh, and they managed to find Golden. He's got to be forced to drop back down. Not feeling that confidence, apparently, while the rest of D-Gap makes their way over. Oh, Fearless did too. Okay, they had to reset fully. They'll just head back down, knowing they can't be watched like that. They'll just take the ground floor, which ultimately is good because DSG's a little spread too thin right now, so this is the moment to go in. As KCP has also forced Moist out of Siphon. Some good keep away getting played by them. And once again, everyone desperate for neutrality, if nothing else. So much chaos, so much unpredictability with these fights. Every single team just really looking for the moment where they can have absolute control, and it's not come to anyone just yet. Though with the drop down from KCP, seems like they want to be the enactors, and they would be onto Complexity, setting the pylon down on the building so everybody can key up. And they're just going to hold this place down. They're not even going to try and fight. They might be forced to, though. Complexity spots them and hears the noise. They do. A couple things tossed in.
Oh, the triple climb up.
Fight. Oh, huge jump up from KCP. A lot of damage inside this smoke. They're just able to spray this. They don't care about anything inside. They know exactly where they have to aim. And that's Complexity 100% gone. Go Next actually dying to D-Gap, I believe, in the meantime. Well done by them. But now this northern side of the circle is still so contested. KCP sitting pretty among all of it. They have so much space on this eastern board. But they do still have to move in as well, and potentially to the most vulnerable part of the circle where Fury's sitting on the tree.
That was so impressive, by the way, with a sub. The coordination there was impeccable.
Yeah.
Impeccable. Excuse me. Losing my words at how impeccable that was. But yeah, but that was exactly perfect. Vosky knowing what the assignment was and just going straight into that backline after that first knock. So great job for KCP. Even though this walk-up wasn't free, and honestly, I was questioning them a little bit because of how they allowed teams like Not Moist to sort of loop around them a little bit for free. They still managed to find a decent spot to make their next home. And again, this is like the classic Newcastle that Anmu has talked about before. It's not about setting up a permanent bunker. It's about moving your bunker over little by little until you get into that next zone. And so they're gonna have to do that once again. They have a couple of very kitted squads that they have to deal with as well. You can already see that J-Trips, Ava, and Janie are already just chilling on the tree. One red shield amongst them. Probably another one coming their way relatively soon. And in the meanwhile, DSG in absolute shambles. No room left to play, and grenades galore flying into their final resting place, it seems.
Yeah, it's just going to be Nano left here, and that should be a clean sweep up of Disguised. Temper, now the only one ratting in this opposite building. Bagel, is that two evac towers that they just dropped? Right next to each other. That's fun. Yeah, it is. We're going to head on out. Down to the tree. Fury's actually abandoned the tree post here. They've headed back to the tracks where it actually got a little more chaotic, but less open, I suppose, which is why Bagel's now struggling just a tiny bit. Here comes KCP, trying to move in on both Weewoo and Bagel. The latter is instantly decimated, but now Weewoo trying to take a bit of an advantageous fight. They can as long as Vosky is out of commission here, but with the mobile shield, KCP is able to move on with a lot more confidence. They will all the way down to this most certain low ground, and they will bunker back up, waiting to see if anybody wants to aggress. I don't think Weewoo is going to want to, but at the same time, there's a big opening that Bleed is able to tear in, and so it might be best for Weewoo to go for this spot. KCP are the only ones, save for Not Moist technically, who are in the next circle.
God, my inner IGL player could feel Anmu's pain asking their teammates to move because he needs to place the pylon. Oh my goodness. Inner rage just really almost flowed out of me there. But this is exactly what this comp is designed to do. I love to see this in play once again. I think people just kind of forgot that this was a thing, and it seems to have become slightly more viable once again in this current meta. But Not Moist is not making it easy for them, even though you've got a couple of castle walls to try and hold them off. They're still putting on the pressure. They are still finding shots, and to quote Coach Raven from the side of Bleed, the best counter to the shield is bullets. They seem to be taking a book out of that gospel, and they've actually gotten their third back up. So they are 3 strong. They have somehow managed to hold onto this spot for just a little bit longer, and now they're in contention for a top 5.
Well, that's why they're firing those shots in the first place. Even if they know that no one's going to push up and no one's going to do anything, they want to give the impression that they're in some sort of engagement, that they're in some sort of action, but that they're holding all of that power. And the perfect way to do that is to just wail away to Newcastle Shield. Do that, and you're able to distract long enough for Timmy to come back down, and yeah, they're ready to go. They're ready to fight again, and they have a pretty solid position to do it. Furia and Vanity on top of each other in the tracks. I don't think one of them has to fall for both of them to get to sight, but it probably would help. Fury is the one below. Does Keon not have a shield? Or am I tripping?
Man, the confidence is really shining through. Right. It feels like they don't even need that anymore. Right. Crazy. No, they've got it locked in, and all they really have to worry about now is the team. Well, of course, the team in front of them is of concern. but the team above them could be the one to spell spoiler. I think that they get the advantage here. They get to wait a touch longer, and they're going to be able to set up this new castle wall just in front of them. So Alberlele, Stunny, and Crook are having to commit to something here. They're going to use the temporary shield first. Fury is going to hold this off, and they're going to wait out this EMP to try and move forward. But I don't think any of the buttons were hit in time, and now we're just playing with that res shield. Not nearly enough for the damage being put out by Vanity, and they will fall. Vanity might be following suit as Stunny, the last one alive, and is actually going to be stunned by this castle wall. Still leftover effects, and it is going to be Vanity that falls. And now we have Weewoo, who is trying to just completely skirt the line here to finish off all of the stragglers on the north side of this zone. Janie almost going down, but they do stabilize, and we're down to just 4.
Avali discreetly picked up 2 of those KP to get them to the top 3. And how crazy is it that these are the last 3 teams in this lobby? Weewoo, we were just talking about if they could replicate this, and indeed they can. Able to hold their own. They've been so good at taking chunks of fights to where the other team just doesn't want to do it anymore, wearing them down. And circumstantially, that means they're in the best position in the lobby. But KCP have a fun lower ground, a bunker to extend off of absolutely beautifully. And not Moist Esports is not Moist Esports. They can just do anything. Who will take Game 5? It really is up in the air. Anybody can make the move, but not Moist will be the ones to make the first. They recognize that this high ground is the priority, and they can probably clear away Weewoo quickly if they do it right. EMP dropped right on top. KCP can move up any second now. It all comes to their timing. And if not Moist can actually get the job done, Gilderson's burned out pretty quickly. And now come the EMP props. KCP can move in on the backs of not Moist and third party this pretty easily if their timing is right. But Weewoo have the time to shield up as well. And now they'll just let all of these big boys do the talking. A 3v3 that is a little silenced, but KCP slowly but surely trying to make themselves a little more known here against Not Moist as they move their own bunker up, the deployable shield as well as the Newcastle ultimate to get the center stage as Not Moist fully moves in, and this fuse is just so undeniable, so much ridiculous damage. There goes Janie, and there goes, I believe that is also Trips. Avali, the last rat remaining, and so it's gotta be Moist versus KCP, but Moist still maintain this high ground. They can just fire away at this bunker. That's exactly what Waltzy does, along with the rest of Moist. All of the advantage given. The time comes to drop. The time comes to die for Waltzy. You can't just step into the spider's nest. You gotta do a little bit more, which is why Guild and Timmy still take the angles on high. An accidental 2v3 that Amu is still shielded up for. Everybody on KCP is kitted, but now they have to come out from this low ground, and Moist could ultimately still gain the advantage. It's all down to timing on the drop, and Moist still has to master this damage-wise. They have to be ahead of the game. They have to do it first, and it's gonna start with the drone. The EMP, will it have time to connect? Not if everybody launches at it, but that just means everybody gets to drop down. Not Moist to a crisp. Timmy down, it's just down to Guild. Who can see a thing? It doesn't matter, the circle's too tiny. Just fire away.
The res.
It's still up. The res for KCP for the longevity, and they will indeed take the win. Moist did not have enough in the tank, and KCP, wall after wall after wall after wall after wall, leads to win after win. Game 5 drags them up the leaderboard.
My goodness, you had Pioneers in a barrel though. How does that happen? Just letting that drop down free up the game for KCP. That high ground was exactly what everything that they could have wanted there. Even the extra damage that was done by Weewoo after that team was forced to drop off the height. It seemed like everything had lined up there for Not Moist to take advantage, even getting down the last EMP, the last sort of shockwave of all the ones that were thrown out in that end game. And still, at the end of the day, KCP are able to hold that third member. Just made all the difference. And add insult to injury, even with those extra knocks, they were able to get a golden shield res right at the end there to make sure that they sealed the deal after the drop down.
Oh man, Avali. I saw Avali in the in-game chat talking about how she was trying to go invisible to get second place with the crypto drone. Oh, you love to see it. But yeah, just a great, I really, again, this lobby is so stacked today. I don't know what is going on, but every team is really showing out. But this top 4 is indicative of who the rising stars really are. And it's clearly, first of all, Weewoo, with their ability to just get in the right position before anybody else, and then hold on to that seemingly better than a lot of these other teams that are going for the full-fledged fights. With the chip that WeWoo has been able to do, no singular team has been able to really push the narrative that far, and that's led to a lot of longevity for this team. And then you talk about the teams that are good at fighting, like Not Moist, like Furia, like Vanity, like Temper, like Bleed, and like KCP. Those are the teams that we're starting to see have a lot more fun here on World's Edge. Once that flowchart is figured out, once it just comes down to who can shoot the gun better, oh, we're gonna have a good day. But we only get to one more time. This leaderboard's gonna be insane going into Game 6.
Yeah, and I think the race has all but come to a close for just a number of teams that, like, they're going to need more than a good game. They're going to need a nuke here. And with teams like KCP showing up at every end game, with teams like WeWoo that have found such a consistent stride on World's Edge, it can't be understated just how clean this team is playing. And we've seen that duo of Avali and Janie play together, but adding in J-Trips into the mix seems to have really just sprouted a whole new realm, a whole new dimension of play for this team, and they're finding so many end games that they're actually in contention for winning if it goes their way. So I absolutely would have to agree with you. I think it's the team that's woken up the most. But taking a look at this leaderboard, there's a number of teams that are well past the wake-up call. They're going to need a shock to the system, an entire bucket of cold water, if you will, in the face to try and make this comeback happen. Fury is still on top with 52, Temper right behind them with 51, and KCP in that top 3 with 49.
Look at that gap between 14th and 15th. 24 points for Bleed, 11 for Meat 2. Like you said, the conversation for a good couple teams is done, including T-Law. That was the game that they had to get it done, but they moved in, they didn't even get their first KP, and then they got slaughtered. That was your moment, and they could not connect on top of it. But this top 10, what we're fighting for, and everybody from WeWoo down to Bleed is really fighting for those last 4 spots. I think the top 6 is pretty guaranteed here, but other than that, yeah, it's a pretty scrappy fight that will be ending on World's Edge, be ending on the most conventional map. So it comes down again to the mechs, comes down to your game sense, comes down to your IQ.
Yeah, and I gotta say, seeing TSM out of qualification range right now is not where I expected to see them as well. So we've I think focused a lot on T-Law, but we have to highlight some of the teams that actually had a decent start and a couple of decent positions on Stormpoint that just have not transferred over to World's Edge. TSM just outside of that mark. Again, I think they're 2 to 3 points short right now of even being in that top 10. So they're on the chase as well. A number of teams are going to have to go huge for them to be able to catch up in this final game. So game number 6, our final game of the day, is really going to be a match to watch because it's the end of the line.
This really is your last opportunity. No more excuses at all. It's got to happen here and now. Otherwise, you are not moving on to tomorrow. You are not fighting for that $10,000 prize pool. 10 teams sit ready and waiting. A good couple more have already guaranteed their position, but this game will finalize the lobby for tomorrow's Carnage Cup Finals. World's Edge, Game 6, Group B. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Out of our many dropships we go. Once again, thanks to everyone for joining us today. It's been an absolute blast so far. Carnage Cup is always a treat. Various different facets of Apex Legends all clashing into one lobby. So of course, just before we get a little too into the weeds here, definitely want to thank Zippo and our awesome chair sponsor in Blacklight. So this is the reason we get to watch these incredible varied games, and we want to thank them for sponsoring as well as you all for joining us. And hopefully you guys are enjoying these awesome games. And this one, I am anticipating quite a game here in game number 6.
This will be a banger for sure. This lobby has been insane these 6 games, and I'm excited to see how it all coalesces in this final. It starts the same way it does any other, though, with teams landing at their drop spots and not fighting each other. DGAP and Not Moist once again being blissfully ignorant to grab the stuff that they need, and it leaves a very open epicenter that Go Next will once again feast upon.
Yeah. Let's go over there.
DGAP already making their way out. And see, this is the versatility of this side of the drop spot. They recognize just how far this zone is likely pulling from them. And they say, you know what? We are skedaddling. We are getting on out of here as quickly as we can to start making this rotation, because we're going much the same direction. So again, big question mark on Team Liquid Alienware right now. The zone was pulling their way last game about as well as they could have hoped for, even though it might not suit their playstyle. When you're sort of granted that zone, right, you have to make the most of it. They didn't quite get there. Seems to be pulling a little bit further towards the northwest, potentially landing over here towards maybe those Mirage à Trois staging endings. So there's still chances for them, but this side of the map is incredibly terrifying, right? We already talked about how difficult it is for Meat to have TSM and WeWoo all over the place. There are dangerous teams that you do not want to run into during any of your rotations.
Well, Team Liquid Alienware, once again coming up from Tree, is seemingly going to try to scope out WeWoo over in Thermal again. Seems that WeWoo doesn't even want a word about it, though. It looks like they want to head up to Mirage à Trois. This is a big circle call from them. I think it's right. I think we do pull towards Mirage staging for this circle. But
we're going to get to see right now as TSM is outside of qualification range right now, and they're already starting to strike for these kills that they are absolutely going to need to secure that spot. That's one in the pocket. It's going to be Panders, who, once again, Meat 2 has just not managed to find any sort of foothold in these games right now. They're getting run down by TSM this time around. And Dome does provide a lot of difficult scenarios that are not easy to navigate, especially as we get further and further along in these rings. If you're not very early to the punch, usually that's one of the advantages you might have, right? So you can loot it very quickly and then zip on out of there. But if teams are aware of what your plan is, and if the zone is pulling a little bit further away from you than you would like, it gets increasingly more difficult to scrap any points.
yeah, you just have the longest laundry list when you're coming from a distance like that. Well, this is a fun drop to look at. And let's immediately take that geyser back out, and let's immediately bring Panders down again. So TSM, okay, this is a fun way to get some KP, unless you take too long on it, because then Meat 2 can start staring you down and like actually fight you. So let's make sure that we can get the rest of this done. Oh, WeWoo and T-Law fought, and T-Law actually won it out this time, so WeWoo gonna have to sit with whatever points they got. I think they're comfy enough, but it's close. I mean, they're like sitting on the perimeter, so having to hope that some of these bottom teams show out, that these top teams show out, so nobody can creep up on them.
I think they were holding the line, actually, if I'm looking at this previous leaderboard. I think after the last game, they sort of established themselves a little bit better, but certainly not out of the woods yet. We've still got complexity. We had T-Law, who just won a fight against them, so that's picking up a solid chunk of KP and access to that south side of the map for quite a while unperturbed. And meanwhile, our, I believe, currently first place team still towards the end of this Lobby B Game 6 is KCP. Absolutely nothing to worry about from them, certainly, so just getting those extra reps in, try to get a read on maybe what this lobby will play like tomorrow, because we are going to once again mishmash all of these different squads that were able to qualify from their respective lobbies into one extremely loaded lobby for our finals tomorrow. So curious to know if Vosky is going to be joining them tomorrow as well. I think he's shown up in a big way today, which is great. You love when your sub actually just pulls through for all of your team fights and all of your games. So thus far, impeccable showing from KCP.
Yeah, nothing to really complain about when it comes to this team right now, and that's, I think, what we expected. These guys have only been getting better from across the season, and I expect them to have their best performance yet in Mannheim. I'm really excited to watch them work. Another team I'm excited to watch is the recently changed up DSG, who, granted, do have a sub in Nano today, but their addition of Qzier has been a very exciting one. You know, you gotta have the right therapist for the cutest couple in Apex, being kind of insightful. But Qzier has managed that job, I think, decently well. Still a lot of work to do, but we'll get to see that hopefully as this team gets more online experience as a trio. It'll come up pretty soon, as it appears, because you got some teams coming up on you. You got Navi and Not Moist on one side, Bleed and Vanity on another. One way or another, I think DSG is about to get in a fight.
Yeah, and there's a quite a bit of danger on this side of the map right now. I think DSG is going to have to be pretty careful with how they decide to move on this next rotate. You can see there this zone is actually pulling in their general direction. So yeah, the last thing they really want to do is move, but it's another one of those spots where it's great to have early, but man, if a team decides to take a fight, there are so many different areas where people can enter and start to set up a siege, especially because those doors just kind of wide open. Those big double doors are kind of hard to defend really with these Watson fences. So not the optimal scenario if you get engaged upon, and it looks like at the very least there is a fuse that is getting very interested in this spot.
Yeah, so we are engaging. It's just we're going to be engaging for the next 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
But, you know, nothing out of the ordinary for DSG.
Look at the comp.
They're... What?
Look at the comp.
Hello?
This is what I was talking about.
Liquid
This is what I was telling you, brother. This is exactly what I think we needed to see. This is a team that fights. This is a team that takes 3v3s and beats you at them every time. They have just, they've really just lost it, I think, and we're going full aggro for this final game.
Oh,
and it's working.
God. Let's go. Rev carry. Holy. Jaguares, keep the camera on him the whole game. Oh, man. What a shift that Team Liquid has opted to make so late into the lobby. And you know what? Why the hell not? When you're this far behind, it's drip or drown. And T-Law, hey, so far, so very decent. Dealing with Weewoo, that's 3 KP, and now Thermal Station, the majority of another squad. And now Lou alone for Complexity. You have the potential to grab one if you do some hunting here. But the problem is, now that you have this Revenant, you don't have anybody to scan. Oh, unless you have a survey beacon. There you go. Jaguares, go get him.
They're hunting for it. They're looking for it. They haven't quite found it.
Did they lose him?
And this zone is going to start to close here soon. So I think they'd like to finish this sooner than later and find their next stack to be able to fight. But unfortunately, Niezil is going to be the first to fall. No answer quite yet. Nice shots from Jaguares. Are going to be able to find the knock, and the thirst are going to be able to get out momentarily, but it's Complexity, another team that's scrapping for every point that they can get. Can they actually just eliminate T-Law and take him out of contention? That's going to be Red Shield facing down Yanya, but he gets the knock anyway. Akimbos do come through, and it is down to a 1v1.
Yanya barely got the bat off, making that 2v1 possible, and Jaguares is able to medkit up, but that also leaves time for Complexity to fully recover too. It's a question of who can fully engage, and with that crouch jump, Jaguares can first. The shield dance is tough. The storm is almost as, but it's about who comes out on top, who has the potential to even make it to top 10.
And he gets there.
Away, and there goes Complexity. T-Law lives on.
Complexity sitting in 9th place right now with 33 points. That could have been the overextend that causes them their qualification spot tomorrow. Now the real question is, does T-Law have the meds to recover from the situation? It looks like they might have just enough to cycle through these. Will someone join the party and really spoil the fun? It doesn't quite look like it. And Team Liquid Alienware could be on their path to redemption right now, Tenric.
They have so far to go, and they have so much health to gain back, but they have some boxes, they have some time, and they don't have any teams in their way at the moment. They cleared them all, damn it. In the meantime, let's head back to the ring where 15 more squads still sit. TSM, one of them, another one trying to get into the fray, get those crucial points to get up into the top 10 where they 100% deserve to be. TSM, a team we know is finals capable. 3 players we know are so much better than the sum of their parts. This is a team that really does, I mean, Verhulst and Reps have already established themselves. Sans, that guy, as 2 of the best to do it. And Zapto, again, a great addition to the team that knows exactly how to be that long arm of the law. Not an overextension, but rather just an application that you can use to start any fight. Zap's the one to do it. But they won't do it right now. They'll take their time with this Meet 2 squad that has quite a bit of the track and play for the ring.
Yeah, and they're close on the edge here, though. They're going to have to maybe take one more solid fight to get this transition into the next ring. KCP currently seems to be getting gate kept just a little bit. And this is a terrible spot for them to have a number of these abilities. I mean, The new castle wall can get you a little bit of advancement, but no way to utilize that Rolling Thunder in any meaningful way. Actually, probably burned a little bit earlier from the looks of it. It is on cooldown, so KCP is going to avoid this entirely. No. It seems like they're just, yeah, they are just slowing things down a little bit to try and get the zipline out for free.
Yeah.
Do they know the pathing here? Looks like that gap in the mountain might be enough. No, the panic as they realize it's not going to go through.
Gotta try another way. Can't go around it, can't go above it. We gotta go through it. It's gotta be the fight versus Bagel. And KCP starts it with Deeds throwing down that nuke wall. Getting that extra bit of space that is imperative against the Storm. But now you go for the rush down on top of that. Onmu on this Mastiff. Shots need to be landed, and they aren't just yet. Too much damage getting done. The opportunity is gone. But running through the Storm, it's a little bit touch and go. KCP falls, but Bagel will lose quite a bit in the process. And they will be much worse for wear, walking straight into Weeb, who is waiting in the wings. On the opposite side of the tracks, it's Tila, who has finally made their way up and is now fighting against TSM on the run back. But Yanya already falling inside of this ring of fire. It is a tough run for this T-Law squad. It seems like they have space to get away, but TSM, they want to chase it down. Niazil having to take an unconventional position to potentially fire back. And there's the first head shown, but these sky nades make it impossible to hold even this. T-Law in such a contestable spot, despite how safe they feel.
Look at the damage!
Beats, are you kidding me? Verbals doesn't stand a chance! Sit the hell down! And give T-Law one more chance. Now it's 2v2. Niazil back up on shields as well. T-Law can absolutely win this. Inside the focus of attention, Jaguara sees no reason not to just hop back down.
Look at the Mozams.
Tangsem is gone, and T-Law stands above again. 11 kills just on Hogwarts' POV, and yet there is so much more to do potentially. 9 squads left, 1 Revy Rat ready to play for those placement points that could potentially get them over the line. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now.
And it looks like Hogwarts is gonna try and make a play for banners here potentially. So unfortunate that all of this work, all of this impressive fighting prowess has gotten just entirely spoiled by a solo here. One more fight to take. Can Hogwarts clutch out yet again? These Mozams have been singing all day. It looks like he's gonna get it done. Meat is eliminated as well. Banners will be reclaimed for Team Liquid Alienware, and that is 7 kills for Hogwarts.
I genuinely can't believe this kid. That is absolutely ridiculous from Hogwarts, and now he's gonna be able to fully reset with this team. I don't know how much he's going to be able to get away with, but man, oh man, is it a lot. Now the question is, where do you head from here? Yet again, you have such a journey to make. But with the evac tower, Hogwarts has his pick. It certainly isn't directly in front of him on the tracks where Furia and Ping Wingman both sit. Is this Oob? No, okay. He's just going to hop back down and let that Moby go the second he knows he's safe. He absolutely is. But Bleed is going to see this pretty quickly. And Hogwarts has to move in. Good damage to start, but not enough. And he's got to let this beacon go. Big jump to get out of dodge. And T-Law continues to stand tall. But for how long? You've got to go all the way around in this ring, and it's so tough to make up. Does Hogwarts have the juice? Just barely, but he runs right into another team. And there he goes. T-Law has to settle for 7th. Is it enough? We'll find out when we see that leaderboard. In the meantime, rest of the teams duke it out. It's Vanity controlling the majority of the circle, but Furia controlling the majority of the fight. A war on at least 3 fronts, and with the help of Vaxlon, he's able to at least keep this cycle pretty consistent. The knockdown shield is gone, though. They'll have to play a bit slower here, but with Keon up, it's not necessarily a great idea for anybody to fully engage. Every single one of these few remaining teams is living off of fumes and a dream. Ping Wingman actually has quite the good position here, manned by, again, Dig Vibes, one of the best players in T2 history here in North America. And Furia against the world, desperation play with the jump. It can be finished off by Dig Vibes himself. Now he can man that high ground to try and take a better position from the south, while Vanity on high watches their biggest competition in Bleed try to take the other side of the circle.
Yeah, and look at the way that they've just assembled this positioning. They have so much control over this. They are just fences galore for this squad. No one is going to come anywhere near the summoning circle that they've set up. Bleed on the outside. No red shields, triple purple though. And this is going to be kind of the decision that you have to make as Vanity, right? Do you take this fight and try and clear this out now? If you can't make it happen, it could be too late. And Bleed could swoop on in and steal this one from right underneath you. We still have Dig Vibes left alive, as well as the rest of this squad on the other end. This is, I think we've got at least one more rat as well that we've got involved here. So still 4 squads left alive.
It's Sheeny. Oh, he's cloaked. Sheeny's cloaked.
Oh
he's just going to rat it out with the drone up. No, don't look around, dude. Hide your drone. Hide your drone, please. And then Ping Wingman, has 2, and then there's Bleed and Vanity both full. So those are your 2 best bets. Bleed is probably going to win this. I'm going to be real. But D-Gap would love these points. Ping Wingman needs these points to even have a shot at making it into the top 10. So we'll watch them, I think, more than anything else. But Bleed should be able to finish this up pretty cleanly, especially with the Nuke Fuse combo. They can just set up shop wherever they want to, whenever they want to. It's just a matter of timing, which they're usually pretty good with. D-Gap gone.
Looks like China got found out, so we're down to 3.
So then it's 2 for Pwing, and then 3 for Bleed and Van. Stunny in the window. Noct actually takes more of the damage, though. Goodness me, full shield gone. Impressive. As it looks like Vanity is just going to use that opportunity to, again, fully set up on this truck. That, I mean, this is such a good spot. You just gotta, again, it's all coming down to timing. When do you come out? When do you really play that game with Bleed? And when does Ping Wingman even enter the mix? Are they playing for second, or are they playing for the third party early on?
I'm not entirely sure if there's anything really pressuring them right now. They actually get to move a little bit after Bleed, it looks like. So Bleed gonna have to commit to the play here. Vanity holding down probably the most defensible spot, but who knows if it's going to last. They're gonna make it last and set down this last pylon, but it almost cost them the knock. In fact, it does. Drop does get the opener here, and there is no pylon left for them to defend. The swing is gonna come through. Desperation from Alvarelli. It will not matter, and Bleed has suddenly been granted a way into a win here. 3v1 v2.
This is the moment where Ping Wingman try to take over the truck. Third party right as Bleed enter the mix. A bit of an awkward meeting, but Dig Vibes does use it to finalize at least one more kill before Bleed will indeed take the win. And what a window that Bleed moved in on the second that pylon was gone, in the literal 1 second of transition where that was getting put back up. Bleed is able to get the down onto Stunny, and the full team wipe not soon after. Very well done by Bleed to nab those extra points and guarantee themselves a spot in the top 10. But man, what the hell does that top 10 look like after a game 6 like that?
Yeah, and I gotta say, Bleed was definitely one of the teams that was in the chase for points. There was a lot of teams that were in the chase for points. I think the team that we highlighted the most was Team Liquid Alienware, who I think made that adaptation a little too late. I mean, can you imagine if they were running through the lobby with that composition earlier on? Dude, what a different place we would find ourselves in this leaderboard. Incredibly thrilling match for them. Incredibly thrilling set of games for this lobby overall. But unfortunately, we will only send 10 off to day 2 tomorrow to meet the other top 10 teams from a lobby A. And we'll be able to tell you all exactly who those teams are shortly. But I mean, Tenric, we were both kind of losing our minds there. The dual Mozams have completely just overtaken Apex Legends.
Yeah, I'm a little scared to see those damage stats, because that Mozam, that Kimbo Mozam does crazy damage with the accuracy that we saw, especially Jaguares have. I mean, I don't think we can speak on it enough. That close range fight, it really is so trivial with a gun like that. Yeah, I agree. I think T-Law gave us a free show. We won't have to give him any of our prize pool, but we got one hell of a game out of them to end things. Revenant counter meta is alive and well for sure. Get ready for Mannheim, baby. We're gonna see at least 2 of those. I put my life on it.
Yeah, I wonder if they were trying to hold that pick in the back pocket and decided, we've waited long enough. This is the time.
Yeah, and, game 6 in Carnage Cup Lobby View when you're in 15th place is definitely the time to let it go, I think, is the appropriate moment. All right, this is our pocket strat. We've been waiting for years. Oh boy.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. Great showing from them. Again, don't want to discount Bleed there on that win. That end game really just fell I mean, it really fell apart for Vanity. I think it looked like they were very well positioned to soak up a lot of time in that end game, but unfortunately the placement of that pylon was to their detriment. That replacement that they were hoping was actually going to get them through the end game ended up ending their end game early, which opened the door for Bleed. And I think Bleed understanding where they needed to be, what fight they needed to take after clearing out Team Liquid, that's exactly what they needed here to get onto the right spot in the leaderboard. Speaking of, let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard so we can show y'all what teams will be sending off to the finals tomorrow.
With that win for Bleed, they are boosted up to 7th place. We will become the gatekeepers of the top 10 with that. Complexity and TSM both unable to make the cut, just barely. Navi as well. T-Law did shorten the gap between 14th and 15th, but that is all they were able to do. Ping Wingman's late placement as well. None of them good points, but again, far too late. Your 10 moving on to tomorrow. Furia, Weave, Pioneers, Temper, Go Next, Moist, Bleed, Disguised, Vanity, and Wee-Woo. What a group to join our other 10 for the finals tomorrow, Mellow Crit. I was gonna say I couldn't be happier, but that implies bias, so I'll just say this is a really cool group.
Yeah, no, this is a really great group, and I'm excited for them to join our top 10 placers from Lobby A. So as a quick reminder to just how stacked that lobby is, we got Alliance, SSG, 5-Star, Donut, Falcons, Empire, 2R1C, NRG, Thuggets, and Most Hated. So if y'all thought today's lobbies were stacked, let me just tell y'all, tomorrow's games are going to be a whole other story.
We are in for quite the wild ride, and indeed, it's not too far from now. Tomorrow, same time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 games, 3 on Stormpoint, 3 on World's Edge. We'll see those final 20 teams vie for our $10,000 prize pool. That means that today is all wrapped up. Our groups have played, everything is finalized, and we get to take a night off and rest up for a thrilling day of Apex to come tomorrow. Thanks so much to Zippo and Blacklight for sponsoring and supporting this event, and again, providing us with these epic gamer chairs. And thank you so much for watching the whole way through. We hope to see you exactly here tomorrow for the epic Carnage Cup 7 finals. Till then, take care. Good night.